Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Upon death, a great white void greeted me, an expanse of pure nothingness, or perhaps everything all at once. It was honestly impossible to judge. Did I even still have eyes? A body? I couldn't check. I couldn't move, yet I still felt like I were drifting. Not stationary, but gently shifting, carried by an unseen current. I had no idea how long I was there, forever. Or but a single instant. Whatever happened here, it was beyond human understanding, yet, thankfully, I wasn't trapped here for the rest of time. Something came to me. A light. Strangely, instead of illuminating, it brought darkness. The white void was slowly consumed, replaced by blackness, not of the void, but the black of the night sky, shimmering with countless stars. And the light itself, it streaked across the sky like a shooting star, rushing toward me. I couldn't move, couldn't evade it, but I felt no fear. Instead, I felt anticipation. No, more than that. It felt right, like this moment had been destined, like I had been waiting for it my entire existence. Almost as if that light, that star hurling towards me was the answer to my prayers, the answer to every wish I ever had and didn't have. It grew brighter, filling my vision completely, until at last, it reached me. A blinding explosion of light, and suddenly, I understood. Knowledge, wisdom, and something even deeper, something pure and untouched, flooded into me all at once. It was overwhelming, terrifying, exhilarating. And in that singular moment, I was reborn. I had always wondered about the afterlife. I mean, who hadn't? There were as many theories as there were people, as many hopes as there were fears. Countless stories had been told, written, imagined. A common theme in them was someone dying, and then meeting a god, who for one reason or another would grant them wishes and reincarnation. But it just seemed stupid to me. Why would a god do that? And why meet with you? Why ask for what you wished? Surely a god would know the answer, right? I didn't know what I would ask for, so many different things, so it just didn't seem worth asking me when a god should know what would be the best wish to grant me. Even now, I didn't know what was happening. Well, I knew, but I was struggling to understand. I was reborn, and a being of great power had indeed granted me my wish, without asking me. Was that because it was the way things were done, or merely because the god had known I would have preferred it like this? I was also terribly confusing, much like the wish itself. Reborn in a new world, with great power, check. Reborn as a woman. Well, honestly, I wasn't sure if I was a woman or not in my last life, but stories seemed to always have been about men. Still, why this woman? Why these powers? More importantly, how much was me, and how much was her? For with her power and looks came her knowledge, memories, personality, all of it, and so much more, all mixed with me, making something new, something better. I sure hoped so. Finally, I opened my eyes, and I saw the world anew, and it was strange, beautiful, but also strange. My eyes saw so much, everything was laid bare before my gaze, all the good and all the bad. So, this is what it feels like to be a god. I whispered, hearing my own voice for the first time. It was smooth, strong, and regal. A voice that could simultaneously melt the hearts of men and demand respect or even worship. I inhaled deeply and immediately grimaced. The air was tainted. It was a different kind of foul than I remembered, but the pollution was impossible to miss. The air felt wrong, filthy. No sooner had I thought that before the smell disappeared, my helm, part of my divine armor, filtering it out for me. Still, I did not wish to shield myself from the truth. I reached up and removed my helm, letting my golden hair cascade down my back. The sun kissed my face, warm and welcoming, and despite everything, I found myself smiling. Had anyone been watching, they would have seen a breathtaking sight, a woman standing alone in the first light of dawn. A goddess in gleaming silver armor, a flowing fur-lined cloak draped over her shoulders, a regal blue surcoat trailing behind her. They would have witnessed the rare sight of the Lion King, the goddess Rongniad smiling. Picture here, 1. For that was who I was now. Arthuria Pendragon, Britain's once and future king. Not just any old King Arthur, but the Fate Universe one, the very female one, and the aged-up goddess version at that. Which explained why I had quite a bit of weight on my chest. Beyond the fullness of my chest, I felt myself brimming with power. I felt so different from a normal human that honestly, I felt removed from them. Which wasn't too strange. I had played Fate Grand Order, and I knew that the goddess Rongniad had lost the ability to see things from a human perspective. Heck, even Saber herself had failed. I had failed to understand the human heart, leading my knights to turn against me, against her. I understood that now. I flexed my hands, moved my body and shifted my weight. Although my armor was heavy, restricting my movement, I knew I could swing my arms fast enough to break the sound barrier and strike with enough force to shatter stone. It was no wonder Arthuria had distanced herself from mortals. With this power, one mistake could end lives. After flexing my body, I turned to my mind. The memories of my past, Arthuria's past, were there, and faintly I could feel she had felt the same. So, I guess this is my new life. I didn't know why I was here or why I had become her. What was the purpose of all this? With a sigh, I reached out, my hand steady but heart nervous, and with a thought, a whisper, and the sacred blade for which I was famous appeared before me. Excalibur. The weight was perfect, and the golden glow felt like home. The moment my fingers wrapped around the hilt, all doubt vanished. With this sword, I could overcome anything. Finally, after calming my heart and mind, I looked around to truly appreciate my surroundings for the first time. It seemed like I found myself in one of the most famous places in the world, because surrounding me this very moment was a ring of massive stones. The most magical place in the land, or so they say. Yet, I felt no great magic here. Not like the lake, not like Camelot. Still, I knew this place had been important. Merlin did something here, didn't he? Or did he say something about it? I honestly couldn't remember. I had been so busy back then, and so much had been going on. Now. I can't stay here. I knew that a night standing in here would draw attention. I didn't have long, either. People from the entire world would soon come to see these stones. Honestly, a waste of time. I was tempted to give them something truly worthy of looking at, but better not. I was all of Arthuria, the kind yet naive saber, the even more kind saber lily. I was the dark saber altar, the lion king, and the ruler, who enjoyed a summer of fun. The rider who had a bike. And the rider who also dressed in a maid outfit. The king of the beach who wielded a water gun version of Excalibur. I was kind, evil, ruler, king, and goddess, all mixed together with a normal human. A normal human heart. All their treasures, all their skills, their memories, everything in one big package, a new, better, and greater king of knights. I exhaled sharply, rolling my shoulders. All right. North. And so I walked, leaving the sacred site behind, my thoughts a whirlwind. I might know where I was, but not when I was, for all I knew, I could be in the year 3000, or the Fourth Holy Grail War could happen at this very moment. I didn't know, yet I didn't feel the need to know. I was a goddess, a king returned home, the once and future king, and clearly, being summoned at this moment meant that I was needed, that my kingdom needed me. Walking across the open fields, the sun shining, my armor gleaming, I suddenly turned around, yep. Stonehenge was right there. I might be a super powerful goddess, but if I walked, I did so at the same speed as everyone else. Dun Stallion. I called, sending the sword of promised victory back into the depths of my soul. Instead, I reached for my steed. With a shimmering glow, he materialized before me, a magnificent white stallion clad in war armor that matched my own. His black eyes met my emerald ones, intelligence gleaming within them. With a smile, I jumped up, as easily as a leaf, I left the ground and landed on his back with a soft thud. I could move as easily as if I wore no weight at all, even with this armor. Let's go, my friend. We ride north. With a mighty neigh, Dun Stallion surged forward, his hooves barely seeming to touch the ground as the scenery blurred past us. He was no ordinary horse, he was mine, the steed of King Arthur. Though I had known other mounts, he was special. A horse worthy to bear a goddess. He was no divine or phantasmal beast, he was but a horse, yet a mighty horse from the twilight of the age of gods, so compared to horses today, he might as well be a magic horse. The feeling of riding a horse came to me naturally, like I had done it countless times before, and I had, as Arthuria at least. Not to mention, I did have riding the ability to ride on any mount or machine. I could sit myself inside the most advanced jet in the world and master it instantly. Soon, the wild plains gave way to signs of civilization. The modern world came into focus, with distant buildings and roads that cut across the land. I noted the lack of futuristic elements, no flying cars, no towering holograms, so I reasoned I was in the period of the Holy Grail Wars. Upon reaching a road, I started following it, still aiming to go north, but even Dun Stallion would get tired if he had to jump over buildings the entire way. Southwest the road was just easier. It was still early in the morning, and the roads were small dirt ones, so there weren't many people about. Even still, I soon enough found another person. A car, likely someone going to work, came into sight up ahead. Go, catch up to them. I urged Dun Stallion, and he sped up, moving far faster than any horse had any right to. And soon enough, I caught up to the car, running alongside it. Hail citizen, I spoke, my voice loud and clear, easily catching the attention of the lone driver. The poor man nearly drove off the road in shock, hearing the voice of an armored knight running beside him. I would feel bad about it if it wasn't his own fault for not paying attention to the road. A single look in his mirror would have alerted him before I got close. In my time, people paid more attention to their surroundings. It likely didn't help that I wore my helm once again. The Lion King outfit was as majestic as it was intimidating. The man rolled down his window, his hands trembling slightly. "See, can I help you?" I nodded. "Tell me, what year is it?" His brows furrowed. He must have thought me mad, and given my attire, I couldn't blame him. An armored knight asking for the year. It was absurd. "It's 2008. Are you all right?" 2008. I let the number settle in my mind. The Third Holy Grail War had happened in 1944. The fourth in 1994. The fifth in 2004. Just 4 years prior. Why now? I slowed Dun Stallion, allowing the car to pass ahead as I contemplated. Never answering the diver's question. My summoning had to mean something. The once and future king did not simply return without cause. Britain needed me. But for what? The Apocrypha War had passed. The normal Grail Wars passed. That left only two possibilities. Strange fake. I muttered. The False Grail War. That was a troubling thought. Many powerful and dangerous servants were around at that time, the King of Heroes most of all. Or worse. Grand Order. I shivered slightly at the thought. That would be another matter entirely. I had wanted to get to my home, to Camelot, but clearly, I needed to learn which of the two it was. Dun Stallion, we ride for Londinium. To the clock tower. With a new sense of purpose, I shifted course, heading toward the heart of magecraft in the modern era. But even with all my power, I was no omniscient goddess. The landscape had changed greatly since my reign. I got lost almost immediately. Still, I pressed on. Soon, I found a larger road, one bustling with vehicles. But there was a problem. A knight in full armor, riding a mighty warhorse, galloping down the highway. That was far too conspicuous. "Slow down, boy." I brought Dun Stallion to a standstill at the side of the road and dismounted. "I'm afraid I have to go on alone. Once we move north again, I will find a path for you." With a smile, I patted him, and he neighed at me as he, too, turned into motes of light, returning to a spiritual state. "All right, bike it is." I was Arthuria, including rider, so I had all her skills and objects bound to her, including her weapons and gear, but I didn't need her maid uniform. Instead, I just brought out her bike. Keeping my armor, I jumped on the black bike. It felt just as natural as horse riding. And damn, what a fucking bike. This was exhilarating. I didn't think I had been a fan of motorcycles before, but rider Arthuria certainly had been. And now, so was I. With a twist of the accelerator, I merged with the traffic. My enhanced vision allowed me to scan the road ahead, spotting signs long before they came into view. I wasn't entirely certain of the route, but I knew Londinium's general direction. And so, I rode. Still, clearly a knight in shining armor and a black bike drew attention, and since this bike didn't have plates, that quickly included attention from local law enforcement. So, with a sigh, I could only pull over and stop once the Binks came up behind me. "Sorry, sir. I have to ask you to take your helm off. I have a few questions for you." The cop, a young man, said, slight confusion in his voice. Yet, I could also tell he was impressed, both with my armor, the bike, and my aura itself. I was the king of knights, and standing in my presence wasn't easy. I demanded respect, and people gave it freely. Reaching up, I lifted my helm, allowing my golden hair to fall freely, the sun glinting off the crown resting atop my head. A perk of magic, perfect hair, even after wearing a helmet. The officer blinked. Clearly, he had not expected that. "There's no need to worry, good sir, because there's no problem here," I said, my voice infused with my charisma bee. "For I am the king of these lands, and there's no road or path I can't tread upon, for all of England belongs to me." My speech left him utterly speechless. Yet, charisma bee, combined with my divine nature, wasn't merely for show. He simply nodded his head in silence. "All right. I suppose. To Londinium then," I exclaimed, placing my helm back on and resuming my journey. I had no idea what the cop did after that. But whatever it was, it kept people away from me, allowing me to drive the rest of the way without being stopped, even if the curious eyes didn't disappear. Londinium itself was a nightmare. With so many cars and a multitude of streets and roads, it was worse than a maze. I was half tempted to just wield my holy lance and clear a straight path forward. I had to stop and ask for directions numerous times, more than I cared to count, but finally, I reached the British Museum. I knew there was a path leading to the clock tower here, at least in the Grand Order world. That was all I knew, but still, if it existed, I was sure to attract some attention soon, even if I didn't feel any bounded fields around. Returning the bike to my soul space, I walked up to the front, standing still while letting my dragon core unleash its might. A wind picked up around me, and my cloak billowed behind me. The amount of divine mana I unleashed was enough to draw attention. Any half-baked magus in the city should be sensing it. And so, I stood there. Waiting. Alright, that's the end of chapter 1, you can read the next one already. As for me, I will take a minute to share my thoughts on this project. You can read along or skip right ahead. So, why this? Why Marvel and Fate, and why this MC? The Marvel universe is an interesting mix of tech and magic, of normal people and gods. Marvel isn't alone in this, the DCU is the same, as many others are. Yet Marvel and DCU stand apart. Here, even though gods are a real thing, the focus is on norm. People, and their fight for control of things they honestly have no place controlling. As for why Marvel over DC? Well, honestly, I just know and like Marvel better. As for Fate, well, I love it, I play FGO, and love my saber face. In fact, I have another idea in the works, though I did pick this one for now. The other one is an idea of an extra servant in the Fourth Grail War, none other than the Grand Ruler herself, just messing things up. Which would be followed by the other Grail Wars, an idea I might still do in the future, but this one won out. And why did it win? Long ago, I stumbled upon a work called King of Knights on MCU, which is about someone who was reborn with the body and powers of the King of Knights from Fate. I really liked it, though I always wished the people of the MCU knew who she was. She never revealed that she was Arthuria Pendragon, and I wanted to see people react to that bomb being dropped. Yet, sadly, like many other great works, it was left unfinished. The big reveal never revealed. And I didn't like it. Still, I didn't start working on it, just kept the idea in the back of my head. It wasn't until another work popped up, also featuring a version of Saber being reborn in MCU, that the idea came back to me. I liked it, but it pretty quickly took a turn away from what I wanted, and so this burning desire to finally see it took hold of me. And if I couldn't have someone else make it, I would have to do it myself. I won't spoil anything, though it's tempting to do so. I have been working on this for the last few months, and I want to share my thoughts. Anyway, I currently have 64 chapters written, so yeah, Power Stones I guess. Chapter 2. As I stood there waiting, a large crowd had gathered around me. At first, the sheer force of my mana kept them at bay, the oppressive divine aura instilled fear, awe, and respect in equal measure. Yet, it only deterred them for so long. I felt both disappointment and admiration toward their fearlessness. They clearly didn't understand what they were sensing, allowing them to overcome it with ignorance and curiosity. Still, credit where credit is due. Now, they surrounded me, phones raised, capturing images and videos. None dared speak to me. I could see the desire in their eyes, the longing to ask questions, to understand, but not one among them possessed the courage to do so. More perplexing was the absence of any mage response. No greeting from the moonlit world. No bounded fields manifesting to repel the onlookers. It was inconceivable that the clock tower could ignore such an overt display of divine energy. They should be here by now. Yet, nothing. The only consequence of my presence was the crowd growing ever larger. More and more people gathered, some kneeling before me as though I were their sovereign. It was oddly flattering, though it did little to dispel the strangeness of the situation. Time passed. Hope dwindled. Even the police had arrived, not to remove me, but to maintain order. They ensured no harm befell the gathering and kept pickpockets from taking advantage of the distraction. I approved of their diligence. They did their duty well. Still, the nagging thought persisted. The clock tower cannot ignore me. I couldn't fathom what was happening. The clock tower had to notice me, they couldn't possibly miss a divine spirit standing outside, leading me to conclude that this wasn't the Fate world. A ridiculous notion. And yet, how else could I explain it? Why would I, the King of Knights, be reborn into a world where no magus recognized me? Where was I meant to be? What purpose had brought me here? A question I had no answer to. For a fleeting moment, I wished Merlin were here. But just as quickly as the thought surfaced, I dismissed it. That trickster would sooner withhold the answer than gift it freely. He would smirk, wave his hand, and turn it into a lesson, a trial for his amusement. I whispered instead another name. Agravain. He could probably solve this, he was the smartest of my knights, the one who crafted our strategies. He would surely have some idea of what to do next. No matter how I reasoned, the truth became evident, no one was coming. If I were to seek answers, I would have to do so myself. And so, I returned to my original mission, finding my way home. The crowd reacted quite strongly to my movement. I hadn't paid much attention to them, but clearly, the fact that I hadn't moved for hours had made some people think I might be a statue. I was thankful that the officers were kind enough to ensure people respected my desire to leave, even when they loudly requested pictures. I suppose the fact that I moved gave them that extra bit of courage. Still, I wasn't about to pose for selfies with strangers, so I left, employing a bit of magecraft to make them leave me alone. I may not have been a mage, but I had learned a few things from Merlin, not to mention that my own divine nature made such feats as easy as breathing. Mounting my bike once more, I left Londinium behind, my path set northward. For most of the journey, I remained on my bike, riding allowing me to traverse the great roads with ease. But as I veered away from the highways, toward my destination, I called upon Dun Stallion once more. Though I had grown fond of the motorcycle, nothing compared to the familiarity of horseback. There was a deep, intrinsic connection, a bond woven into my very being. And so, riding on the back of my steed, hours passed, and at last, I reached my destination. It was desolate. Fields of grass stretched endlessly, dotted with scattered trees and distant farmhouses. This was truly the middle of nowhere. It was disheartening to gaze at the distant hill and see nothing. Merlin created the city with fey help, all in a night. But turning it into a home required considerable work. I stood there as the sun set, with only the stars and moon for company. With my eyes closed, I envisioned the towering white walls adorned with banners hanging from both the walls and towers. I could picture the bustling roads leading to the gates, merchants arriving with their goods, and townsfolk heading out to tend the fields surrounding the city. In my heart, it was a vibrant city, yet now, not a single stone remained. I inhaled sharply. A gust of wind rippled across the land, my cloak billowing with it. My fingers curled around empty air before tightening into fists. No. I will not let it end like this. I reached for my divine weapon. For my holy lance. Rongaminiad. Light flared in the darkness. The night sky ignited as the divine lance emerged, its sacred glow casting away the shadows. The wind howled, carrying with it the weight of power long dormant. Grass bent, bowing before the lance's radiance. I raised the holy lance high, its tip a beacon piercing the heavens. My voice rang out, firm and unwavering. By the will of the holy lance, Rongaminiad. I summon forth the eternal bastion of the righteous. From the distant horizon of dreams. Let the sacred kingdom rise once more. O pillar that divides the heavens and the earth. Anchor this realm with your unyielding light. Behold the city of salvation. Camelot, the invincible sanctuary. My words echoed across the land. The winds raged, a storm of raw divinity enveloping me, and Dun Stallion neighed, stamping his hooves upon the ground as if heralding what was to come. Upon completing my chant, the magnificent lance Rongaminiad transformed night into day, as for a fleeting moment, the entire horizon was ablaze with a blinding, sacred light of creation. Then, as the radiance dimmed, I saw it. Camelot. The city of my dreams, the city of salvation, the seat of my power, and the heart of my kingdom, it stood once more. The white walls rose once more, proud and unyielding. The towers stood tall, banners unfurling in the night breeze. Silver and blue emblems, emblazoned with the red dragon under a golden crown, the banner of my reign. Emotion welled in my chest. I took a step forward, my voice carrying across the open fields. Come, Dun Stallion. Home awaits. And though I could have leaped to the gates in a single bound, I did not rush. Instead, I walked, taking in every moment. Every stone. Every banner. Every breath. For after all this time, I had come home. The great gate of Camelot, massive in scale, and strong enough that no force can break them, stood before me. Even now I could feel the divine power in them, reminding me somewhat of Avalon itself. And yet, with a single push of my free hand, they opened effortlessly, swinging wide to welcome their sovereign home. The walk through the city was surreal. Camelot was as magnificent as I remembered. Every stone was flawless, placed with the precision only the Fae could achieve. Not a single imperfection marred its walls or streets. The wooden and stone houses stood pristine, the roads smooth and unbroken. The fountains still ran, their crystalline waters forever blessed by Lady Vivian. Yet, for all its perfection, the city was empty. No laughter from taverns. No drunken voices singing in the streets. No knights training beneath the moon's glow. No children rushing home for supper. No merchants haggling over their last sales of the day. Silence reigned, a hollow echo in place of the vibrant kingdom I once knew. The absence of life weighed upon me. The stillness felt unnatural. The grandeur of Camelot deserved its people, its heart, its soul. Yet, all that remained was its shell, pristine but lifeless. It felt wrong, empty like my heart, but the presence of Rongaminiad in my hand provided me comfort. I left Dun Stallion at the stables and walked the rest of the way myself, passing through the deserted city like a ghost in the night, until I reached the grand throne room. In my time, I had rarely used it. I had never wished to rule from above, to create distance between myself, my people and my knights. I had wanted to be reachable, not a ruler locked away on high. That had been my mistake. I had forgotten my place, not as their equal, but as their king. By denying them the distance they needed, I had unwittingly created a divide of another kind. I only made them shy away, unable to form the distance they needed. I should have accepted my role, but I would do so now. This time, I would not repeat the same error. Finally, for the first time since coming to this world, since becoming Arthuria, I dismissed my full armor. Allowing some skin to show, the impressive burst that young Arthuria never had, my soft thighs that every man would drool at. The long red cape draped over my shoulders, the blue cloth that adorned my frame, the few silver plates of armor left upon me, this was the third ascension of Lancer Arthuria. No longer the distant and untouchable Lion King, but still a goddess, still the wielder of Rhongomyniad. I took my seat upon the throne. And I felt lonely. In the antechamber to my throne room, through the great open doors. The great round table stood, its seats empty. A symbol of unity, now a reminder of what had been lost. Their faces came unbidden to my mind. Sir Lancelot, the knight who had left, shattering the table's unity in spirit if not in form. Sir Gawain, steadfast to the end, his loyalty unshaken. Sir Tristan, forever sorrowful, a man who had known no love despite being surrounded by it. Sir Bedivere, who had held on to his king, unable to let go, granting rise to a goddess in place of the king who had fallen. Sir Agravain, my trusted advisor, cold by necessity, so that I could remain warm. Sir Gareth, so young, so full of life, eager to prove herself among her brothers. Sir Kay, his wit ever sharp, always there to remind me of my humanity. Sir Galahad, the purest among us, yet forever marked by the theft of the Holy Grail. Sir Percival, who sought the Grail but never grasped it, a knight noble in heart above all else. Sir Palomides, a Saracen knight of honor, proving that worth knew no borders. Sir Lionel, loyal to Lancelot, torn between love and justice. Sir Bors the Younger, a man of unmatched piety, unwavering in his devotion. Sir Ector, a father figure I had never truly thanked. Sir Lamorak, gallant and powerful, undeserving of his tragic fate. Sir Gaheris, another of Morgan's sons, yet as devoted as his siblings. Sir Dagonet, who called himself a jester, yet brought more wisdom than he knew. Sir Lucan, the butler, loyal to the end, and one of the few to survive me at Camelot. Sir Mordred, the knight of treachery, the one who ended my reign. My own flesh and blood. My failure as both king and father. I was divine. A goddess. I had wielded Caliban, the sword that had frozen my age at 15. I had held Excalibur, the blade that had granted me eternal youth. I had Avalon, bestowing me with near immortality. I required no sleep. Yet as I sat upon my throne, surrounded by the ghosts of my past, I closed my eyes. And sleep found me. Chapter 3. The world did not stop while I slumbered. Soon enough the sun rose upon Camelot's walls, its radiance painting the white stone in golden hues. A city such as this, appearing from nothing, could not go unnoticed for long. Even in a place as remote as this, England had no true wilderness. There were always people nearby, settlements scattered across the land. And in one such settlement, a person awoke to find an unfamiliar sight. A young man stirred in his bed, the morning sun forcing its way through his blinds. He groaned, rolling over. Sunday. No school, no obligations. A day to sleep in. Or so he had planned. But the light was too persistent. So with a heavy sigh, he sat up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. He hated living in the countryside, his friends were far away, and without a car, he had no way to visit them. The weekends dragged on, filled with nothing but dull routines. Wake up. Wash up. Sit in front of the television until breakfast. And today looked like it was just another day of nothing. His mother's vacuum roared to life downstairs. Wonderful. That meant he had no choice but to leave the house. After a rushed breakfast, he grabbed his jacket and headed out for a walk, more out of necessity than desire. He followed the familiar paths, the same ones he had walked countless times before. And then. He stopped. What the fuck? His eyes widened. His breath hitched. There, standing tall in the distance, was something that should not be there. A massive, walled city. His heart pounded as he fumbled for his phone, his fingers shaking. Camelot had returned to England. "Sir, we have a situation," Phil Coulson announced as he entered his boss's office. Nick Fury, the legendary spymaster, barely looked up from his paperwork. "We always have a situation, Coulson. What is it this time?" He was exhausted, overworked, and, in his own opinion, severely underfunded. How the Security Council expected him to protect the entire world with their meager budget was beyond him. Didn't they understand how expensive it was to maintain flying aircraft carriers? "Yes, sir, it's in England, a rather unnatural situation is unfolding there," Coulson replied, still grappling with the odd circumstances himself. "Any casualties?" None, sir, at least none that we know of, Coulson quickly responded. Then why are you bothering me with this? Can't you see I'm busy? Fury queried, perplexed as to why he was being informed of something that didn't involve fatalities. If it didn't involve death, he truly had no time for it. Coulson hesitated before answering. Sir, it's making national news. Probably going to be a global story soon. Fury exhaled sharply, leaning back in his chair. All right, what is it? The Brits lose all their tea. He smirked slightly, unable to resist taking a jab at the UK. Not as far as I know, sir, but they might have missed it because of this. Coulson handed Fury a tablet. Fury studied the screen. It displayed 2 satellite images. One showed an ordinary expanse of rolling green hills. The second showed something completely different, an enormous medieval city with pristine white walls and red-tiled roofs. What am I looking at? Those are images of the same location, sir. The first was taken yesterday. The second was taken this morning. Fury frowned. That's impossible. But impossible didn't mean untrue, not in his line of work. He had seen too much to dismiss something just because it shouldn't be real. Has this been confirmed? Yes, locals are reporting it. We even have amateur footage. Coulson tapped the screen, playing a shaky video from what appeared to be a teenager's phone. This is insane. Are you guys seeing this? Behind me is a massive city, like something straight out of history. This wasn't here yesterday. What is this? Magic. Aliens. No idea, but it's wild. The boy moved closer, placing a hand on the smooth white stone of the city walls. Fury watched the footage in silence before setting the tablet down. So, this isn't just some visual glitch on the satellite feed. No, sir. Any idea what we're dealing with? Not yet. We're combing through historical records to see if any ruins once existed in that area. But we do have a lead. Coulson swiped to a different video. Yesterday, a strange event took place in London. A lone knight in full plate armor appeared outside the British Museum. Witnesses say they stood motionless for hours, like a statue, before leaving. No one knows where they went, just that they disappeared. And then, this morning, this city appeared. Fury drummed his fingers against his desk. You think they're connected? The timing suggests it. Coulson showed him a new set of images. One displayed the armored knight standing still, surrounded by curious onlookers. The next image showed them riding an incredibly sleek motorcycle through the streets of London. Not something you see every day, Coulson remarked. No kidding. What do we know about the armor? Now that is more than just impressive. I had some look at the pictures, and that thing is well made, like art level of well made. Few people can make stuff like that. The work is jeweler level, on a large scale. We are investigating this matter, but so far there hasn't been a match, aside from this one night. There are no online posts from anyone creating it or a buyer displaying it, but it would have been costly, very costly. We believe silver was used for the whole piece, an alloy, but still, only genuine silver and gold can achieve that shine. Fury narrowed his eye. That's a hell of an investment for a cosplay. Fury exhaled. All right. Do we have aerial surveillance on the city? Any signs of life inside? Negative. We have plenty of images, but the entire city seems empty. That said, we can't confirm that just yet. Fury tapped his fingers on the desk. We got anyone on the ground? Local law enforcement is en route. Our agents are right behind them. We should have a full report soon. Good. Double our presence. I want every inch of that city searched, and I want that knight found. Fury's mind was racing. A city appearing overnight. That was more than just unusual, it was world-changing. If this was some kind of new technology or phenomenon, he needed to be ahead of it. Because whatever, or whoever, had the power to create a city overnight was not something S.H.I.E.L.D. could afford to ignore. While the world reeled from the sudden rebirth of Camelot, within its castle, in the grand throne room, an angelic figure slept upon the throne. Her golden hair cascaded over the armrest, strands catching the light of the morning sun, while the shining crown upon her head shifted ever so slightly with the rhythm of her breath. Yet, nothing lasts forever. Slowly, her emerald eyes fluttered open, gazing once more upon the empty hall. A silence stretched before her, vast and absolute. A dream, huh? She whispered, her voice filled with heartbreaking sadness. For in her dreams, that hall hadn't been empty. Yet Camelot itself is a dream, Avalon is a dream, yet real, so I too shall make my dreams a reality, she declared, her voice clear and filled with authority and certainty. Standing up, the sacred sword of promised victory appeared in its sacred sheath. Avalon, the ever-distant utopia, hung from her hip. Caliban, the golden sword of the victorious, appeared at her other hip. In her hand, she held Rongaminiad, the lance that shines to the ends of the world. Finally, in her last hand, a soft golden glow manifested and settled into the form of a golden goblet, the quest she once sent her knights on, the Holy Grail, a wish-granting treasure, and the prize of the Holy Grail Wars. Hear me, O knights of my table. Brave souls who stood steadfast in life and in legend. By the bonds of loyalty and chivalry. By the light of the holy lance that anchors the heavens and the earth. By the promise of the ever-distant utopia, Avalon, eternal and true. And by the sacred blessing of the Grail. I call thee forth. Rise now, stalwart defenders of Camelot. Wielders of swords, shields, and unwavering honor. Return to this world to uphold justice, to defend the dream. And to reignite the glory of the Round Table. By the power of Excalibur, Caliban, and Rhongomyniad. I command thee, answer my call. Stand by my side, united in purpose, and together we shall bring light to the shadowed lands. As she spoke, her voice carried to every corner of the city, though only her noble steed could bear witness. The commanding, regal tone of the promised king did not summon a storm, but rather an overwhelming sense of holiness. The sheer power of her armaments, the weight of destiny she carried, it was staggering. It was perhaps a mercy that the city remained empty, its gates sealed, preventing any curious locals from wandering in. The power unleashed was beyond what any mortal soul could hope to endure. Inside the throne room, golden light shone endlessly, illuminating the space in pure sacred radiance. Slowly, one by one, figures emerged in the light, answering the call of the Holy Grail, the Knights of the Round Table. As the light faded, I looked down at them. Only a few steps separated us, yet it felt as if we were worlds apart. I willed the Grail to disappear and held my lance with both hands. My knights, I thank thee for answering mine call. They all turned to look at me, and I, in turn, looked at them. The shock on their faces was palpable, for I was so different from the last time they had seen me. Gone was the young girl who had hidden behind the guise of a man. Now stood before them a woman impossible to deny, radiant with divine presence. Though many had known the truth, not all had lived long enough to witness it. And yet, my identity was irrefutable. The swords at my hips, the lance in my hand, each artifact spoke for itself. My king. The first to speak was Bedivere, though his voice barely carried. Tears glistened in his eyes, tracing silent paths down his cheeks. Bedivere. His words seemed to stir the others. Sir Agravain was next, stepping forward and kneeling with practiced precision. Your Majesty. Agravain. I couldn't help but smile at them, seeing them all again was touching. Sir Ector looked proud to see the girl he had raised now a grown woman. Ector. Poor Sir Kay seemed completely at a loss as he absorbed the sight of the woman I had become. Key. My knights, I have called upon you once again and ask if you are willing to serve me once more. I know that some of you once turned your backs on me, that some of you I slew with mine own hands. My voice was clear, yet somber. Yet, I forgive you all and offer this chance. You may choose to stand by my side once more, to continue the great work we left unfinished, to once again safeguard this kingdom. Or, you may leave, and I shall not stand in your way. Such is my mercy. I let my gaze sweep over them as I spoke, studying each of their expressions. But then, my eyes locked onto one in particular. All except one. All except you. Mordred. Mordred. A heavy silence fell over the hall, the weight of my words sending a shiver through those assembled. All eyes turned to Mordred, whose own widened in shock. You, Mordred, are not afforded a choice, I declared, my voice firm and unwavering. Mordred, you are my heir, you were born to be king one day, a burden you must bear, just as I have. As my heir, you cannot turn your back on my throne since it will one day be yours. Thus, you alone must stand and work for the kingdom's good, for it shall belong to you one day. Mordred's expression shifted, shock, conflict, and something deeper flickered across his face. He, like me, had once been forced into a role not of his choosing, bearing expectations greater than he could comprehend. He had sought my approval once, a validation I had denied him, blind to the intricacies of the human heart. That had led to his rebellion, a tragedy that had torn the kingdom apart. Now, I saw my error clearly. The defiance of youth is no sin, and I had failed him as both ruler and father. For that, I forgave him. Yet, it was evident he struggled to accept my mercy. His heart was a battlefield of emotions, respect, resentment, and a love too tangled to be easily unraveled. However, I interrupted before any could speak, sensing the charged silence around us. I knew my knight's feelings toward Mordred were as divided as his own towards me. His hands were stained with blood, and many would not easily forget that. I once deemed you unready, I continued, my gaze unwavering. And in your rebellion, you proved me right. You nearly shattered this kingdom. Now, you must prove yourself, not just to me, but to all who stand before you. Mordred, my knight, my heir, heed my words, and heed the judgment of your king. The air in the throne room grew heavy. No one spoke. The weight of my decree settled upon them all. You must earn the respect of every knight of my table. Only then will you have mine. Only then shall you be deemed worthy of the crown. Mordred tensed. Everyone. Even him. The adulterer. His mind, sharp as ever, latched onto the one knight he despised most, Lancelot. If he kneels, if he returns to my table, then yes, even his, I answered, my gaze sliding toward the disgraced knight. Lancelot. Chapter 4. Lancelot stood rigid, his purple armor glinting under the light. His head remained bowed, unwilling to meet my eyes. Around him, the tension thickened. Many still harbored resentment for his past sins, their pain not yet dulled by time. At last, he spoke, his voice heavy with remorse. I am unworthy of your forgiveness, my king. I sighed. Yes, you are. Yet still, I offer it. If you name me your king, then I shall extend my mercy. But know this, should you kneel, you must earn the trust of your brothers, for my forgiveness is mine alone to give. Theirs must be one. Lancelot hesitated only a moment before drawing erendite. His sword, the unfading light of the lake, shimmered in his grip. Mordred's fingers curled tightly around Clarent. Others instinctively grasped the hilts of their blades. But Lancelot did not raise his sword. Instead, he dropped to one knee, pressing Erendite's tip into the ground. My king, I will never be absolved for my sins, but I swear this, my life is yours, for I have no other way to atone. Mordred remained rigid, his grip betraying his unrelenting disdain. Sir Mordred, stand by my side. I permit it. Mordred hesitated, unsure of his emotions, yet eventually moved to my side, standing like a loyal guardian, glaring at everyone in the room. Then, shifting my gaze, I called out, and you, Sir Agravain, what is your answer? What does your majesty desire? Why have you summoned us here? Agravain inquired, his gaze fixed on me. I understood his question wasn't truly meant for him, but rather for the others. I too have been called to this peculiar time. This signifies that Merlin's prophecy has come to fruition. I am meant to return to lead when the kingdom requires me. I shall rule, protect, and guide. Will you assist me? The man knelt, bowing his head. Yes, my king, I shall. A rare, genuine smile graced my lips as I extended my hand toward him. Then rise. Stand at my side. With my strategist at my right and my heir at my left, I turned to the rest of my knights. And what of you? Will you remain, or will you depart? Sir Gawain was the next to kneel, and his brothers soon followed, Sir Gareth, Sir Gaheris, Sir Ector, and Kay. Sir Lionel, a loyal follower of Lancelot, hesitated only briefly before ultimately joining them. Gawain. Gareth. One by one, everyone knelt down. No one challenged my purpose, unlike during my time as the Lion King, when I pursued ruthless ambitions. Yet, a tension remained, many had betrayed me before, some grappled with the implications of my identity as a woman. Still, everyone knelt, recognizing my mercy and love. I thank you all for joining me once again. However, understand this, I will show you no mercy if you choose to leave now. If you can't convince me to allow it, then those who leave now will be the first to face my lance. My words were resolute, as I had granted them mercy twice before and would not do so again. With that, I returned my weapons, except my lance, to my soul space and seated myself on my throne. Sir Agravain, I will be summoning some enforcement knights, you are to use them to defend the city and learn what you can of this time, for my knowledge is limited. Bringing forth the enforcement knights was a simple task compared to summoning my knights. They were not men of flesh and blood, but constructs, inhuman guardians of Camelot's will. The lance alone could call them into being. Yes, my king, Agravain responded with a deep bow. I shall ensure the city remains safe from all threats. And for the rest of you, go inspect the city and inform Sir Agravain of any needs, he will relay them to me. They nodded in understanding. I knew we lacked food, supplies, and countless other necessities, but I did not have to concern myself with the specifics. Let them assess our needs. I had the Holy Grail, and through it, I could grant what we required. Trade with the outside world come later. For now, securing my kingdom was paramount. Sir Gareth was among the first to depart, eager to explore. Others soon followed, though some remained, casting uncertain glances at one another, words unspoken yet heavy in the air. Sir Mordred, I called, drawing his attention, it has been some time since you last trained. I would not have my heir grow rusty. Head to the training grounds, perhaps take Sir Lancelot with you. Spar with any who are willing. Mordred appeared slightly offended when I referred to him as rusty, but as I spoke further, a fierce smile crept onto his face. He seemed to relish the thought of smashing the Frenchman's face in. Gladly. Father, he said, watching me carefully as if testing whether I would object to the title. When I did not, he smirked and strode toward the door, passing Lancelot without hesitation. Oi. Meet me there, I need a punching bag. I mean, a partner. Ha! I couldn't help but smile at his antics. Lancelot, silent as ever, stood and followed, trailed by Gawain and Tristan. More knights departed, unwilling to voice whatever lay on their minds for now. In the end, only 3 remained, myself, Sir Kay, and Sir Ector. Eventually, Ector stood up again. "Look at you, all grown up, it's about time," he said, nervously testing the waters with his tone. I understood, I had changed significantly. "You blink, and you miss everything," I teased, directing my quip at both him and Kay. Their smiles revealed their relief that I retained some humor amid the seriousness. Kay exhaled, clearly relieved by my response. "You don't happen to have a twin, do you? Because I'd love to meet her." I laughed softly. "The closest I have is dear Mordred, and for you, Kay, I give you my blessing." His expression turned to one of immediate horror, which only made my amusement grow. "Speaking of him, are you truly certain? Not just forgiving him, but designating him as heir?" Ector inquired, prompting a heavy sigh from me. "Yes, he is the heir, even if it's only due to Morgan. I can't deny him his rights, even if I don't intend to vacate this seat anytime soon." And indeed, I didn't. I was more or less immortal and saw no need for an heir. However, I would not deny Mordred his place as such. We spoke for a little longer. It was nice. I had missed this. Yet I knew such moments would be rare. A chasm lay between us now, and it would only widen as they came to witness my power in full. Few would be able to speak freely with me as time went on. Soon, even they would hesitate, weighed down by the divine authority I carried. Only Mordred would dare to challenge me, and that, perhaps, was why I forgave him so readily. Because I knew he would always be honest with me. At last, I was alone. I rose from my throne and made my way to the balcony, overlooking the city and the land beyond. From here, nothing escaped my gaze. I could see hundreds of kilometers in every direction, should I want to. And with Rongaminiad, my sight could reach beyond even my borders, across all of Britain and beyond. But today, I had no need for such a thing. Instead, I simply watched, taking in the sight of Camelot standing proud and pristine once more, its towers reaching for the sky, its walls untouched by time. Outside its walls, I saw them, the people. The world had already begun to take notice. They kept their distance, no doubt wary of the gathered law enforcement. Yet none turned away, their curiosity outweighing their fear. I could not blame them. Camelot was breathtaking, even to me. The air inside the city was pure, untouched by the pollution that tainted the lands beyond. It was as though a piece of a lost age had returned, a sanctuary of legend reborn. A magical place. My kingdom. And I would not allow it to fall again. Sir Agravain dove into his tasks immediately, having been allocated 500 enforcement knights. Each knight was only marginally weaker than a typical servant, nothing exceptional, but still, few humans could face even one and emerge victorious. Sir Agravain felt a considerable degree of satisfaction with the knights, finding them far superior to most he had encountered in his time. Only the Round Table members surpassed them in capability. What made these knights even more satisfactory was their obedience. They followed orders without question, proving to be unwaveringly loyal and delightfully easy to command. Even as he worked, he struggled to comprehend why their king had chosen to forgive everyone, although it seemed that she would at least not do so again. Shaking his head, he refocused on his work. He had received 3 types of knights, all tall and imposing, clad in gleaming blue armor, the king's favorite color. Some wielded great halberds, others carried the classic sword and shield, and there were also those armed with bows and a smaller sword. He assigned the archers to the walls, positioning one at each tower while the others patrolled between the towers along the defensive barrier. As he stood on the wall, gazing out, he couldn't help but notice the vast number of people gathering below. The absence of nearby villages led him to infer that these individuals had come from a distance. Looking at the archers on the walls, an unsettling realization dawned on him: he needed more reinforcements. Fortunately, the king was set to provide additional support, and he would be responsible for compiling the request list, ensuring that more enforcement knights would be his top priority. "All of you, pair up, one with a halberd and one with a sword and shield, patrol the city and capture anyone who isn't a knight of the Round Table," he commanded, defining routes for each pair throughout the city. Before long, he heard the unmistakable sounds of fighting resonating through the otherwise empty city. Cursing under his breath, he figured a skirmish had erupted between the loyalists and those who had sided with the traitor knight in his rebellion. "Damn it all," he muttered, hastily making his way towards the source of the commotion. Elsewhere in the city, Sir Gareth moved with ease, unbothered by the quiet. The lack of people made exploring surreal, but she found some enjoyment in it. She was finally able to venture into places she had never been allowed before. One building in particular caught her attention, a grand 3-story structure with a large wooden sign shaped like a rose above the door. In the past, she had often seen knights coming and going from this place, though she had never been permitted inside. Now, with no one to stop her, curiosity got the better of her. Before she could take a step inside, a voice called out behind her. Gareth. What do you think you're doing? She turned, sheepish. Ah, Brother Gaheris, you startled me. Gaheris crossed his arms. That is not a place for you. Why don't you go check on the city's needs? Or head to the training grounds, there's quite a bit happening there. Scratching the back of her head, Gareth nodded. She nearly missed her brother, who muttered something about the city lacking women, though she wasn't sure how Agravain could solve that or why it was even an issue. Across the city, other knights moved with purpose, assessing what the city lacked: food, drink, clothing, and, notably, people. Some found their way to the walls, observing the gathering crowds. These people seemed strange, dressed in fine clothes with unusual accessories, appearing healthy, nothing like the starving peasants of their time. However, most knights soon gravitated toward the training ground, eager to witness or join in on the fighting. Everyone had their thoughts about the current situation and their feelings toward one another. The last time they were together, many had fought, some even to the death. Yet, none had been able to resist answering the call of their king. Even them, noble knights of Camelot, couldn't resist the chance to live again. Chapter 5. The clang of metal against metal rang out as Mordred and Lancelot faced off in a heated spar. Clarent met Arendite in a storm of sparks, their battle an outlet for emotions too raw to be voiced. Years of resentment, admiration, and wounds that had never healed bled into every strike. You think you can just waltz back in here as if nothing happened? Mordred spat, breaths heavy but stance firm. His attacks were swift, unyielding, yet precise. Mordred wasn't merely a wild fighter, he was his father's heir, a knight shaped by fire and betrayal. He launched into a brutal sequence of strikes, battering at Lancelot's defenses with the raw strength that had made him feared on the battlefield. His blows were not merely meant to wound but to break, to shatter the men before him, as if in doing so, he could erase the past. Lancelot met the onslaught with practiced ease, his blade moving with the fluidity of a river, redirecting each attack with controlled deflections. His footwork was light yet purposeful, a dancer amidst a storm. But though his body responded with the grace honed over decades of battle, his heart was heavy. Every time he parried, every time he dodged, he saw the rage in Mordred's eyes, the reflection of his own betrayal. I don't expect forgiveness, Mordred, Lancelot declared, his tone calm yet resolute. He twisted, parrying a downward slash and countering with a precise thrust, forcing Mordred back. But I will demonstrate my worth through actions, not words. Strike me down if you must, it's your right. Mordred hesitated for a split second, a fleeting moment, barely noticeable, but significant enough for the keen-eyed knight Gawain to observe from the sidelines. This might actually benefit them, Gawain murmured, his hand remaining close to his sword hilt. Let them confront the past before it becomes a festering wound. Bedivere nodded in agreement but remained silent, his full attention on the duel. He also carried the burden of past errors, his own and those of the unwavering king he had served. The duel escalated. Mordred, regaining his composure, abandoned restraint. He swung Clarent with such force that it sent shockwaves through the ground upon impact. Lancelot barely sidestepped in time, rolling with the momentum to avoid a crippling blow. He countered with a sweeping arc, forcing Mordred onto the defensive. Their blades met again in a ringing clash, followed by a rapid exchange of feints and parries, each testing the other's endurance. Sir Gareth leaned toward Sir Tristan, who stood nearby without playing his harp for once. Do you think they'll become friends after this? Or will we have to haul one of them off the field in pieces? Tristan smirked. Friends. Unlikely. Mutual respect. Perhaps. That depends on how hard they hit each other. Mordred, as the son of their king, possessed monstrous strength. But Lancelot was the greatest warrior among them, and skill could often surpass raw power. Sir Palomedes joined the conversation, arms crossed. They won't forgive each other. Mordred has always hated Lancelot, and he always will. But this is necessary. His remarks elicited nods from the surrounding knights, many of whom could not forgive Lancelot for his actions, even as they shared similar feelings towards Mordred. Gawain was one of those knights. He had been cut down by Mordred once before. That was not something easily forgiven. But for now, his blade remained sheathed. He would follow his king's will, and if his vengeance was to deny Mordred his claim to the throne, then so be it. Lancelot exhaled, planting his feet firmly. Enough. He sidestepped another furious strike, shifting his stance. Mordred's momentum betrayed him, leaving him open. Lancelot seized the moment. He twisted, his blade striking Mordred's gauntlet with enough force to send Clarent flying from his grip. The sword tumbled through the air before embedding itself in the dirt several feet away. Mordred stood frozen, breathing hard. Lancelot's blade hovered just above his shoulder, his expression unreadable. A long silence stretched over the field before Lancelot pulled back, lowering his weapon. You are strong, Mordred, he said simply, offering no gloating, no scorn, only truth. Mordred's jaw tightened. And without a word he went over and picked up his sword. We aren't done, again. The camera feed sprang to life, broadcasting across the UK. A well-dressed reporter grasping a microphone stood before an expanding crowd. Behind him, the towering white walls of Camelot sparkled in the morning sunlight, a striking and unreal sight against the English countryside. Good morning, Britain. The reporter began, his voice steady despite the evident disbelief in his eyes. This is Alastair Hughes, live from Wiltshire, where an extraordinary, and frankly, unexplainable, event has occurred overnight. As you see behind me, a colossal medieval city has seemingly emerged from nowhere. The camera shifted to reveal the crowd, locals with their phones, amazed tourists, and a few law enforcement officers trying to maintain order. Some waved at the camera while others stared, their expressions a blend of curiosity and unease. Initial reports suggest this site was vacant just yesterday. Alastair continued, but as of this morning, a magnificent walled city now occupies what used to be rolling hills. Experts are perplexed, with no immediate explanation for this sudden phenomenon. The feed cut briefly to aerial footage, taken from a helicopter circling the site. The city's gleaming white walls, intricate towers, and sprawling architecture were clearly visible, an image more suited to the pages of a fantasy novel than modern England. Authorities are advising people to stay back. Alastair stated as the feed reverted to him. Yet, as you can see, that hasn't prevented hundreds from gathering here to catch a glimpse of what some are already dubbing the return of Camelot. He paused, glancing back at the imposing gates. Indeed, there's considerable speculation that this might be none other than the legendary city of King Arthur, somehow revived. The camera zoomed in on a group of bystanders. It's mad, innit? A man in a football jersey said to the reporter. I mean, we've all heard the legends, but to see it like this. It's unreal. You reckon King Arthur's in there? Footage of an armored figure standing firmly outside the museum filled the screen. This knight, donned in elaborate medieval armor, reportedly stood still for hours before vanishing. Witnesses claimed they referred to someone named Agravain, a name tied to Arthurian legend. The feed returned to Alastair, his demeanor serious yet tinged with excitement. It's important to note that this event has garnered international attention. The UK government and private organizations are closely monitoring the situation. However, officials have yet to release any public statements. As Alastair spoke, the camera panned to local officers cordoning off an area near the walls. Beyond them, several figures in suits, likely government agents, were seen gesturing animatedly. With no official explanations, people are resorting to social media to share their opinions. Alastair remarked. Some deem this a hoax, while others see it as a miracle. Nevertheless, one thing is crystal clear, whatever this is, it's unprecedented. The crowd shifted, drawing the camera's attention. A deep, rumbling noise, akin to distant thunder, echoed faintly from within the city walls. Gasps rippled through the onlookers as a faint golden light began to emanate from the tallest tower. This just in. Alastair exclaimed, his voice rising with urgency. Something is unfolding inside the city. The camera zoomed in, capturing the ethereal glow now illuminating Camelot's skyline. The walls appeared to hum softly, a vibration that could almost be felt through the screen. We'll remain live here, providing updates as this astonishing story develops, Alastair concluded, stepping closer to the camera. For now, this is Alastair Hughes reporting from Wiltshire, where history, it seems, is coming to life. The broadcast then shifted to the newsroom, but the image at Camelot's gates lingered in the minds of viewers throughout the nation, and beyond. The overhead lights hummed, barely masking the tension in the room. Nick Fury occupied the head of the conference table, his solitary eye riveted on a screen displaying live drone footage of Camelot. Phil Coulson stood nearby, tablet ready, prepared to brief the director on the latest updates. All right, Coulson, Fury said, voice edged with impatience. You pulled me away from 3 different disasters for this. So tell me, why should an oversized medieval theme park be my top priority? Coulson tapped his tablet, and the screen transitioned to a close-up view of Camelot's interior, captured by Shield's drones. The footage revealed the central keep, where rows of armored knights emerged with impeccable precision. Director, this isn't merely a medieval city. Coulson stated. 30 minutes ago, we observed organized activity within the walls. These aren't civilians, they're soldiers, 500 powerful, heavily armed, emerging directly from the keep. The footage displayed knights in shining blue-tinted armor marching systematically. Some wielded large halberds, others held swords and shields, while a smaller group carried longbows. Their movements were methodical, disciplined, and eerily synchronized. Fury leaned forward, his expression intense. And the gates? Still locked. Coulson confirmed. No one's exited the city. It appears they're securing their perimeter. Our observations suggest they're fortifying the walls, archers are taking positions, and patrols are forming pairs. These individuals exhibit tactical knowledge. The camera zoomed in on a figure commanding the soldiers. A man clad in black and silver armor stood on the wall, his stern demeanor demanding respect. He moved with authority, issuing commands with sharp, efficient gestures. This individual appears to be in charge. Coulson continued, indicating the figure. We're labeling him Priority Target 1. We lack a name, but his leadership is evident. The soldiers react to him like clockwork. Fury grunted, skepticism lacing his voice. A medieval cosplay with a command structure. Impressive. But just because they wear shiny armor and show discipline doesn't make it my problem. What else do you have? Coulson tapped his tablet once more, showcasing footage of another figure on a balcony overlooking the city. This man wore luminous white armor, a golden lance emanating a faint glow, and watched the events below with a royal demeanor. This presents a serious concern, sir. Coulson said. We're dubbing him Priority Target 0. His minimal movement doesn't lessen the unease his presence evokes. The footage zoomed in on Arthuria Pendragon, clad in her full Lion King regalia. The bright silver of her armor, the flowing white cloak, and the golden brilliance of Rangaminiad made her a commanding figure. Even through the screen, her presence was undeniably formidable, a mix of authority, divinity, and peril. That's a confirmed match to the London Knight. Coulson noted. Considering the weapon's magical appearance, this situation appears more mystical than technological. Fury recognized the improbability, yet acknowledged the unforeseen possibilities, like a time machine. However, it reminded him more of the Tesseract than anything else. Leaning back, Fury exhaled slowly. All right, Coulson. Any indications of them moving outside the walls? None, Coulson replied. They remain contained for the moment. However, we can't predict how long that will last or if additional entities will appear. Fury drummed his fingers against the table, contemplating the scenarios. And what about the locals? The crowd outside the walls is growing, Coulson said, switching to live footage of civilians gathering at a safe distance. But so far, there's been no attempt at communication. The only thing the city has responded with is silence. Fury nodded thoughtfully, his expression darkening. Continue investigating. I need to know who they are, their origins, and their intentions. And Coulson. Sir. Let's hope they stay behind those walls. If they don't, things could become chaotic, very quickly. Coulson nodded grimly. Understood, Director. Fury rose, his eye lingering on the screen a moment longer before exiting the room. And Coulson. Find out the nature of that lance. My instincts say it's not merely ornamental. Yes, sir, Coulson replied, already formulating plans to expand SHIELD surveillance network around Camelot. As the door shut behind Fury, Coulson looked back at the screen. The knights continued their movements, an ancient force gearing for action in a modern world. No matter what lay ahead, SHIELD would be prepared, or so he hoped. Chapter 6. SHIELD wasn't the only organization scrambling to respond. The UK government, too, was locked in a desperate struggle to determine how to handle the situation. As always, opinions were divided, and clear answers were nowhere to be found, so, in other words, just another day in politics. The only atypical aspect was the topic of today's urgent meeting, which was causing chaos and attracting attention worldwide. Prime Minister Gordon Brown had been inundated with phone calls since the moment he woke up. Everyone was clamoring for answers, the US, NATO, and all the significant players, alongside many who were not. He, too, sought some clear information, but in truth, there was little to offer at that moment. He was already sick of hearing the word Camelot. If it wasn't Camelot, people would be disappointed. If it was, the situation became even more ridiculous. Either way, the world was watching, and the UK was expected to act first. The question remains. Brown said, trying once more to steer the conversation back on track. What do we do? Predictably, silence followed. Prime Minister. General Michael Harper finally interjected, leaning forward, his voice slicing through the room's distracted chatter. We can't remain passive. This is a potential national security issue. We have an armed force mobilizing behind those walls without any understanding of their intentions. Brown pinched the bridge of his nose. Yes, General, I am aware of the knights marching around inside the city. But I have trouble believing a bunch of medieval soldiers, no matter how shiny their armor is, pose a real threat. One armored vehicle, and that's game over. General Harper's expression hardened. Prime Minister, with all due respect, it would be a serious error to underestimate them. We are unaware of what we are facing. Additionally, the origin of the city remains a mystery. And that is precisely the question I want resolved. Gordon reiterated for what felt like the millionth time. At the far end of the table, Sir Richard Cole, one of the country's foremost historians, adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. Prime Minister, if I may. The how of the city's appearance remains unknown, but the what we're seeing inside those walls, might offer us some insight. If this is Camelot, then we're dealing with a society deeply rooted in medieval traditions. Their intentions may be discernible if we approach them with the correct framework, and may allow us to learn the how from them. And what would that framework be? Brown gestured for him to continue. Hierarchy, honor, and a deep sense of duty, Sir Richard responded. If the legends hold true, their society follows a rigid code of chivalry. Approaching them with anything less than respect and understanding could lead to disaster. But what if they don't react to respect and understanding? Harper interrupted. You're asking us to stake national security on fairy tales. It's not a gamble, General. Sir Richard maintained, remaining composed. It's a strategy. If we enter with tanks and soldiers, they'll interpret it as a declaration of war. However, if we engage them on their terms, we might avoid conflict altogether. Evelyn Crawley, a senior diplomat known for managing delicate situations, cleared her throat from across the table. Prime Minister, with all due respect to General Harper, the knights haven't exhibited any signs of aggression. If this is Camelot, and I acknowledge that's a big if, we're dealing with a society grounded in honor and tradition. Military force would likely escalate tensions unnecessarily. And what if they refuse to talk? Harper retorted. You want to enter without a plan, just hoping for the best. That's precisely what we'll circumvent by sending the appropriate representatives, Crawley replied calmly. A historian, a diplomat, someone capable of engaging with their culture. And yes, a discreet security operative, but no overt display of force. Brown interjected, stopping the escalating argument. All right, let's concentrate. Sir Richard, this was your idea. Would you like to add your thoughts? Prime Minister, assuming they adhere to medieval values, will require individuals who can engage with them on their terms. A historian well-versed in chivalry and Arthurian legends would be a good place to start. Harper scoffed. A historian? What are they going to do, recite poetry? Sir Richard brushed off the jab. If this is Camelot, then understanding their customs and culture could be crucial for ensuring peace rather than hostility. They won't respect someone who barges in without comprehending their world. Crawley nodded in agreement. And a diplomat. Someone skilled in cross-cultural negotiations. This isn't merely a domestic issue, the entire world is observing. And a linguist, Sir Richard added. We're assuming they converse in modern English, but what if that's not the case? Old English, Norman French, or even Latin might be more fitting. Brown leaned back, exhaling deeply. All right, let's piece this together. Sir Richard, would you be willing to go? The historian adjusted his posture. Certainly, Prime Minister. I feel I'm particularly suited to interpret their actions and motivations. Very well. The diplomat. I recommend Sir Andrew Farrow, Crawley suggested. He has experience with high-stakes negotiations and a calm presence that may appeal to them. And for the linguist? Brown inquired. Professor Alan Marlowe, Sir Richard replied. He's fluent in Old and Middle English as well as Latin. He can manage any language barriers. Harper crossed his arms, clearly unhappy. What about security? I won't deploy civilians without protection. Brown exhaled. All right. One security operative, plainclothes, discreet, and only armed if absolutely needed. Agent Emily Ross, Harper immediately proposed. She's MI5, experienced in the field, and knows how to remain off the radar. Crawley raised an eyebrow. Off the radar or intimidating? She'll follow instructions, Harper replied tersely. Brown stood up, signaling the conclusion of the meeting. Here's the plan. Sir Richard, Sir Andrew, Professor Marlowe, and Agent Ross will make up the first contact team. They will evaluate the situation, establish communication, and provide a report. We will exercise diplomacy first, avoiding aggression and provocation. And if diplomacy fails? Harper queried. We'll address that when necessary, Brown responded. Then he turned to the others in the room. I want this team briefed and prepared by tomorrow morning. The world is watching us, failure is not an option. As the room began to clear, Sir Richard paused by the screen displaying Camelot's imposing walls. The knights within moved with efficiency and intent, their shining armor reflecting the sunlight. They're gearing up for something, he whispered to himself. Let's hope it's not war, Crawley replied, appearing beside him. Richard adjusted his glasses. If it is, then God help us all. Indeed, Brown groaned. If this doesn't end well, the public will be furious. They're already concocting all sorts of wild theories about the city and its inhabitants. If this city fails to become the next major tourist destination, I might as well pack my bags. Everyone recognized the truth in his words. While many were asking the usual questions of how and what, a significant portion of the populace was already contemplating when they could gain entry. As the UK government assembled its special team, the day slowly came to a close. The decision was made to postpone the meeting until the following day to ensure ample preparation time and to avoid appearing discourteous by arriving too late. Back in Camelot, the city was winding down as well. Mordred had been fighting Lancelot for hours before finally half admitting his loss. Likely, Lancelot had held back some due to lingering guilt, and Mordred, ever stubborn, refused to truly admit defeat. Following the confrontation, many others took place. Everyone seemed eager to challenge both Mordred and Lancelot, along with others. However, as the sun set, hunger and thirst set in. They hadn't been summoned as servants but given real bodies and full incarnation, and as such, they had needs, even if less than normal humans. Typically, they might have headed to a tavern for a meal, but none were open. The mess hall stood empty, leaving them no choice but to look toward the castle and their king. While the other knights relished in their battles, Sir Agravain worked tirelessly. Having consulted with others and compiled a list of the city's immediate needs, he returned to the throne room. "My king, I bring the list as you requested," he announced upon entering, standing behind me as I overlooked the city from the highest tower. As diligent as ever. I mused, watching my knights brawl below. It stirred memories, some fond, others less so. "Are you certain you do not wish to join them?" Sir Agravain, ever composed, straightened his posture. "My king, with all due respect, there is little time for revelry. The city's needs must be addressed. Our provisions are non-existent, and we lack even the basic resources to sustain ourselves should the situation demand it." I turned to him, a faint smile playing upon my lips. "Always so diligent, Agravain. It reminds me why I entrusted you with so much." "Very well, let me see this list." "The list is as comprehensive as the circumstances allow," he replied curtly, producing a parchment from beneath his cloak. "I have prioritized the city's fundamental needs and the knight's requirements, filtering out some, less rational requests." He stepped forward and presented the parchment while calmly detailing its contents. "As you know, the city is mainly self-sufficient in water and infrastructure. However, provisions for feeding our knights, food, trading materials, and tools for maintenance, are lacking." I nodded as I glanced at the list while he continued. "Additionally, the knights have submitted personal requests," Agravain said, his tone tightening. "Some of these are rather perplexing." A raised eyebrow showed my intrigue. "Please, continue." Sir Agravain's face remained stern as he elaborated. "At the top of the list is my own request, my king. I believe it is crucial we summon more enforcement knights to patrol the city for order, particularly more archers for defense." Pondering, I nodded. "I will grant you another 100. I prefer not to raise too large a force until the city blossoms a bit. Too many would feel oppressive, not liberating." "Understood. I will revisit this matter if necessary later." As for the other knights, their requests mostly revolve around indulgence and entertainment, various drinks, from wine to brew and tea, and food. Sir Mordred desires grand feasts. I couldn't help but grin, that certainly sounded like them. And no doubt some gold for trade with the outer world. For this once, I shall use the Grail to fulfill the desires and needs of my knights and my city. All reasonable requests are permitted, so add them to the list. I handed him the list back so he could add the more personal requests. I had taken them from the Throne of Heroes, so it was only fair that I took care of their needs. Sir Agravain nodded subtly, his demeanor resolute. "As you wish, my king. I will prepare a comprehensive list that includes all our requirements and manage its distribution effectively. We mustn't squander the Grail's power, so I'll focus on prioritizing only the most essential requests." Turning back to the window, I gazed at the sparring knights below, their laughter and shouts softly echoing up to the tower. It has been too long since they've had such camaraderie, I reflected aloud. Let them enjoy a little, Agravain. Morale is as important to our kingdom as walls or swords. Agravain's tone remained calm, though his practicality influenced his words. "Indulgence has its benefits, my king, yet discipline remains our foundation. A kingdom's prosperity falters when excess becomes the norm. That's why I count on you to temper their enthusiasm," I replied, turning to him with a slight smile. "But don't suppress it entirely. Even you could use a bit of joy occasionally." He straightened even more, as if the concept of joy was unfamiliar to him. "If I may, my king, I find fulfillment in my duties. That is sufficient." I chuckled softly. Ever the stoic pragmatist, Agravain. Now, share more about the knight's requests. Who has dared to make an outrageous demand? Chapter 7. By the time the knights made their way toward the throne room, I had taken my seat upon my throne once more. Agravain stood at my side, ever watchful, discussing plans for the future. "It seems the others have arrived. Allow Mordred to enter," I instructed, interrupting his detailed explanation of guard rotations. Agravain bowed. "Yes, your majesty." He stepped outside and returned shortly, leading Mordred into the chamber. "Hey, father. Shouldn't we celebrate your return with a proper feast?" Mordred called out, louder than necessary. There's nothing to eat. Surely the great Camelot cannot be without food. I was mildly amused at how quickly his energy had returned. He had been terrified when first summoned, but now, it was as if he had forgotten the past altogether. Sir Mordred. That's no way to address the king. Kneel and pay your respects at once. Sir Agravain swiftly commanded, his irritation evident at his perceived disrespect. He's not wrong, Sir Agravain, we got sidetracked and forgot the supplies we agreed upon. I said with a small smile. But still, after what he did. Agravain couldn't keep from adding. Hey! Don't you dare bring that up. Mordred quickly fired back. Enough, both of you, calm down and remember you are in my presence. I intervened, pleased to see Sir Agravain still had some spirit. But not about to let them start a fight. Mordred, come closer, I will let you see the Grail in action. I invited as I summoned the golden chalice once more. Mordred stepped forward eagerly, his typical bravado subdued by the sight of the glowing chalice emanating near infinite energy. He paused a few steps from the throne, his green eyes wide with awe and excitement. So, this is the Holy Grail. He murmured, awe creeping into his voice. It's incredible. It is indeed, though it pales in comparison to Excalibur or Avalon. No matter how beautiful, it couldn't compare to those two. Mordred nodded solemnly. And you're going to use it now? Yes. I said. For Camelot and its people. Watch closely, Mordred. This is not a spectacle, it is a responsibility. I raised the Grail, its glow intensifying. By the will of the Holy Grail, let Camelot's needs be met. Let there be food and drink to sustain my knights, tools for their craft, and gold to trade with the world beyond these walls. O Holy Grail, grant me my wish, a city made a home. The room filled with a radiant golden light, and Mordred shielded his eyes as the Grail's power manifested. Then as soon as the light appeared it disappeared again, leaving the room just as it was. Mordred blinked, his confusion evident as he glanced around the room. Wait, that's it. Nothing's changed. I couldn't help but smile at his impatience. Did you think I would fill the throne room with goods? The warehouses are filled, as are the tables of the castle, which means if you linger too long, all the food might be gone. Mordred's confusion quickly gave way to realization as his eyes lit up. The tables. Food. Already. He turned on his heel, practically bolting toward the door before pausing and glancing back at me with a wide grin. You're serious, right? I chuckled softly, waving him off. Go see for yourself. But don't forget to share, it's for everyone, Mordred. I then turned to Sir Agravain. I'll summon the enforcement knight with the lance tomorrow. If you wish, go eat now, I may need your counsel before the night ends. Sir Agravain bowed his head, his expression calm as always. As you command, my king. I'll join the others briefly to assess the situation and ensure order is kept. His formality made me smile. Agravain, they're knights, not unruly children. Trust them to enjoy themselves for one night. He hesitated, his stern gaze softening momentarily before he nodded. Very well. But I will return soon. There's much to prepare for tomorrow. No, my loyal knight, go, join the others in the feast, you deserve to partake too, I insisted, shaking my head. He could only bow his head. As you command, he replied promptly before heading out, likely more to supervise the others than anything else. Once he was gone, I lightly shook the Grail again, making a large table filled with food appear before my throne. I also deserve a little snack, I murmured as I started to eat. I didn't avoid joining the others because I didn't want to, I simply knew that if I did, they wouldn't relax, given their mixed feelings about me. I thought it best to give them some time apart. It was impossible for me to go unnoticed. For my sensitive knights, being in the same room as me would be like standing beside the sun. That warmth might feel pleasant, but it was not something one could easily ignore. Sadly, as a goddess, I felt more distant from them than ever. Yet, if that's what was required, I would bear that burden willingly. I spent the night enjoying my feast, consuming enough food to feed dozens of men while the joyous sounds of my knights filled the air. Just one meal was enough to help them set aside their differences for a night. I fear they will be forced to face one another again tomorrow. Resolving their grievances will likely take years. The great hall of Camelot's castle roared with life, a stark contrast to the silence that had once claimed it. Long tables stretched across the chamber, laden with platters of roasted meats, fresh bread, and golden wheels of cheese. Stews thick with spices filled the air with a rich aroma, while goblets overflowed with mead and wine. Mordred skidded to a stop just inside the entrance of the great hall, his green eyes sweeping over the scene before him. The noise was deafening, knights talking, drinking, eating with the same ferocity they had once brought to battle. He exhaled sharply, taking in the sheer abundance of food before making his way to the nearest table. Well, Gaheris muttered, glancing up as Mordred sat down. Finally decided to join us. Mordred grabbed a goblet of wine, downing half of it in one long pull before slamming it onto the table. I had more important matters to attend to. Gawain scoffed. More important than eating. That's a first. Mordred shot him a grin, grabbing a slab of venison from a platter. You should know by now that I always make an entrance. Despite the jest, there was an underlying tension in the air. The war had ended, yet its wounds had not healed. The knights sat together, but there was no true brotherhood yet, not like there had been before everything had fallen apart. Every glance held weight, every pause in conversation was a reminder of past betrayals. Mordred felt the eyes of many on him as he tore into his food. Some, like Gareth, seemed indifferent. Others, like Tristan, watched with thinly veiled wariness. Across the table, Lancelot remained quiet, his plate largely untouched. The heavy doors creaked open once more, and this time, it was Agravain who entered. Unlike Mordred, he did not rush. His steps were slow, deliberate, his expression unreadable as he scanned the room. The knights who noticed him fell quiet, shifting slightly as if expecting a reprimand. Agravain surveyed the feasting knights for a moment longer before he stepped toward an empty seat near the edge of the gathering, sitting stiffly. He did not reach for food or drink. You know, Mordred mused aloud, swallowing another mouthful of food. For someone who always lectures me about duty, you sure took your time getting here. Agravain didn't look at him. I was ensuring that all was in order. Someone has to do it. Mordred snorted. Right. Because making sure the tables are stocked with food is such an urgent duty. Agravain finally turned his gaze on him, sharp and unwavering. Because ensuring that our king's gift is not wasted or misused is my duty. He glanced around the hall. Not everyone is as carefree as you. Mordred's smirk twitched. Carefree. That's one way to put it. I prefer to call it enjoying the moment. You should try it sometime. Agravain did not rise to the bait. Instead, he merely exhaled and turned his attention to the rest of the hall. The noise had returned, but it lacked warmth. The knights spoke, drank, and ate, but camaraderie had yet to fully return to them. It was late into the night when Sir Agravain returned to me, finding me seated upon my throne just as he had left me. The remnants of my private feast had long since vanished, leaving no evidence of indulgence. I apologize for my delay, my king. Agravain said, bowing slightly. The others insisted I remain until their revelry ended. Truth be told, they could have continued far longer had I not finally sent them off for the night. You need not apologize. I replied, waving off his concerns. I told you to enjoy yourself, but now we must return to our duties. As your majesty wills it. He acknowledged, stepping forward with his usual composure. We then began discussing our plans, which included the use of the supplies now filling the warehouses and our future actions. I believe we will receive visitors soon. I stated. You have seen the crowds gathering. If those in authority do not act swiftly, the citizenry will grow restless, and their curiosity will drive them toward the city. Indeed, as you say, your majesty. If not tomorrow, then in the coming days. But depending on how long they wait, the nature of their greeting may change. Oh. In what way? If they take too long to arrange it, it likely means their intentions aren't good. He quickly shared his thoughts. Very well, I conceded. If no one comes within 3 days, we shall take the first step. But for now, I want Sir Bedivere prepared to receive our guests, and perhaps Mordred as well. Bedivere embodies kindness, while Mordred will serve as a show of force. Agravain stiffened slightly. Sir Bedivere is a wise choice, my king. He acknowledged. But Mordred. I do not understand why you grant him such favor. I could not help but laugh at his exasperation. My king, have I spoken out of turn? He asked, his brow furrowing. No. I assured him, still amused. It is simply ironic. Once, I was told I did not understand the hearts of men. Yet now, it is you who does not understand the heart of a parent. His expression turned to one of barely concealed horror. Those few words had been part of the cause of Camelot's collapse, so they were considered a taboo of the highest order. I see, my apologies, your majesty. There is no need for that. I assured him. Simply ensure Bedivere and Mordred are prepared. If they do arrive, I expect you to manage affairs. They can guide them here, but for the meeting itself, I need you. As king, there are things I shouldn't say myself. Agravain's eyes widened slightly, clearly taken aback. The truth of my words struck him deeply. Once, the Arthuria he had known would never have admitted to such a need. This, more than anything, showed him how much I had changed. I had truly embraced the role of a king, or rather a goddess. As you command, my king. He said finally, bowing deeply. I will ensure Sir Bedivere and Sir Mordred are prepared to receive any visitors. Their roles will be made clear. Good. Bedivere's warmth and Mordred's enthusiasm will strike the necessary balance. We must display strength, but also grace. Camelot's return should inspire hope, not fear. Agravain hesitated for a moment before nodding. It is a calculated risk, but I trust your wisdom. Mordred's temperament is unpredictable, but perhaps this responsibility will temper it. I smirked, sensing his attempt to rationalize his doubts. Mordred is still young. Mistakes will happen, but he is one of my finest knights. As my heir, he must learn more than just how to wield a sword. As our discussion continued, the flickering torchlight cast shifting shadows across the throne room. Agravain's unwavering focus was both reassuring and bittersweet. He had inherited other aspects of his mother, my sister, unlike his siblings. He was steadfast, pragmatic, and an unwavering pillar of support. I couldn't help but think about how different things would have been had my sister worked with me like her children. You have done well, Agravain. I said at last, my voice softer. Your dedication is invaluable. Without your counsel, Camelot would falter. He inclined his head, his stoicism briefly giving way to humility. It is my duty, my king. To serve you in this kingdom is all I have ever desired. I smiled faintly and rose from my throne. Then rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we begin anew. The world beyond our walls may be unfamiliar, but Camelot's light will endure. Agravain bowed once more before turning to leave. His footsteps echoed down the corridor, fading into the night. Left alone, I gazed out of the grand stained glass windows. Moonlight streamed through, casting ethereal patterns upon the stone floor. Far beyond the city, I could still see the distant glow of patrol lights. The authorities remained vigilant, keeping curious onlookers at bay. But they would not be able to hold them back forever. Everyone could see it. Camelot had returned, and soon, the world would come knocking. Dawn came and illuminated Camelot, bathing its pristine walls and shining spires in a warm golden glow. From the tallest tower, I gazed as the morning mist dissipated, unveiling the crowd gathered outside the gates. This group consisted of curious onlookers alongside more official figures, soldiers sent to maintain order and a small fraction of individuals who carried an air of purpose. The Welcome Committee. Even from this distance, I could see them clearly. Their attire and vehicles stood in stark contrast to the medieval grandeur of my reborn kingdom, a reminder that the world beyond these walls had long since moved past the age of chivalry. Lost in thought, it was a light and polite cough from Agravain that brought me back to the present. My king, they have arrived. I see them, I replied, my gaze still fixed on the scene below. And the knights I selected? They await your command at the gates, he reported. Sir Bedivere is, as ever, eager to fulfill his duty. Sir Mordred, less so, but he has complied. A faint smile touched my lips. Mordred's fire will serve us well today. Let us not keep our guests waiting. Agravain, you will oversee the introductions. He bowed deeply. As you command, my king. Chapter 8. Natalia Alyanovna Romanova, better known as Natasha Romanoff or the Black Widow, sat in a poorly lit debriefing room inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Across from her, Nick Fury leaned forward, his single eye locked onto hers with an intensity she had long grown accustomed to. We're taking over the UK operation, Fury stated directly, sliding a folder across the table. They're dispatching a diplomat, a historian, a linguist, and one of their MI5 agents for security. That last one, Agent Emily Ross. She's out. Natasha opened the folder to reveal a grainy satellite image showcasing the radiant white city walls of Camelot, alongside personnel files for Sir Richard Cole, Sir Andrew Farrow, Professor Alan Marlowe, and Agent Ross. So you want me to take her place? Fury smirked. You catch on fast. We've managed to convince their people it's in their best interest to let you take her place. Something about needing someone with more experience in navigating special circumstances. Does the rest of the team know? Need to know basis, Fury replied. You'll play nice, keep them alive, and report back to me if the city and its king are anything more than shiny medieval cosplayers. Understood. In particular, I want to know what you can say about their power, this special-looking lance in particular. He said, showing a picture. She nodded, tucking the folder under her arm. When do I leave? Right away, you will be needed in London tomorrow morning. London's already briefed on the switch. Your new name is still Emily Ross. Don't blow your cover. Early morning sunlight pierced through the mist and illuminated the towers of Camelot while Natasha walked with the UK delegation. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of grass and earth. She adjusted her plainclothes jacket, seamlessly blending with the rest of the group. Sir Richard Cole, the historian, was practically vibrating with excitement. This is monumental. The architecture is beyond impressive. He muttered more to himself than anyone else. Natasha tuned him out, her focus directed at the massive gates ahead that loomed like a vision from a dream, or a nightmare. The city was pristine, imposing, and oddly out of sync with the modern world. She observed the walls, noting the armored figures standing sentinel. Knights. Actual knights. Her hand itched for the comfort of her widow's bite, but she reminded herself to play the part. Unarmed. Discreet. Harmless. As the delegation approached, the gates creaked open with deliberate grandeur, revealing two figures standing at the forefront. One was polished and serene, with an air of calm authority. The other was brash, arms crossed, smirking as if spoiling for a fight. Welcome to Camelot. I am Sir Bedivere, Knight of the Round Table and loyal servant to King Arthur. You stand before the sacred city, the heart of a kingdom of justice and unity. And I'm Mordred, the other added with a sharp grin. True heir to the throne of Camelot. Sir Richard Cole couldn't contain his excitement. The infamous Knight of Rebellion. That clearly struck a nerve as Mordred flared up angrily. Don't you dare call me that. Natasha tensed, instincts flaring. Even unarmed, she could feel the weight of an imminent fight. Fortunately, before Mordred could draw his sword, Sir Bedivere stepped forward. Please, calm down. They meant no disrespect. But please, understand that the past is a delicate subject here. His words smoothed over the tension. Mordred clicked his tongue but finally backed down. Sir Richard wisely stepped back. My apologies, Sir Mordred, he said, bowing his head slightly. I merely meant to express my awe at meeting such a figure from legend. Mordred's glare lingered before softening into grudging annoyance. Or not, watch your words, scholar. I'm not some storybook character here for your amusement. Despite his earlier faux pas, Sir Richard remained eager and stepped forward slightly. We are honored by your welcome, Sir Bedivere, he said, inclining his head. To stand before Camelot itself is an extraordinary privilege. Bedivere nodded graciously, his gaze shifting to Mordred as if weighing his reaction. Mordred stayed silent with crossed arms, his stance less tense. Natasha recognized that it wouldn't take much to provoke him again. Sir Bedivere gently placed a hand on Mordred's shoulder. That's enough, Sir Mordred. Our guests come in peace. Let's not forget the king's orders. With the tension eased, Sir Bedivere faced the delegation. Welcome to Camelot, the great city and home of the king. We invite you to meet His Majesty. He spoke with a warm smile. While Natasha was no expert on the legends, she had read them on the way here and felt he embodied them well. As he spoke, a group of knights in blue lined up beside them, almost resembling an honor guard, though it gave Natasha the uneasy impression they were ready to defend against an attack. Which she honestly couldn't fault them for. Especially with Mordred, the heir himself, there to greet strangers who might harbor ill intentions. As they entered the city, massive gates closed behind them. Natasha noticed there seemed to be no visible mechanism for closing them. She made a mental note of it but didn't ponder it too deeply. Walking through the city was an astonishing experience. Nothing short of breathtaking. Towering white stone buildings, pristine streets, and banners with heraldic emblems filled her view. The air itself had a refreshing quality, unpolluted by modernity, making it feel like stepping into a painting of medieval ideals. Natasha's keen eyes missed nothing, and what she didn't see was more revealing than what was apparent. She observed a striking absence of wear from the environment, and most notably, besides the patrolling knights, the place was nearly deserted. Based on Shield's estimates, the city could accommodate between 20,000 and 100,000 people, yet it appeared there were not even 1,000 present. This is extraordinary, Sir Andrew Farrow whispered, his voice saturated with awe. The architecture, the craftsmanship, it feels as if time has held this place in stasis. It's beyond preservation, Sir Richard added in a hushed tone. This is perfection. It's as though the Camelot of legends has come alive. If it weren't for the knights leading them, Natasha felt certain that the two would have paused to marvel at every sight along the route, taking hours to reach their destination. Thankfully, their escort allowed them to maintain a steady pace. Is that? Sir Richard exclaimed as they arrived at a large market. The shock in his voice caused the entire group to look towards what he was looking at. There, in the center of the open square, stood a massive white stone fountain with shimmering blue water. The fountain held an enormous statue at its core. The figure depicted a young boy standing over a stone, holding a sword aloft with the tip aimed at the sky. Natasha noticed that the boy's expression was remarkably lifelike yet harbored a peculiar sadness and grim resolve. It felt unsettling. Sir Richard, oblivious to her thoughts, stepped forward, his excitement surging. It's the sword in the stone. The moment Arthur retrieved Excalibur and embraced his destiny. Simply remarkable. He turned to Sir Bedivere, eyes wide with wonder. Is this truly how it happened? Bedivere hesitated, glancing at the statue. No, the king drew Caliban from the stone, he acquired Excalibur later. He kindly clarified. Sir Richard blinked, his enthusiasm dimmed slightly by the correction. Ah, of course, Caliban. The sword of selection, he nodded to himself as if cataloguing the correction. Nonetheless, this moment, it's iconic. Was Arthur truly so young? Bedivere's gaze lingered on the statue, his expression inscrutable. He was younger than most believe, he remarked thoughtfully. Only 15 summers when he became the rightful king. It remains an incredible piece of craftsmanship, Sir Andrew interjected, ever the diplomat. But that stone, surely it couldn't be. While the rest of the sculpture was pure white, almost marble-like, the stone beneath Arthur appeared ordinary and old. Yes, that's the stone from which father pulled the sword, Mordred answered, pride evident in his tone as he regarded his father's likeness. Natasha noted their striking resemblance. The stone itself. Sir Andrew's voice quivered with a mix of disbelief and astonishment. You're saying this is the very stone from the legend? Mordred smirked, his pride shining through. What? Surprised the old thing still exists. Nobody thought to defile a relic like this. Camelot knows how to preserve its history. Preservation indeed, Sir Richard mused, moving closer to inspect the stone. It's extraordinary to ponder the events this stone has witnessed. To see it still here, still intact. Bedivere cleared his throat softly, redirecting the group's focus. Well, it was mostly Merlin who moved it to Camelot. And we've had no reason to move it, it stands as a fitting monument. Mordred's gaze remained fixed on the statue as they lingered by the fountain. For a moment, his typical bravado faltered, replaced by a mix of emotions almost contemplative in nature. Hard to envision, Sir Richard remarked, his voice now subdued. 15 summers, and he drew that sword as if it were effortless. The first step toward becoming the king of knights. He was chosen, Bedivere interjected, his tone steady but gentle. Chosen because no one else possessed the strength, resolve, or purity of purpose to lead. Mordred scoffed lightly, his bravado resurfacing. The only reason no one else possessed the strength was because I wasn't born yet. Natasha noticed Bedivere's slight wince at Mordred's remark, but the older knight remained silent, allowing the comment to linger. We should move on, Bedivere finally stated, reverting to the calm authority that defined him since their arrival. The king awaits, and it would be unwise to keep him waiting. As the group progressed past the fountain and deeper into Camelot, Natasha glanced back at the statue one last time. The young boy, with such a lifelike expression, appeared to watch them as they departed. She couldn't shake the sense that the sorrow in his eyes wasn't merely an artistic choice but a genuine reflection, something that spoke to the weight of destiny and the sacrifices demanded by it. Mordred walked ahead, a swagger in his step, as if he owned the place, though Natasha noticed his gaze dart back to the statue briefly before they turned the corner and left it behind. Whatever his connection with Arthur may be, it was evidently complicated. Natasha suspected this complexity would become even clearer as they neared the castle. Their next stop, prompted by their collective slowing, was another open square, this one filled with what looked like remnants of an artisan's market. Although the stalls stood empty, their structures were artistic in their own right, crafted from wood and wrought iron, each adorned with designs of leaves, dragons, and stars. Sir Richard stepped forward, his gaze surveying the intricately painted signs above the stalls. Jewels of Avalon, he read aloud, pointing to a faded inscription. And this one, Merlin's charms. Merlin himself. Merlin was a meddler, not a shopkeeper, Mordred replied, though a smirk revealed his hidden amusement. He wouldn't stoop to something so mundane. Perhaps not, Bedivere acknowledged. But this square once thrived with craftsmen and merchants, their creations renowned far beyond Camelot. Their journey next led them past a grand structure with wide archways and soaring spires. Natasha's attention was instantly captured by the banners hanging from its walls, each showcasing a crest or sigil, their vivid colors unblemished by time. The Hall of Tournaments, Bedivere elaborated, nostalgia coloring his voice. A venue for celebration and competition. Here, knights would demonstrate their courage, and the populace would gather to cheer them on. Sir Richard approached with renewed enthusiasm. The tournaments. I've read about them, the tests of skill, the justs, the feasts that followed. Did you participate here, Sir Bedivere? Bedivere allowed himself a slight smile. Once or twice, though the true glory of such events belonged to knights like Sir Lancelot and Sir Gawain. They always shone brightest under the crowd's gaze. And Mordred? Natasha inquired, her tone neutral but her curiosity evident. Mordred grinned, crossing his arms. Oh, I competed. Won a fair share too. Not that anyone ever gave me the credit I merited. Bedivere's brow furrowed, but he opted to hold his tongue. Natasha noted how Mordred's smirk faltered for a brief moment before he turned away, his steps quickening as they passed the hall. Soon enough, they reached their destination, the great and imposing castle, standing tall, its white stones sparkling in the sunlight while the flags atop its spires fluttered in the wind. Welcome to the heart of Camelot. Bedivere stopped, giving them all a moment to take in the breathtaking sight of the building, a true work of art. Come, the king awaits within. Chapter 9. Upon entering the castle, the group found themselves in a vast foyer. A grand staircase spiraled upwards, with corridors stretching out in various directions. The floor shimmered with a mirror-like polish, light flooding in through the many large windows. Natasha had been in a few old castles and buildings, often finding them dark, but not this one was light and bright. Sir Richard was practically buzzing with excitement. This is the heart of Camelot, he gasped. The very halls where the Round Table convened. The rooms where decisions that shaped a kingdom, no, a legend, were made. Bedivere turned to the group, his demeanor calm yet proud. The Round Table is no simple myth, Sir Richard. You will soon see for yourselves. As they continued through the castle, Natasha found herself mapping the route in her head. However, another thought nagged at her. Professor Alan Marlowe, he had hardly spoken since they arrived in the city. It was understandable to be speechless, but she couldn't help but think they should have assessed his courage before bringing him along. However, it was too late for that now. She only hoped he wasn't another plant, as it could complicate her mission. Still, no matter how grand the castle, it didn't take long before they reached another grand hall. One with large windows allowing beams of light to steam inside, hitting a magnificent round table surrounded by chairs of equal height. That, is it truly? The Round Table? Richard asked, gazing at it with the love and wonder one might show upon seeing their child for the first time. Yes, Mordred replied casually. I ask that you refrain from touching it. Earning a seat is a significant honor, and those who don't hold that honor should treat it respectfully. Sir Bedivere cautioned, halting the three men in their tracks, unable to resist the allure of sitting there. Right, my apologies, Andrew quickly responded. It's easy to forget that while it's a legend to us, it's very real and personal to all of you. No harm done, now let's proceed. At the end of the hall were a few steps leading to a small platform and massive doors, intricately carved and inlaid with gold and silver. Beyond these doors lies the throne room. Do not gaze upon the throne unless permitted. Everyone, including Natasha, swallowed nervously at his words as he approached and knocked on the doors. As we heard a knock at the door, Agravain glanced at me. Upon seeing my slight nod, he called out, "You may enter." The massive double doors of the throne room creaked open, unleashing a cascade of golden light into the antechamber. The delegation stepped forward with cautious reverence, their footsteps muffled by the plush carpet lining the entryway. Sir Bedivere and Mordred escorted them inside, flanked by the ever-watchful knights who had accompanied them from the city gates. The throne room was a spectacle, a breathtaking fusion of grandeur and history. Towering columns adorned the hall, intricately carved with depictions of Camelot's legends, battles fought, alliances forged, and victories celebrated. The vaulted ceiling soared high, painted to resemble a starlit sky that shimmered with an ethereal glow. The air held a faint, comforting scent of incense, enhancing the room's solemnity. At the far end of the room, the throne stood elevated on a white stone dais. This throne was a masterpiece, gleaming silver, embellished with intricate carvings of dragons, swords, and crowns. Its surface was polished to a mirror-like luster. Upon it sat the figure of the king. Clad entirely in shining silver armor, they appeared as an imposing figure of mystery and authority. The armor bore no flaws, reflecting light with an almost mirror-like shine. Completely concealed by the helm, the figure's face was veiled, revealing not even a hint of skin. A long, flowing cape of white fabric draped elegantly from the figure's back, pooling on the floor. It was adorned with the symbol of a golden crown flanked by two lions. The king exuded an imposing aura that seemed to permeate the room. It was impossible not to feel awe when looking upon them. Two knights flanked the throne. To the right stood Sir Agravain, sharp and calculating. His black and silver armor had a subdued yet menacing sheen. His cloak fell neatly to one side, accentuating his disciplined stance. His dark hair was impeccably styled, and his piercing eyes missed nothing, scanning the newcomers with an assessing gaze. To the left stood Sir Gawain, his blonde hair contrasting sharply with Agravain's dark presence. His golden and white armor reflected the room's warmth, and his expression held a blend of quiet pride and contained emotion. While Agravain projected cold pragmatism, Gawain emanated a palpable knightly honor. His green eyes occasionally flicked toward the delegation, tinged with curiosity. As the delegation approached, the knights who had escorted them halted abruptly and stepped aside, forming a solemn line. Bedivere turned to the group, his tone respectful yet firm. You now stand before the king. Show your reverence and kneel. Natasha exchanged a swift glance with Sir Andrew and Sir Richard. Without hesitation, the men instinctively dropped to one knee. Even Professor Marlowe, the linguist, finally seemed to summon the energy to kneel as well. Natasha followed suit, uncertain whether she should have acted differently as a woman, but hoping that mirroring the others was acceptable. She heard the knights behind her kneel, the sound of their armored knees striking the ground resonating in the air. Even Mordred and Sir Bedivere knelt, and Natasha felt their deep respect for their king. From his position to the king's right, Sir Agravain stepped forward, his dark gaze fixed on the delegation. His voice was calm, authoritative, and devoid of warmth. You now stand before the Lion King, the Lord of Storms, Sovereign of Camelot, Bearer of Rangominiad, and Shepherd of Justice. His Majesty Arthuria Pendragon, the once and future king. You will speak only when addressed and act with the reverence befitting this sacred hall. For a moment, the room fell silent. Natasha wondered if she had misheard. Wasn't it supposed to be Arthuria Pendragon? Finally, Agravain turned slightly toward the throne, bowing deeply. My king, the delegation from the realm beyond Camelot stands ready to address you. Shall I proceed? A hand encased in silver gauntlets lifted slightly from the throne's arm, an unassuming gesture that commanded authority. Natasha noticed how even the knights in the room straightened at the motion, as though an invisible ripple of power traveled through the space. Agravain turned back to the delegation. Rise and present yourselves. His tone was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. As the delegation slowly rose, the weight of the room's presence felt almost palpable. Natasha remained alert, her movements deliberate and calm. Her keen eyes flitted between the figures assembled around her. Sir Richard and Sir Andrew seemed composed yet awestruck. Meanwhile, Professor Marlowe appeared to barely maintain his poise. His hand twitched as if eager to jot down notes on everything he observed. Natasha, however, focused intently on the armored figure seated on the throne, the so-called Lion King. Every intricate movement oozed power, while the complete concealment of their identity beneath the immaculate silver armor infused an unsettling air of mystery. Agravain's mention of the name Arthuria Pendragon piqued her interest. She had anticipated meeting Arthur, the legendary king of Camelot, not this armored mystery. This distinction was not lost on her, and she pondered whether her companions had noticed as well. Sir Andrew Farrow stepped forward, reinstating his practiced diplomatic demeanor. Your Majesty, he began, his voice steady and composed. I am Sir Andrew Farrow, a representative from the United Kingdom. It is a profound honor to stand before you. The king remained unmoving, their armored gaze locked onto Sir Andrew. Yet, they remained silent. Natasha sensed, whether from training or intuition, the weight of their scrutiny, even from behind the visor. This silence was intentional, designed to gauge the delegation without uttering a single word. Sir Richard stepped forward, barely containing his enthusiasm. Your Majesty, I am Sir Richard Cole, a humble historian. Being here, in this legendary hall, is an indescribable privilege. Witnessing Camelot's legacy firsthand, it feels like a dream come true. Natasha suppressed an eye roll at his reverent tone. Although Richard's passion was genuine, she recognized that such fervor could be a double-edged sword in diplomacy. The king's reaction remained imperceptible, their silence as commanding as their presence. Lastly, Professor Marlowe, the linguist, hesitated before stepping forward. His voice quivered slightly, yet he found the strength to speak. Your Majesty, I am Professor Alan Marlowe. My specialization centers on languages and cultural history. I hope to facilitate communication between us. Once again, the king offered no response. However, Natasha observed a slight furrow in Sir Gawain's golden brows at Marlowe's remarks. She questioned whether the linguist's hesitation revealed a lack of conviction. Meanwhile, Sir Agravain stood impassively, his keen eyes darting between the delegation members as if cataloguing every statement and gesture. Deciding it was her moment, Natasha stepped forward. Her tone was both respectful and assertive. Your Majesty, I am Emily Ross, here as a security operative to ensure the safety of this delegation. It is an honor to stand before you. Her words were succinct, deliberate, and carefully chosen. She understood the importance of brevity, especially in the presence of knights adept at interpreting every nuance. Mordred's sharp voice sliced through the tension, dripping with indignation. You imply a lack of trust in the king's honor. Do you believe that he would harm guests? Is that why you're here, security operative, to shield them from us? The accusation lingered in the air like a taut blade. Natasha's instincts heightened, she realized the critical nature of the moment. Just as she contemplated interjecting, Sir Andrew Farrow moved forward, his tone calm yet firm. Sir Mordred, it is not the king's honor we question, Andrew stated, bowing slightly in respect. However, the burden of misunderstanding can lead to conflict, even when none is intended. We are outsiders to your domain, and our purpose is to bridge that gap, to demonstrate that we come in peace and to prevent any missteps that may offend your king or his knights. Mordred's expression hardened slightly, his smirk wavering as he tilted his head thoughtfully. Missteps, you say? So, you fear offending us? His voice held a sharper edge, though it was less hostile than before. Not fear, Andrew replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Awareness. Respect demands caution, Sir Mordred, and I assure you, we intend to show the utmost respect. Bedivere interjected, his calm demeanor functioning as a soothing presence. Sir Mordred, these envoys have traveled a great distance to stand before the king. Let us honor their intention, as his majesty wills. Natasha noticed a slight change in Mordred's stance. Although still skeptical, he appeared somewhat appeased. The knights of Camelot valued respect and sincerity, and Andrew's words had struck the right chord. From near the throne, Agravain's voice pierced the silence. Intent must be validated by actions, not merely asserted by words. You articulate your thoughts well, Sir Andrew, but trust in this chamber is earned. He paused momentarily, anger seeping into his tone. Especially when someone here dares to lie before His Majesty's throne. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Tension filled the air, and Natasha's instincts urged her to brace for conflict. Each knight in the room assumed an imposing position, their hands twitching near their weapons, their gazes sharp and unwavering. Sir Andrew Farrow stiffened but maintained his composure, though his diplomatic demeanor slightly wavered under the strain. Meanwhile, Sir Richard's previous excitement faded, replaced by a pale sense of nervousness. Even Professor Marlowe, typically unobtrusive in his silence, seemed to shrink under the weight of the knight's hostility. Natasha's eyes darted to Sir Agravain. His expression was now a storm of cold fury. Whatever had triggered this reaction, it was clear he believed it a grave offense. Sir Agravain, Andrew began, his tone calculated, if anything I've said has offended you, I assure you it was unintentional. Please, clarify any misunderstanding so that we can rectify our mistake. For a brief moment, it felt as though he could see through her disguise. Chapter 10. For a brief moment, it felt as though he could see through her disguise. You, he accused in a growl. You have the audacity to lie before the king, your deceit is palpable. Even your name is a falsehood. Sir Agravain, Andrew interjected, bowing slightly, I must object. This delegation was formed with great care, and if there has been any misunderstanding, it is our responsibility as her allies to address it. Agravain silenced him with a swift gesture. Do not speak for her. Let her defend herself if she possesses the courage. Realizing there was no escape but to confront the situation, Natasha took a deep breath. She stepped forward and bowed her head slightly toward the throne. Your Majesty, Sir Agravain, she stated, her voice steady and composed. You are correct, I haven't been completely open. However, my intentions are not duplicitous. I am here to ensure the safety of this delegation and to represent the respect and goodwill of those who sent us. She raised her head, holding Agravain's cold gaze directly. I am skilled in combat, and I have concealed aspects of my identity, not out of malice, but from the fear that revealing too much would raise unnecessary alarm. Agravain's glare remained unyielding. You acknowledge deception yet plead innocence. How convenient. Natasha pressed on, her tone firm. If I have caused offense, I sincerely apologize. However, I stand by my assurance, I mean northwest harm to this court or its king. The silence that followed was heavy, every set of eyes fixed on the king. After a moment, the king lifted a gauntlet hand, silencing the crowd. Their voice, calm yet commanding, resonated throughout the hall. Deception is hard to forgive, but we must consider intentions. Sir Agravain, you have articulated your concerns. Let us see if her actions reflect her words. Agravain reluctantly lowered his head. As you command, my king. The king turned their visor slightly toward Natasha. Natalia Alienovna Romanova. The word sent a shock through Natasha. Her true name, not Natasha Romanov, but the name she had buried, was spoken aloud by someone she had never met. Do not attempt to deceive us, for I know who you are. There are no secrets before this throne. The king's proclamation echoed through the chamber, stripping away any illusion of control she thought she had. The knights around her stiffened. Even Mordred, previously relaxed, now observed her with narrowed eyes. Bedivere's calm demeanor tightened slightly. Gawain's hand moved closer to his sword's hilt. Agravain, for his part, wore a smug smirk, his piercing gaze challenging her to refute it. Natasha swallowed hard, her mind racing as she adjusted to this unexpected turn. There was no point in denial, not here, not now. She bowed her head deeply, her voice steady despite the turmoil within her. Your Majesty, you speak truthfully. I am Natalia Alienovna Romanova. That is indeed my true name, and I shall not deny it before your throne. The king's imposing figure remained still, but their presence seemed to grow more palpable. You have been known by many names, Natalia, they said, their tone calm yet incisive. But this one belongs solely to you, unmasked by lies. We shall not judge you for your past, but understand this, the burden of truth is heavier here than in any realm you have known. Natasha inclined her head further, feeling the weight of their words settle upon her. I understand, your Majesty. While I stand before you, I will speak only the truth. The king nodded and turned to Agravain, who composed himself. Very well, the king's great mercy will cover you this time, but attempt no further deception, or it shall be the king's judgment next. Agravain's sharp warning hung in the air. Though the immediate hostility lessened, the room's tension remained. The knights stood vigilant, their stances firm, their gazes watchful. Natasha raised her head, her expression unreadable. For just a moment, she met Agravain's cold stare. She had walked a fine line, but she had made it, barely. Thank you, Sir Agravain, she stated, her voice even. I comprehend your words and will adhere to them. Sensing the delicate balance in the room, Sir Andrew stepped forward once more. His tone was smooth, diplomatic. Your Majesty, we appreciate your understanding and the opportunity to stand before you. Our purpose is straightforward, to seek mutual understanding and explore the potential of friendship between Camelot and the realm beyond. Once again, Sir Agravain represented his king. You talk of friendship, yet the king is your rightful sovereign. These lands, including Camelot and territories beyond, belong to him, and you are his subject. The atmosphere in the throne room grew tense. Agravain's words resonated throughout the hall, his clear, unwavering tone presenting a challenge that could not be ignored. Natasha noticed Sir Andrew tense slightly, though he maintained his diplomatic demeanor. Sir Andrew moved forward cautiously, his voice steady but firm. Sir Agravain, we stand as representatives of an independent realm. While we respect the grandeur and authority of Camelot, we seek not submission, but a partnership based on mutual respect. How could they not understand the implications of Agravain's words? His statement concealed a demand, for the UK to submit, for its government to dissolve, and for it to revert to a foreign monarchy. Agravain's expression darkened, his sharp eyes narrowing. Mutual respect. Such bold claims from outsiders. Respect must come through loyalty and allegiance to the king. You speak as if your realm rivals Camelot, but do you grasp the implications of that? Before Andrew could respond, Sir Richard Cole interjected, his tone less polished yet equally earnest. Sir Agravain, respectfully, history depicts Camelot as a symbol of unity and justice. If this is true, its king should value allies, not subjects. We do not aim to undermine Camelot's sovereignty, we wish to honor it by standing alongside it. Natasha found his remarks ridiculous. There was no chance the UK would submit to Camelot's authority, just as it was impossible for the USA to revert to being a British colony. Sir Agravain stepped forward once more, cold and unyielding. His voice echoed with authority. You misunderstand, Sir Andrew, Sir Richard, and everyone here. This is neither a negotiation nor a discussion. Camelot is not merely a city, isolated from the world. It is a kingdom, its light extends over all lands once under its dominion, including England, Scotland, Wales, and beyond. The weight of his words hung visibly in the air, resonating like an unchangeable decree. His tone grew firmer, almost accusatory. You suggest that Camelot is a relic of the past, merely an ideal to admire or study. You are mistaken. Camelot is a thriving kingdom, and its sovereignty is not diminished by time or by those who have forgotten their rightful king. Natasha saw Sir Andrew's composure falter. Sir Richard showed a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Professor Marlowe looked entirely out of his depth. Agravain's piercing gaze scanned the delegation. The king before you is not just a ruler. They are the Lion King, the bearer of Rhongomyniad, and the legitimate sovereign of all lands identifying as England. This is not debatable, it is as certain as the sun rising or the sky being blue. Camelot's claim is a fact. Tension filled the room. The knights standing guard seemed puzzled that anything so evident needed stating, that indeed, all of England was Camelot. Sir Andrew, commendably, did not waver. However, his voice carried more caution. Sir Agravain, with utmost respect, the world beyond these walls has significantly changed. The regions you reference have evolved over centuries, developing governments and systems that serve their citizens today. While we deeply honor Camelot's legacy, we must acknowledge the realities of the modern world. Agravain's harsh laughter filled the hall. There was no humor in it. Reality. You regard reality as if it shifts with human whims. The truth remains unchanged by time or convenience. The authority of the Lion King is unaffected by the ignorance or arrogance of those who might say otherwise. Natasha felt fractures developing within the delegation's resolve. Agravain's relentless declarations hammered down on the delicate diplomacy they hoped to build. She recognized the need for caution. Outright defiance could escalate this fragile situation into open conflict. Sir Andrew's diplomatic facade began to wear thin. His fists clenched at his sides. His voice grew more intense. Sir Agravain, you speak as if history is an unbreakable chain. But England has long since ceased to be under Camelot's rule, it hasn't been for centuries. The United Kingdom is a sovereign entity with its own government, people, and laws. We are not beholden to a throne that has long been absent from this world. Agravain's expression darkened further. His steadfast gaze locked onto Andrew as he advanced, his armored boots ringing with authority. Absent. Do you dare claim that the king is absent? His voice carried a chilling edge. The return of the king was foretold by Merlin himself. You should have known he would return. And when he does, he will guide the kingdom to unparalleled glory. Sir Andrew Farrow's face reflected determination. He stepped forward, his voice steady yet laced with defiance. Your Majesty, with all due respect, I must challenge the very foundation of the claims made here today. You speak of Camelot's dominion as if it is an unassailable truth, as if the people of England, and by extension, the United Kingdom, are simply waiting to bow to a throne they have not known for centuries. He paused, his words measured, yet gaining strength. But the United Kingdom is not Camelot. Our government gains its legitimacy not from ancient claims or the will of a single ruler, but from the will of the people. It is they who select their leaders, determine their future, and hold their rulers accountable. The knights in the room visibly bristled at Andrew's challenge. Mordred's smirk grew larger, amusement flickering in his eyes. Agravain's jaw tightened, his hands clenching into fists. Gawain's expression remained unreadable, but the tension in his posture was evident. Bedivere glanced at the king, his face composed yet watchful. Sir Andrew pressed on, undeterred by the mounting hostility. Democracy may not be flawless, but it is the system we have embraced. It reflects our belief that power belongs not to a single individual, but to all under its influence. So I ask you, Your Majesty, what gives you the right to rule? What grants Camelot's king authority over a people who have long outgrown monarchs and crowns? An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Andrew's question hung heavily in the air. Natasha felt the tension like a wound spring, poised to snap at any moment. The knights seemed on the brink of outrage. But it wasn't their swords that moved. Instead, a sword striking stone shattered the tension. As they turned, from Agravain to the king on the throne, they were shocked to see their hands resting on the hilt of a sword. The sword radiated an ethereal light, its golden blade appearing to emanate the very essence of Camelot. Every knight instinctively knelt, their gazes fixated on the weapon as though it were a divine relic, and indeed, to them, it was. As Natasha focused on the sword, her keen eyes caught the inscription on its blade. Penned in elegant, flowing script, it read, "Whoso pulleth out this sword from this stone and anvil is rightwise king born of all England." The weight of those words lingered in the air. It was as if the sword itself demanded respect. Even Andrew faltered, temporarily forgetting his challenge in the presence of such undeniable authority. Finally, the king spoke, their voice calm yet imbued with quiet strength. "This sword is Caliban, the embodiment of kingship, not bestowed by mortal hands, but by providence. I do not assert my rule through conquest or force but through destiny. The heavens declared me ruler, and the land bore witness when I drew this blade from the stone." The king's hand rested gently on the hilt. Although their movements were measured, it was clear the sword symbolized more than mere steel. "Tell me, Sir Andrew Farrow, does your democracy boast a blade wrought by divine will? A symbol of unity so powerful that it has withstood the test of time and legend?" Andrew hesitated. His mouth opened and closed as though in search of words. His diplomatic composure had seen him through many tense situations, but the presence of Caliban, its golden light a vivid reminder of the king's claim, was a challenge unlike any he had faced. Meanwhile, Natasha sensed the changing dynamics in the room. Agravain's expression reflected cold triumph. Mordred's smirk had morphed into something resembling joy. Even Gawain stood taller, his green eyes shining with pride in his king. Bedivere remained composed, yet reverent, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his own sword. Andrew found his voice, although it wavered. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, the will of the people is the core of our governance. While this sword, this Caliban, indeed symbolizes divine favor, the world outside Camelot has transformed. It is no longer governed by symbols, but by the collective voices of its people." The king inclined his head slightly, a gesture deliberate yet non-threatening. "And what do your people's voices express, Sir Andrew? Do they speak of unity, or do they shout in discord? Do they celebrate their leader's strength or lament their shortcomings? Do they long for stability, or mourn its absence?" The question left Andrew visibly rattled. Chapter 11. Before he could gather his thoughts, the king continued, their voice steady. "Symbols endure because they symbolize more than mere objects, they are ideals. And ideals, when upheld with genuine conviction, unite those who strive for justice, unity, and peace. Camelot is not merely a kingdom, Sir Andrew. It is the essence of what a kingdom ought to be." Natasha sensed the tension building again. For a brief moment, she thought she noticed a flicker of emotion behind Mordred's confident exterior, a hint of sorrow or yearning. The king's voice softened, yet retained its authority. "You have come to discuss friendship, yet you question the very foundation of this realm. If your intentions are sincere, let us move forward without further debate. But understand this, the land recalls its king, even if the populace has forgotten. England is Camelot, and Camelot is immortal." Natasha realized she was holding her breath, anxious to see how Sir Andrew would respond to the king's definitive statement. Andrew's lips parted as if to speak, but the words seemed to escape him before he could articulate them. His clenched fists trembled at his sides. The king's presence, Agravain's unwavering confidence, and the gleaming blade with its legendary inscription felt like an unstoppable force. Andrew took a slow breath, his voice low and controlled, yet tinged with frustration. "Your Majesty, Sir Agravain," he began, "it is apparent that we will not reach a consensus today regarding sovereignty. Your conviction is undeniable, and I must recognize the strength of the legacy you uphold. Andrew carefully chose his words, but Natasha sensed the underlying tension. He paused, exchanging glances with Sir Richard and Professor Marlowe. Both men were clearly torn between awe and unease. Straightening himself, Andrew adopted a professional tone as he continued. Today, we have learned a great deal about the history, power, and ideals associated with Camelot, for which we are grateful. However, it would be wise for us to leave now, to reflect on what we have experienced and communicate these insights to those we represent. Agravain narrowed his intense gaze. Are you fleeing with tales and promises of peace? Or do you plan to return with armies? His voice dripped with suspicion, challenging Andrew not to falter. Andrew's jaw tightened, yet he maintained his composure. We aim merely to ensure that the discussions between Camelot and the United Kingdom are conducted with the respect they deserve. Rushing our decisions in such a revered hall would tarnish its legacy. The tension in the room intensified. Andrew's subtle insistence on equality between Camelot and the UK did not go unnoticed. Mordred tilted his head, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. Gawain's expression darkened, filled with restrained disappointment. Agravain, however, seemed poised to pursue the issue further. The king raised a gauntlet hand. With a single motion, the room fell silent. You are free to leave, they declared, their tone calm yet firm. Return to your realm and share what you have witnessed here. But understand this, Camelot's sovereignty is non-negotiable. The truth does not yield to influence or rhetoric. Andrew bowed stiffly, his frustration barely masked by the gesture. Your Majesty, we appreciate your time and the privilege of being in this hall. We shall relay your message to our people. The delegation retreated. The knights parted to allow them through. Natasha lingered for a moment, her keen eyes scanning the room one last time. The king's gaze followed her, a heavy presence she could feel, even without seeing their face. As they left the throne room, the immense doors shut behind them with a resonating finality. Natasha sensed Andrew's unease. His shoulders tensed as they walked through the castle's majestic corridors. Once they were out of earshot, Andrew exhaled sharply. For the first time, his carefully maintained composure broke. That was not what I anticipated. Sir Richard, ever the optimist, interjected. His voice was laced with wonder. Not what any of us had in mind. But consider what we've experienced. The Lion King, Caliban, Camelot itself, this is history manifest. Andrew pivoted sharply, frustration boiling over. History manifest or not, we are no closer to a resolution. They perceive themselves as the rightful rulers of England, Richard. That isn't something we can simply negotiate. Natasha understood he was correct, everyone did. The world could never accept something like this, it was as absurd as a magical city from ancient tales appearing overnight. Natasha noticed Sir Richard's enchanted expression as he looked back at Camelot's soaring spires, no longer trying to mask his amazement. But Andrew, do you really comprehend what we've just experienced? This isn't merely history, it's a living legend. The king, the knights, this city, it's a wonder beyond anything our world has ever encountered. We must treat this with caution and respect. Andrew's expression darkened, his patience waning. Respect. Caution. Richard, did you hear what they proclaimed in there? They're not seeking diplomacy or discussion, they're asserting that England is theirs. If you want to submit to a fairy tale, go ahead, but I refuse to accept that. Sir Andrew Farrow's voice escalated, frustration surfacing. This isn't inspiring, Richard, it's perilous. They don't regard us as equals, they see us as misguided subjects, and their claims are as absolute as they're ludicrous. What occurs when they recognize we aren't inclined to surrender the kingdom? Marlowe, silent for most of the discussion, finally spoke up, uncertainty in his tone. But what if they can enforce those claims? Their power, that sword, it's not something we can overlook, Andrew. If we provoke them. Andrew turned to him, his face tight with annoyance. And what's your plan, Marlowe? Surrender. Hand over Parliament and the crown. I understand your fear, but that doesn't mean we submit to it. Natasha felt it was time to step in, her voice steady but resolute. Andrew is correct. This isn't solely about caution, it's about maintaining our ground. Their beliefs don't alter our knowledge, England isn't theirs, and it hasn't been for centuries. That's the reality we inhabit, and no shimmering swords or ancient cities can change that. Andrew nodded sharply, appreciating the backup. Exactly. We must draw that line, clearly and firmly. Otherwise, this Camelot will think they can just stride in and seize control. Sir Richard looked between them, a sliver of disappointment in his gaze. I believe you're both overlooking the broader picture. This is not just about borders or governments. It's about what this signifies, what Camelot could mean for the world. Andrew shot him a disdainful glance. It symbolizes a fantasy that cannot coexist with reality, Richard. And if you're so enchanted by the notion of kings and thrones, perhaps you belong in a different century. Natasha intervened, her tone slicing through the growing tension. Enough. We're not here to argue about Camelot's significance, that's for the people back home to decide. Our responsibility is to report what we've witnessed and learned. Everything else can wait. Andrew sighed heavily, reluctantly conceding. Fine. Let's return. But remember, this won't conclude with pleasant talks and ancient artifacts. We've encountered something much larger than any of us, and it won't dissipate quietly. The heavy doors of the throne room closed behind the departing delegation, enveloping the grand hall in a suffocating hush. The soft click of the latch rang out, marking the tension of the encounter. The knights remained motionless, their stances mirroring differing levels of frustration, disdain, or contemplation. Mordred casually leaned against a pillar, a smirk playing on his lips as if he found the situation amusing. Agravain, on the other hand, appeared far from entertained. His fists were tightly clenched, his intense gaze fixated on the closed doors as if he could will the delegation out of his mind entirely. They dared to challenge the king's authority, Agravain spat, his voice sharp enough to slice through the heavy atmosphere. To question what is ordained by truth and history. Insolent doesn't even begin to capture it. Bedivere, standing nearby, let out a measured sigh. Sir Agravain, they are not from our era. Their world has shaped them differently. They know nothing of the king's rightful authority. That ignorance is no excuse. Agravain retorted, his tone becoming icier. They come here as emissaries of rebellion, disguised as diplomats. Their arrogance is an affront to all of Camelot. Gawain, who had until now been quiet, finally stepped forward, his golden armor gleaming in the light as he looked between Agravain and the throne. Their words were indeed provocative, but I don't believe they sought outright conflict. Their understanding of kingship may be distorted, perhaps irreparably so, but it is simply the way of their world. They are not knights, they do not comprehend the meaning of serving a higher ideal. Mordred laughed softly, the sound carrying a sharp edge. Oh, Gawain, ever the optimist. Did you miss the part where they practically scorned the notion of the king's rule? They'd never bow willingly. They're too lost in their democracy nonsense. Agravain shot a cold look at Mordred. I thought you might appreciate their rebellious spirit. Mordred growled, clarent in hand. I dare you to repeat that. The atmosphere chilled at Mordred's words. Bedivere frowned deeply, while Gawain's brows knitted together in disapproval. Finally, it was the king who broke the silence, their voice calm yet resonating. Enough. The single word instantly silenced the room. All eyes turned to the throne, where the king remained seated, their golden sword resting point down against the stone floor. Our guests are departing, and they will take with them what they have learned here. What we must do now is focus on our next steps. The king's voice, steady yet resolute, resonated throughout the throne room, instilling a sense of finality. Even Mordred, clutching Clarent, paused as if weighed down by their ruler's words. The tension in the room lessened somewhat but lingered like a tightly drawn string ready to snap. Agravain inclined his head, his expression still sharp. As you decree, my king. Yet we cannot overlook the affront to your sovereignty. Their words were not mere ignorance, they were a provocation. Our path is evident, I stated, their calm and commanding voice ringing clear. We were brought here because the land cries for salvation, and we shall provide it, no matter the cost. I glanced at the 4 knights, 2 fully supportive of waging war to unite the kingdom, and 2 opposed to such forceful measures. Yet, I understood that force would ultimately have to play a part. For even if I gained the people's support, those in power would deny them the right to choose their own path and future, rejecting the will of the many and using force against me. Gawain addressed the room once more, his voice demonstrating a subtle yet firm conviction. Your Majesty, though I cannot dispute that conflict may arise, the people are merely unaware of what your rule will bring them. I don't believe we should resort to force, nor that it is needed. Mordred scoffed, crossing her arms. Even back then, Father still had to use force to unite the lords under one banner, this time it will be no different. Bedivere interjected calmly, though firm. Enough. Both of you voice your convictions, but our priority must be the king's will. The way forward is clear, we must guide the people, whether through their hearts or actions, until they see that Camelot is the solution. I, who had stayed silent, finally spoke with a calm yet resonant voice. Bedivere is right, you both speak well, and both speak the truth, a path along the middle is the one we will take. I didn't like to see my knights divided like this, but I knew it was impossible for them to stand fully as one group, at least not yet. Now, this is not the time to discuss our future strategy, such things should be done when the round table is fully assembled, so go inform your fellow knights of what happened here, talk, think, discuss among yourself, and later I shall hear your wisdom. With that, Bedivere, Mordred and Gawain all bowed before leaving. Though I could clearly see that Mordred left on his own, while Gawain and Bedivere left together, the rift between them was more clear than ever. I took a moment of silence, gazing out of the grand windows of the throne room, where the banners of Camelot flapped in the wind. Then let the restoration of this kingdom commence. Agravain paused for a moment to absorb my words and decision before he spoke. You are different. The boy king would never impose his rule, no matter how just. With a smile, I used my powers to adjust my armor, opting for a more open style. I have matured, Sir Agravain. I understand now that some actions must be taken even if some individuals disagree. What will your knights say? What if they disapprove? Agravain inquired, his concern for his king evident. They will accept it, I have no doubt. This era may appear peaceful and prosperous, but beneath the surface, it is decayed. Once they recognize this, not just my knights, but the people will come to support my rule, I asserted with conviction. As a deity, a divine entity, my perception of the world had transformed. I no longer merely sensed people's wishes, but I could discern the very essence of existence, perhaps just of Britain. I perceived this nebulous, formless aura that everything radiated. As the White Lion King of the Sixth Singularity, I recognized the purity of the human soul. I still could, but this was different. What I saw was not just the soul but Britain's fate, and it appeared bleak. For now, we will prepare. The gates will remain shut. No knight may depart without my consent, but you, Sir Agravain, have the authority to grant permission if you deem it necessary, though be cautious, you are still accountable to me. You honor me with your trust, he replied, bowing. Now, I believe the others have been busy today, so I'll let you return to overseeing their tasks. I waved him off. With him gone, I was left to confront a significant revelation, Natasha Romanoff, or Natalia Alionovna Romanova, as my insights revealed. The presence of the Black Widow held significant implications. It illuminated the nature of the world I inhabited, explaining why I couldn't locate the clock tower and why I sensed no reverse side. The reason was clear, for some unbeknownst reason, I had been reborn as Arthuria Pendragon within the Marvel Universe. Chapter 12. The journey out of the Great White City was much quicker than the journey in. Soon, all four of them were out, the great gates opened as they approached and closed behind them. With the cat already out of the bag, Natasha decided not to return with the others. Instead, she prepared to report back to S.H.I.E.L.D. She got into her car, quickly removing a hidden camera from her clothes. The tiny device had recorded everything for further analysis. The camera connected to her laptop in the passenger seat, and the data began uploading. Natasha tapped her earpiece. This is Agent Romanoff, I have a report for Director Fury. This is Agent Romanoff, I have a report for Director Fury. She dialed quickly, sharing the necessary information. Moments later, a projector illuminated the car with the faces of Fury, Coulson, and Maria Hill. Romanoff, Fury's sharp voice cut through, you'd better have something valuable because the Security Council is pressuring me for answers. Natasha reclined in her seat, arms crossed. I do have something, less than I wanted and not as good as we hoped, but it's something, all right. Is it really Camelot? Coulson exclaimed, unable to contain his curiosity. The others turned to him, and he appeared slightly sheepish about his outburst. Well, I suppose we should start there. Romanoff, is it Camelot or something else? It is Camelot, sir, the city of King Arthur and all that. She paused, glancing at the upload status. Describing the splendor she witnessed was difficult. The details were clear in her mind, yet the overall grandeur was nearly impossible to convey. I have an uplink here, let's get some visuals up so you can see what I saw. She quickly worked on the laptop, pulling up the recording. Adding yet another screen into the compact car interior as the recorded footage began to play. The screen displayed the towering white walls as her group slowly and peacefully approached them, the massive door towering ahead. As they drew nearer, the enormous door began to open, welcoming them inside. Fury and the others got their first glimpse of what lay beyond those walls, though only from above, which didn't do it justice. 10 figures stood ready to greet them, 8 identical hulking knights in blue and silver armor, wielding melee weapons, arranged in a row behind 2 other figures. The differences were stark. Yet, as Natasha examined the footage, she noticed it was blurred, rendering Mordred's features, hair and eye color, completely indistinguishable. Despite Natasha having seen him clearly in person, she mused, it's odd, the footage appears corrupted. There were no issues during my visit. Fury leaned closer, narrowing his one good eye at the screen. We'll have the tech team examine it, but for now, let's get a verbal description. Natasha was doubtful the footage could be salvaged. The corruption was limited to Mordred's face, suggesting something more was at play. But she kept this to herself, knowing Fury likely suspected it too. Yes, sir. She straightened, giving her report with precision. Sir Mordred appeared youthful, with wild blonde hair and a short ponytail and green eyes. It's hard to estimate age, but he looked young, possibly a teenager or in his early 20s, similar to Sir Bedivere. Notably, he had some feminine traits, possibly suggesting he could be female, though I find that unlikely. Fury nodded, still staring at the blurred face on the screen. Despite the unlikelihood, it's worth noting the potential. Good work. Yes, sir. Natasha continued the playback, revealing the moment Sir Richard mentioned Mordred's well-known rebellion against his king. The group watched intently as Mordred reacted strongly, and it was clear that the topic was sensitive. Interesting, Fury remarked, though his mind was occupied with possibilities for exploiting that knowledge. I couldn't decipher much from that, so we'll need more information before reaching any conclusions. Natasha recognized Fury's unspoken thoughts despite only hearing one word from him. Continuing the playback, Natasha revealed the group entering the city. The pristine streets and towering buildings elicited a low whistle from Coulson. Impressive, he said. It's like stepping into a legend. More than that, Natasha replied softly. It's perfect. Too perfect. No signs of wear or decay, no people, just knights. It feels more symbolic than actual city. Hill frowned. A symbol of what? Perfection, Natasha answered calmly. Look at it, that city wasn't constructed by human hands, it's too immaculate. It represents a goal, an ideal to strive for, a grand assertion that the king's reign will achieve perfection. Fury's expression darkened as he considered her words. And the knights? What's your evaluation? Challenging, while the two knights are relatively easy to interpret, the others in blue. They don't behave like humans, just observe their movements, they seem too precise, almost robotic, Natasha remarked, noting another of her discoveries. Fury leaned in, narrowing his single eye as he examined the footage. The blue-armored knights exhibited an unsettling, mechanical precision, their every movement was perfectly synchronized, and their stances were eerily identical. So, you're suggesting they aren't human? Natasha shook her head. Not precisely, sir. They didn't appear entirely non-living, but their behavior was unusual. They remained silent, unresponsive, and showed no unique characteristics. It's as though they exist solely for a single function. Coulson frowned. Like constructs. Perhaps golems. Or robots. We shouldn't overlook technology simply because it seems improbable, but I believe Coulson is onto something, Fury cautioned, reminding them to consider all possibilities, regardless of how unlikely. Natasha agreed. Maybe. I didn't detect anything overtly mechanical, yet they don't behave like humans. Their presence is intimidating, but not in the manner of a soldier or trained guard. It's their stillness that's unsettling. It feels deliberate, as if they exist to disconcert you. Fury narrowed his eye at the screen. Disconcerting or not, it's effective. A force that doesn't require rest, sustenance, or show weakness is a logistical dream. If that's the case, we need to ask, how many are there, and can they be replaced? As for the city, he continued, I would be surprised if humans constructed it, given that it appeared suddenly. But I suppose that rules out the time travel theory. Natasha nodded at Fury's insight. Yes, sir. Time travel seems unlikely. This isn't a city transported from history, it's constructed. Everything is intentional, from the layout of buildings to the pristine condition of the streets, even the lack of wear on the banners. All of it indicates recent construction. Natasha resumed the playback, rewinding slightly to provide context for her next observations. The banners, Natasha noted, pausing the footage. She zoomed in on a banner hanging from a high archway, its gold-threaded symbol shimmering in the sunlight. There are no signs of fraying or discoloration. Either they were erected yesterday, or they don't deteriorate. Both scenarios offer insights. Hill tilted her head. What about the emblems? Are they meaningful? They're uniform, Natasha said, resuming the playback at a slower pace. The same symbols are repeated everywhere, lions, crowns, swords. The visual imagery conveys authority, unity, and power. There's no variation, no personal heraldry apart from what the knights bear. That aligns with the king's representation, Coulson remarked thoughtfully. They're conveying a specific ideal. There's no space for personal identity, everything supports a singular vision. Exactly, Natasha responded, zooming out as the footage showed a market square. And this concept extends to the city's design. This isn't a natural layout. All the streets are too straight, every structure too symmetrical. It resembles a blueprint made real. Hill's frown deepened. No signs of life, though. None, Natasha confirmed. No citizens, merchants, or families. Just knights. It doesn't feel abandoned, it seems to be anticipating something. Or perhaps it's never had anyone aside from knights. Fury drummed his fingers on the desk. There could be many reasons, perhaps they can't create people, but that doesn't explain the knights. At least the two we see are alive, there's potential for people to come. Or it might just be empty, waiting for regular English citizens to inhabit it. Natasha reflected on Fury's remark as she resumed the footage, capturing more of the city's spotless streets and eerily vacant squares. That's a possibility, she said pensively. The city might be a shell, a backdrop for something bigger. If it's intended for people, they either haven't arrived yet, or the king plans to gradually attract them. Hill crossed her arms, wearing a skeptical expression. If that's the case, why begin with knights? Why not feature citizens to strengthen the vision? Coulson leaned in, his focus locked on the screen. Knights align with the narrative. They emphasize Camelot as a symbol of order and strength. Citizens would complicate that portrayal, too many variables. Fury interjected, his calm voice carrying weight. So we have a perfect city, devoid of people, and knights who may or may not be human. What else is notable? Natasha advanced the footage slightly, halting at the point the delegation walked through the artisan market. She zoomed in on the intricately carved signs hanging over the empty stalls. The market. No vendors, no merchandise, yet the craftsmanship is stunning. Every detail holds significance, even in its lack of purpose. Hill frowned. Why have a market if there's nothing to sell? Because commerce isn't the main focus, Natasha explained. It's about showcasing potential. The market might be inactive now, but it prompts you to envision what it could become. It's an invitation, a promise of prosperity under the king's reign. Coulson raised an eyebrow. An empty promise? Not necessarily, Natasha replied, her tone steady. If they aim to integrate into modern England, or replace it, they're laying a foundation. A city that appears poised to thrive is far more attractive than one that's unfinished or chaotic. Fury leaned back, reflecting. So the city is more than just a statement. It's bait. Exactly, Natasha confirmed, moving the footage to the next important scene. And the audience it aims to attract isn't just the citizens of England. It's anyone who sees this and thinks, this is what the world could be. It's not merely a city, it's grand-scale propaganda. They don't require assistance with propaganda, Fury said grimly. The UK has propagated Arthur's legend for centuries, everyone knows the name, understands what he represents, they simply need validation, and that city provides it. Natasha grimaced at his words, fully aware of their truth. The most troubling aspect was that the people of Camelot sought to rule, and she had no doubt that the people of England felt a sense of connection to Camelot. The king doesn't need to win over the people, she said carefully. They're capitalizing on something inherent, the legend, the nostalgia, the notion of a better era. Camelot signifies more than a location, it embodies a concept. Hill leaned in, her demeanor tightening. And the populace will devour it. An ideal city, gallant knights, a fair and noble king, it's a fantasy that politicians can't rival. But fantasies crumble in the face of reality. This will be quite a challenge, Fury agreed. I don't envy you, boss, Natasha remarked, drawing smiles from the others. I'll find ways to make it your headache too, Fury retorted before letting Natasha proceed. Natasha moved the footage back to the market square, where the delegation had stopped to gaze at the central fountain. The statue of the boy extracting the sword from the stone dominated the scene, its brilliant white stone and lifelike details capturing everyone's interest again. This was one of the more significant symbols, Natasha commented, pausing the video to allow everyone to see the classic legend of the boy pulling the sword from the stone. Younger than I expected, Coulson observed. We thought similarly, he appears much simpler, no armor, merely a boy, Natasha added her thoughts. Hill scrutinized the image on the screen, her keen eyes narrowing. It's a striking portrayal. Stripped of elegance, it renders him relatable. Not yet a king, just a boy stepping into his fate. People will see their own reflections, or their children's, in him. I think you're mistaken, Coulson interjected, drawing everyone's focus. I mean, we might be overanalyzing this. These are ancient knights, not propaganda experts, they're likely recounting real events rather than concocting tales. Remember, they hail from that era, they're not rewriting history but revitalizing it. Natasha reclined slightly, contemplating Coulson's perspective. You're suggesting this isn't deliberate? That it's merely authenticity? Coulson affirmed. Precisely. We're projecting contemporary notions of propaganda onto them. If they truly originate from that age, they wouldn't consider things in those terms. This isn't a manufactured message, it's a preserved memory. Chapter 13. Hill crossed her arms, her face skeptical. Regardless of its accuracy, the outcome doesn't change. Intentional or not, this image carries a calculated resonance. It evokes sympathy, admiration, and even hope. Those emotions can be as impactful as any deliberately crafted story. Fury grunted, clearly assessing both viewpoints. Intent is secondary to impact. Whether they're rewriting history or simply living it, the result remains, people will see this and be compelled. They'll see a boy burdened by fate, rising to meet it. That's a narrative that will captivate. Natasha resumed the footage, speaking softly but firmly. Coulson might have a point about their intentions, yet I stand by Hill. Whether deliberate or not, the effect is undeniable. It's more than just a statue, it's a call to action. The screen showed the delegation moving past the fountain, their pace slowing as they entered a new area. The group passed through a corridor lined with tall, intricately carved columns, the light filtering through stained glass windows and creating a dazzling array of colors on the polished stone floor. Natasha paused the footage again. This is where it became obvious, everything in the city is designed to inspire awe. Notice how the light touches the floor, how the columns draw your gaze upward. It's meant to make you feel small but not insignificant, like you belong to something larger. Coulson tilted his head, observing the screen. Almost religious. Precisely, Natasha replied. It's not just a city, it's a temple. And the king is more than a ruler, they're akin to a divine being. They don't just seek loyalty, they inspire devotion. Hill tapped her arm thoughtfully, her frown deepening. And that kind of veneration is more challenging to combat than any army. How do you oppose such a powerful idea? Fury's expression was inscrutable, his voice calm and steady. You don't confront it directly. You erode it, bit by bit. Identify the weaknesses and exploit them. Romanov, continue. What else did you observe? Nodding, Natasha quickly fast-forwarded to the most critical moment, the meeting with the king. The golden light poured in, illuminating the flawlessly polished stone and the towering columns adorned with intricate carvings, all of it exuded grandeur and authority. The atmosphere in the car seemed to freeze as the king's throne came into view. She paused the footage just as the king came into focus, sitting on the throne, fully armored, and radiating an almost ethereal presence. Even through the screen, the weight of their presence was unmistakable. That's a positive match to the mysterious knight seen in London, Coulson remarked, quickly displaying the image of the knight, clad in the same armor as the king on the throne. And the same goes for the motorcycle, suggesting they are adept with technology, implying the king has been around long enough to understand and use it, Hill added. Fury's brow wrinkled as he contemplated this. If they've been here long enough to blend in, they've had time to observe and strategize. They possess greater knowledge about us than we do of them. We must uncover more, every legend, every clue from ancient texts, we need to gather as much information as possible. Natasha resumed the footage, showing the delegation moving towards the throne. The knights flanking the king stood silent and still, their shining armor reflecting the light like sculptures. The king's presence overshadowed the room, even as they remained seated. She halted the playback again just before they had to kneel. Shortly after, the camera unintentionally pointed downwards, obscuring the view, but here everything was clear, including the two knights beside the king. These two, she began, indicating the figures to the left and right of the king, are Sir Agravain. She pointed to the knight in black armor. And Sir Gawain, she stated, indicating the other knight. Agravain, the same name Arthur mentioned outside the British Museum, Hill observed. Which raises the question, why? Why go there? Stand for hours, speak his name, and then create Camelot overnight. Fury leaned back, his gaze fixed on the paused image of the king flanked by Sir Agravain and Sir Gawain. We need to stick to the facts. Speculation without evidence will only waste time. Romanov, focus on observations. What do we know about Agravain and Gawain? Natasha nodded, resuming the playback briefly before pausing again on the two knights beside the throne. Sir Agravain, she said, gesturing to the figure on the king's right, is strategic and calculating. His tone during the meeting was sharp and even confrontational. He positioned himself as the enforcer, steadfast and loyal. He was the most vocal about Camelot's right to govern England. She redirected her attention to the left. In contrast to Sir Agravain, Gawain rarely spoke, he was more like a guard, while Agravain seemed to communicate for the king. He remains loyal, one of the most loyal, if tales hold true, yet it's evident that Agravain acts as the second in command. Fury folded his arms, his voice measured. And the king? What's your interpretation of Agravain handling all the dialogue? Natasha hesitated briefly before answering. The king had little need to speak. Agravain's voice represented their voice. I can't say for sure, but it felt as though it was beneath the king to speak for himself. Or it could be anything, I'm Northwest specialist in ancient court procedures. Fury's eyes narrowed slightly as he absorbed Natasha's insight. So, you're suggesting it might be a strategic power play or simply the norm of that time. Either way, it creates a vivid image. Natasha nodded. In any case, those 4 knights are the only ones I noticed, so that makes 5 people, including the king, if we presume the blue knights aren't actual humans. It suggests a very limited population, although I can't say if there are more knights of the Round Table. From this point on, there's minimal visual, we were all instructed to kneel, and even when we could straighten up, the camera's position captured little, yet the audio should be clear. She proceeded to play the recording. The footage changed as Natasha resumed playback, showing the delegation lowering themselves to their knees. The camera, angled downwards, revealed little of the throne room, but the sound was distinct and steady, capturing every exchange. Fury leaned closer to the audio feed, his expression neutral yet attentive. Let's listen. You now stand before the Lion King, the Lord of Storms, Sovereign of Camelot, Bearer of Rhongomyniad, and Shepherd of Justice. His Majesty, Arthuria Pendragon. You will only speak when addressed and conduct yourselves with the reverence fitting this hallowed hall. Natasha paused the playback for a moment, allowing the words to resonate. Fury furrowed his brow, softly repeating the name, Arthuria Pendragon. Coulson leaned forward, frowning. Arthuria. Not Arthur. Hill crossed her arms. It's subtle, yet significant. Arthuria. A feminized form. Could it imply? Fury raised a hand to hush her. Let's avoid assumptions. Romanov, what's your assessment? The armor concealed them entirely, though the contour of the breastplate could obscure a pair of breasts. The earlier statue depicting them as a boy could also represent either a boy or an underdeveloped girl. Given the age, both interpretations are valid. Fury discreetly retrieved a screenshot of the statue for a closer examination and did the same with the image of the king outside the British Museum. He could not determine their sex definitively. Moreover, Mordred, the king's son, seems to exhibit feminine features, which adds further complexity to the situation, yet Agravain did refer to His Majesty, indicating a strong male possibility. She continued. It could mean anything, pronunciation might differ from our expectations, or it could be recorded as Arthur. We can't know for sure. Fury tapped his finger against the armrest of his chair, his tone calm and deliberate. The king's sex, name, and lineage are less significant than the image they are constructing, an impeccable ruler beyond reproach. Every detail strengthens their legitimacy, and every enigma complicates challenges against them. Turning back to Natasha, he instructed, let's concentrate on what we can analyze, the name Arthuria, the title Lion King, and the weapon Rangaminiad. Hill, gather all information related to those links. Coulson, cross-reference any potential artifacts with similar descriptions. Romanov, proceed with your work. As the delegates introduced themselves, Natasha fast-forwarded, pausing on moments of interest. Hill raised an eyebrow. Their reaction to the UK being a democracy is noteworthy. Natasha rewound slightly, stopping at the moment Agravain dismissed the notion of governance by the people. You talk of democracy as if it represents the natural order, Agravain retorted sharply in the recording. But it is merely chaos masked in rhetoric. A king fosters unity. A king is appointed by destiny, not the caprice of the masses. That's more than just loyalty, Coulson remarked. It reveals disdain. Agravain perceives democracy not merely as flawed but as inherently illegitimate. And the king allows him to voice this perspective, Hill added. This implies agreement, or at the very least, a lack of strong disagreement to correct him. The recording continued to Sir Andrew Farrow's challenge to the king's rulership, and Natasha paused it again as the king plunged Caliban into the ground. She halted the footage at the exact moment, the golden light of Caliban illuminating the hall. The inscription along the blade was clearly visible on the screen. Coulson recited it with a tone of reverence. Whoso pulleth out this sword of this stone and anvil is rightwise king born of all England. He leaned back, brow furrowed. The sword of selection. It's not merely a weapon, it symbolizes legitimacy. At least, that's the narrative being spun. Fury drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. Setting the symbolism aside, I'm more intrigued by the act itself. When did he pull that sword out? The camera didn't catch the motion. One moment, the king was seated, the next, the sword was present, and his hands had shifted. Natasha rewound the segment, slowing the footage to frame by frame. The king's actions were subtle, nearly undetectable. One moment, their gauntlet hands were on the throne's arms, the next, Caliban was plunged into the ground, gleaming with a golden light. There was no scene transition. Whatever transpired, it occurred so quickly that we missed it, meaning it happened between frames, implying she moved at incredible speeds, Natasha said cautiously. Fury tapped his desk in a steady rhythm, his face inscrutable. If they can move that fast, it's not merely a ceremonial trick. That speed indicates combat capability. We must consider this in any potential engagement. Coulson quickly jotted down notes. Moving faster than human perception represents a significant threat. And if that's just the king, what about the others? Agravain, Gawain, are they comparable? Natasha shook her head. It's tough to determine. None of the knights exhibited similar abilities during the meeting. Agravain was authoritative, sure, but his movements were measured, typical. Gawain remained mostly silent and still. Hill interjected sharply, what about the sword? Caliban, what's the assessment? Natasha reset the footage to highlight the moment the blade started to glow. This isn't just a prop. That glow, notice how it illuminates the room. It's not reflecting light, it's generating it. That's not normal material. So, we upgrade the threat from ordinary humans wielding sharp objects to superhumans with glowing, sharp objects, and their speed could evade bullets, posing a serious threat against contemporary weaponry, Fury affirmed. His tone turned more intense. We need information on that sword. If it aligns with the legends, it could change the game as much as the king himself. Natasha nodded, resuming the footage to let the scene progress. The delegation didn't push the king further after that display. You'll see Sir Andrew trying to steer the discussion, but the sword effectively ended any substantial debate. It wasn't merely a demonstration, it was a declaration. They don't need to persuade anyone, they simply assert it as truth. The screen displayed Sir Andrew's uncertain actions, his words faltering as he attempted to regain his composure. Hill shook her head. That's the strength of theatrics. Even a seasoned individual like Pharaoh couldn't maintain focus after that display. Fury's voice resonated throughout the room. We need information, we must ascertain what we're contending with, whether it's an army of superhumans or just one. We have to understand their capabilities, they know about the modern world yet still dare to challenge London. Everyone recognized what that implied. Anything to add, Natasha? Natasha paused briefly, then rewound the recording to the moment when the delegation introduced themselves. Leaning back slightly, she explained in a measured tone, I didn't mention this earlier because it felt personal. But you should see their reaction. The footage resumed, displaying Sir Andrew Farrow introducing himself with diplomatic finesse, followed by Sir Richard Cole's astonished reverence. Then, Professor Marlowe, anxious and reserved, offered his concise introduction. Finally, Natasha's voice came through the recording. Your Majesty, I am Emily Ross, here as a security operative to ensure the safety of this delegation. It is an honor to stand before you. They observed the responses of the knights, notably Mordred, who appeared offended that they felt the need for protection within the city of Camelot. Fury, Coulson, and Hill couldn't comprehend why Natasha had kept this private. However, they remained focused as the atmosphere shifted further when Agravain mentioned deceit. He paused dramatically. Especially when someone here dares to lie before His Majesty's throne, he bellowed angrily. Everyone watched intently until the Lion King spoke once more. Natalia Alienovna Romanova, he declared, leaving Natasha in shock as her true name was revealed, far from Natasha Romanov, but the name spoken by someone she had never encountered before. You cannot deceive us, so do not try. I know who you are, before this throne, there are no secrets, the king asserted. Fury's expression darkened as he leaned closer to the screen. Romanov, how did they know that? Natasha paused the footage, the king's voice fading as her shocked expression remained on screen. Taking a steadying breath, her tone was resolute but calm. I don't know, sir. That name isn't found in any current records. It's buried so deeply that even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files contain only fragments. Coulson frowned, scrutinizing the still image of the king. If they can extract information like that from nowhere, we're facing something beyond even the highest levels of intelligence gathering. This isn't mere espionage, this is omniscience. Hill's tone became sharp, almost doubtful. Omniscience, or they're using something we don't grasp. Magic, technology, whatever it is, they're clearly showing they see through any guise. This situation is dire, and their strategy is impressive. Fury stated, his tone as frigid as winter. Fury swiftly elaborated on how severe the circumstances had turned. The king claimed that no one can lie in front of their throne, but how can we trust that? We know they've recognized Agent Romanov's name, but when did they find out? His comments made it clear to everyone just how critical things had become. Did they learn it the moment she entered the city? In the throne room? Or when the king first looked upon her? All we know is that the king can ascertain at least someone's true name, even if they're not using it. But what other information do they possess? How? There are countless questions, and we must prepare for the worst since we can't verify anything. He added. Before this throne, there are no secrets. He echoed her words. That statement is not trivial. It asserts the throne as their source of authority and influence. However, without confirmation, we must treat it as a lie, a deception, leaving us in the dark about the true reality. Hill agreed. And we still lack knowledge on their limits. Can they interpret intent? Strategies? If so, deploying agents to Camelot becomes a significant risk. Coulson leaned in, his voice deliberate yet urgent. If they can recognize our operatives and understand their intentions, it does more than undermine our efforts, it reverses them. Each agent we deploy becomes a potential risk, whether as a captured asset or an avenue for disinformation. Natasha solemnly agreed. Exactly. If they can see through deceit, they could embed truths meant to lead us astray. We could mistakenly think we're acquiring valuable intel when it's merely a trap placed openly before us. And if they identify our agents the moment they step in. Hill completed the thought. Then it's not merely about halting our missions. They'd have full knowledge of our actions, who dispatched us, and our objectives. It risks more than one operation, it jeopardizes the entire command structure. Fury ceased his tapping as he leaned in, his expression resolute. This isn't merely a security issue, it's a strategic disaster. If they can render undercover operations ineffective, they entirely govern the narrative. The instant we move, they'll be ready. Hill slightly tilted her head, her demeanor sharp. Then we must uncover the nature of this power, or whatever it may be. Is it genuinely tied to the throne? The city? Or is it the king themselves? Natasha pointed at the paused footage. The timing indicates it's probably connected to the throne or their presence. The assertion about no secrets arose once we were all in the throne room, and the king addressed me directly right after Agravain's claim. Yet, we cannot be certain. Fury spoke firmly. Then we assume it's everywhere until we can prove otherwise. No agents will enter the city until we gather more information. And Romanov, you're correct, truth can be weaponized. Every encounter is potentially a strategic move. Coulson nodded thoughtfully. If traditional intel gathering isn't an option, we might need to tap into the legends themselves. Investigate any historical records regarding this throne or claims of omniscience. Fury scanned the team. This certainly presents a challenge. For now, we need to gather more intel and monitor the situation. If they remain in the city, we won't take action. Instead, we'll research, watch from above, and collect information. Although the strategy was straightforward, it didn't mean action wasn't necessary. The public needed answers, time was crucial, and involving the UK government was essential in these discussions. Chapter 14. Thanks to Natasha's briefing, Fury was already prepared to present insights before the rest of the delegation arrived. Inside the secure chamber in Whitehall, tension thickened the air. Prime Minister Gordon Brown sat at the head of the table, flanked by his cabinet ministers, military officials, and intelligence advisors. At the room's far end, a large screen displayed the grim face of Nick Fury. His presence was inevitable. After sending an agent to the meeting, he needed to justify his actions. The primary delegation hadn't carried hidden cameras, forcing them to rely on Andrew Farrow and Richard Cole for first-hand accounts. While Richard eagerly detailed minor historical observations, Farrow efficiently summarized the main events. His voice was measured but firm. Entering the city, the design of Camelot was striking, evoking awe and fate. He paused, scanning the room. We encountered two pivotal figures, Sir Bedivere, who was calm and diplomatic, and Sir Mordred, who was confrontational. Glancing at his notes, Farrow continued. As we approached the throne room, we passed various symbolic landmarks, including the Round Table. Richard began interjecting with historical context, only to be pressed into silence. Farrow took a deep breath, his tone turning serious. The king's presence was imposing. They sat armored upon a throne, elevated above all others. They spoke little, their knights, especially Sir Agravain, conveyed much on their behalf. His voice tightened as he addressed the most delicate matter. The MI5 agent was someone else entirely. A beat of silence followed, all eyes flicking toward Fury's impassive expression on the screen. The Prime Minister leaned forward, fingers steepled together. His tone was sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. Director Fury. A pause. Can you explain why one of your agents infiltrated a delegation meant to represent the UK? Fury's visible eye narrowed slightly. His response was immediate, unflinching. Simple. You were entering an unknown situation with an unknown entity. I wasn't about to leave such a crucial matter to chance. Agent Romanov was there to observe, report, and ensure no one ended up on the wrong end of a medieval sword. A disgruntled intelligence official scoffed, his voice full of indignation. That's highly irregular. This was supposed to be a diplomatic mission. This wasn't a garden party. Fury cut them off, his voice cold and clipped. You were heading into a city that appeared overnight, ruled by someone claiming to be the rightful king of England. Neither you nor we understood the situation. Romanov's presence wasn't just smart, it was imperative. Farrow cleared his throat, stepping in before the debate derailed completely. Regardless of the method, Agent Romanov's presence gave us valuable insights. His gaze shifted across the room, reading the varied expressions, some puzzled, others leaning in, sensing the impending gravity. Then, his voice steadied. What followed was a clear declaration from the king. They claimed to be the rightful ruler of all England. The room erupted instantly. Cabinet ministers whispered and gasped. Military officials exchanged tense glances. Gordon Brown's expression darkened. He leaned in, his voice low and controlled. They claim what? Farrow nodded gravely. Sir Agravain explicitly stated that Camelot considers England, not just their city, but our entire nation, as under their sovereign rule. They regard the UK government as illegitimate. For them, this isn't a negotiation. It's a fact. The chamber exploded. Voices overlapped, arguments flared, and speculation ran rampant. Fury's voice cut through the noise, calm and authoritative. Settle down. The uproar momentarily halted. But only for a moment. Then, as if the reality had truly sunk in, the room ignited in disbelief and outrage once more. This is absurd. General Michael Harper, his face flushed with fury, slammed a fist against the table. A city of knights appears out of thin air, and they think they can just barge in and claim rulership over the United Kingdom. What kind of medieval fantasy is this? A junior minister, shaking with a mix of indignation and nervous laughter, added, this has to be an elaborate hoax. Knights in armor. Swords. What's next, dragons? A military official scoffed, voice dripping with sarcasm. They're an anachronism. They have no firearms, no modern warfare capabilities. How do they expect to enforce such ridiculous claims? Richard Cole, ever the historian, spoke up sharply, his voice full of conviction. With all due respect, generals, you're missing the essential point. Camelot isn't merely a relic. It embodies a legend. To dismiss them outright is to underestimate the power of that legend. A chilling silence fell over the room. For the first time, some paused to truly consider what Cole had just said. Because deep down, they all knew, Camelot wasn't just an army. It was a story woven into the very fabric of England itself. And that, perhaps, was even more dangerous than any sword. General Harper confronted Cole sharply, his voice laced with disbelief. Legends don't win wars or rule nations. The UK won't simply submit because some monarch in costume flaunts a sword. Prime Minister Brown banged his hand on the table, silencing the rising commotion. His voice cut through the air, sharp and unwavering. Enough. This is serious. They aren't merely claiming authority, they've constructed a city overnight. They've declared themselves sovereign. We can't dismiss that lightly. A senior intelligence officer spoke next, her tone skeptical yet deliberate. They might wield symbolism, but where's the substance? How can they enforce their claim? A handful of knights won't overpower the British military. Exactly, Harper growled, his patience thinning. A single drone strike could take them out. Fury's cold, commanding voice cut through the escalating chaos from the screen. And in doing so, you risk losing public support. Silence descended over the room as his words sank in. Fury's tone was calm, yet edged with warning. You don't understand. This isn't about firepower. It's about influence. People won't back you if you bombard what they view as Camelot. The gravity of his caution weighed heavy, but skepticism lingered. A cabinet minister, his voice wavering between frustration and denial, muttered, "They can't possibly be serious." His gaze darted around, seeking agreement. This must be a symbolic act. A PR stunt, perhaps. They can't actually believe they govern us. Richard leaned in, his voice firm, cutting through the doubt. You didn't see them. But I did. This isn't a stunt. The king, Arthuria, or Arthur, truly believes they are the rightful ruler of England. They aren't acting like invaders. They're behaving as though they are reclaiming what was theirs all along. General Harper scoffed, arms crossed. Belief doesn't win wars. If they stay within their walls, they can keep their belief. Fury shook his head, his patience wearing thin. They won't remain within their walls. His words hung in the air, heavy with certainty. This claim transcends Camelot, it's for all of England. For everything you stand on. They see you not as a government but as interlopers. The room exploded into chaos. Ministers argued, advisors scrambled, and military officials exchanged tense whispers. At last, Brown slammed his hand down again, his voice rising above the noise. Enough. Silence gripped the chamber. His voice steadied, but the strain was evident. We don't have time for this. You can mock it if you want, but this is happening. We must decide what to communicate to the public, and we must do it now. His gaze swept the table, waiting for a plan. The Home Secretary spoke first, adjusting her glasses. We should issue a statement that acknowledges the situation without escalating it. Frame it as a historic mystery, emphasize discovery, avoid letting it spiral into panic or nationalism. Brown nodded slowly. Something along the lines of, we're investigating an extraordinary phenomenon, and the government is dedicated to ensuring public safety. Neutral, calm, yet authoritative. The communications director interjected, her tone concerned. People will want to enter the city. And if they do, they'll learn about the king's claim. How do we respond? Can we keep them out? If so, for how long? A deep silence settled over the room. The implications of people entering Camelot, and confronting the king's claim firsthand, loomed large. Brown exhaled, rubbing his temples. His voice was low, measured. We can't barricade Camelot indefinitely. But we need to buy time. A surge of people trying to enter the city will only complicate matters further. General Harper leaned forward, his tone pragmatic. We could establish a military cordon. Frame it as a public safety measure, contain an unknown phenomenon. Richard immediately protested, his voice tight with concern. You can't keep people out of a city like that permanently. You're treating it like a military installation, but people will see it as their heritage. Harper's gaze darkened. And what happens when they learn what their heritage proclaims? We can't allow individuals to wander in and pledge allegiance to some armored monarch. Fury's voice pierced the tension, sharp but calm. You can't hinder the flow of curiosity. People will long to see it for themselves. If you set up barricades, you only make it more enticing. So what do you propose? Brown pressed. Fury's answer was blunt, strategic. Control the influx. Allow entry for journalists, academics, people you can vet and supervise. You shape the narrative before the king does. His voice hardened. They're playing chess while you scramble for the rulebook. Don't let them dictate the game. Brown turned to the Home Secretary. We need a statement. Something to acknowledge the situation without inciting panic. The Home Secretary nodded. We'll emphasize safety and discovery. Frame this as a historic event under investigation. Highlight that the government is taking every precaution. A voice cut through the room. And what about the king's claim? The room tensed once more. Fury's voice was the only sound breaking the silence. You don't deny it. But you don't validate it either. His words were deliberate, calculating. Acknowledge their claims as part of the phenomenon. Present it as an artifact from the past, not a challenge to modern authority. Brown nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. Keep it neutral. Keep it calm. We'll buy ourselves time. Chapter 15. The following morning, on the third day since the mysterious city materialized, the UK government finally broke its silence. With the entire world brimming with anticipation, the official statement was released, triggering an explosive reaction. The government acknowledges the sudden and unexplained appearance of a structure, along with individuals claiming to represent the legendary Camelot. This occurrence raises numerous questions, and we are actively investigating its origins and implications, with public safety as our top priority. We recognize the public's curiosity and are implementing controlled access for researchers and journalists to responsibly explore this extraordinary event. We ask for patience and understanding as we navigate this unprecedented situation. The word spread like wildfire. The world had been waiting, and now, there was official confirmation. But the questions were far from over. They had just begun. Good morning, UK, Sophie Whitfield greeted with a bright smile, her voice steady despite the studio's buzzing energy. On this thrilling day, I won't bore you with the usual introductions. I know you're all eager to hear today's main story. She leaned forward slightly, her enthusiasm infectious. This morning marks the third day since the sudden and still mysterious arrival of a city shrouded in legend. And we finally have an official statement. Mark Harris, her co-host, added with mock impatience, about time, I'd say. Everyone's been waiting for some answers. Sophie nodded, picking up a printed statement from the desk. While I'm sure some of you at home have already seen it, let's go over it together. With dramatic flair, she unfolded the paper and began reading aloud. The government is aware of the sudden and unexplained emergence of a structure, along with individuals identifying themselves with the legendary Camelot. She looked up, her tone playful. Well, there it is, folks, official confirmation. Apparently, Camelot has returned. Emma Clark, seated to Sophie's left, raised an eyebrow. Just like that. Camelot. No big deal, then. Sophie laughed, then continued reading. While this phenomenon raises many questions, we are diligently investigating its origins and implications, with public safety as our priority. She set the paper down with a smirk. Many questions, they say. At least they're acknowledging what's obvious, people are out on the streets demanding answers. Mark leaned back in his chair. What else does it say? Sophie skimmed the document again, reading the final lines. We acknowledge the public's curiosity and are planning controlled access for researchers and journalists to responsibly explore this extraordinary event. We request patience and understanding as we manage this unprecedented situation. She leaned back, eyebrows raised in skepticism. And that's it. A short, carefully worded statement that doesn't say much. Are they being cautious, or just buying time? Surely, they have more details by now. Emma shook her head, exhaling sharply. That feels like the bare minimum. Sophie tapped the desk lightly, her expression thoughtful. Fortunately, we do have a few additional details. While not yet officially confirmed, we at BBC Breakfast consider them credible. Mark perked up. And what do we know? Sophie's grin broadened. We have learned that among those associated with Camelot, there is a king, none other than King Arthur himself. Emma's eyes widened dramatically. Arthur? As in the Arthur? The sword, the knights, the round table. Sophie nodded, leaning forward with a flair for drama. Exactly. Speculation has been running wild for days, but this seems all but confirmed. The legendary king of knights is back. Mark chuckled, shaking his head. Now that's the most exciting news of the year. Camelot is real, Arthur is real. What's next? Santa. Emma snorted. Well, apparently what's next is that King Arthur isn't just here for show. He's declared himself the rightful king of England. Mark's playful tone shifted, his curiosity growing sharper. And what about the palace? Has there been any response yet? Sophie shook her head, her expression thoughtful. Not yet, no. However, since the claim hasn't been formally announced, we might have to wait. Emma leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. People are starting to grow impatient. But you know what you won't have to wait for? Our next guest, one of the most sought-after voices right now. Sophie gestured toward the guest chair as the camera shifted focus, revealing Professor Martin Ellsworth, a distinguished man in his 60s with neatly combed gray hair and an air of quiet authority. Allow me to introduce Professor Martin Ellsworth, an expert in Arthurian history and legends, Sophie said warmly. Martin offered a polite smile, his voice measured. Thank you, Sophie. It's an honor to be here. And we're delighted to have you, Sophie responded. I imagine this entire situation has kept you quite busy. Martin let out a small chuckle, adjusting his glasses. Oh yes. After the government issued their statement 2 hours ago, I had to turn off my phone. Everyone wanted to ask me questions. Sophie grinned. Well, we're thrilled you could join us. So, Professor, let's get right into it. Her tone warmed, inviting him to share his thoughts. What's your perspective on all of this, from a professional standpoint? Martin folded his hands on the desk, looking thoughtful. Like everyone else, I'm shocked and filled with questions. Because, well, how did this happen? Mark leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. Honestly, we were hoping you'd have some answers for us, and for our viewers at home. So, Professor, what do history and legend say? Martin chuckled softly, his voice calm and steady. There are countless legends about Arthur and his knights. But the idea of his return, that's also been linked to a prophecy. And it seems, we're witnessing that prophecy unfold right now. Emma tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What exactly does that prophecy entail? Martin leaned back slightly, recalling the words from memory. Well, it's not a singular prophecy, there are multiple versions. But they all share the same core message. He raised a finger, speaking steadily. The most well-known is simple and concise, the once and future king shall rise again in Britain's hour of greatest need. Holding up another finger, he continued, the next is slightly longer but conveys a similar idea, when the land is divided, and the people call for justice, the king will return to heal the realm. Emma and Sophie exchanged glances, intrigued. Martin went on. Then we have this, Arthur shall rise again, sword in hand, to bring peace and restore Britain's glory. Mark nodded slowly, absorbing the information. And the last one. Martin's expression grew more serious, as if invoking something sacred. This one is attributed to Merlin himself. His voice lowered slightly. Though the king may fall, he shall not fade, the once and future king shall awaken, and Albion shall rise anew. For a moment, the studio fell silent. Then, Emma broke it with a playful grin. I knew the economy was struggling, but I didn't realize this was Britain's greatest hour of need. Mark chuckled, shaking his head. Good one. Sophie laughed softly, before turning her attention back to Martin. Thank you, Professor. Those insights are fascinating. But I think we all have the same question. How? Is there anything in the texts about how this could happen? Martin adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowing slightly. Well, as you all likely know, there's no confirmed archaeological evidence of Camelot. No physical ruins, no historical site. Mark smirked, shaking his head. Yeah, well, now we've got the real, living city instead. Martin nodded. Exactly. But before now? Nothing. Why? Because, according to legend, after Arthur's death, Merlin transported the entire city to Avalon, a realm of the Fae. Emma's eyes widened. He moved the entire city. That's quite remarkable. Martin gestured slightly, considering the possibility. So, if it was taken there, it stands to reason it could be returned, at the right time. Mark leaned back, his tone skeptical yet intrigued. Wow. Are you suggesting that magic exists, then? Martin hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. Well, it's difficult to refute that this situation seems magical. But I wouldn't worry too much about magic. Emma tilted her head. And why's that? Martin's lips quirked into a small smile. Because even in Arthurian lore, only two significant figures are noted for using magic, Merlin and Morgan. So even if magic does exist, those who can wield it are rare. And neither Merlin nor Morgan were ordinary humans, they were half-fae. Sophie grinned, playing along. So what you're saying is, I shouldn't expect Hogwarts to be real. Martin chuckled softly, shaking his head. No. I think enough children have touched the walls at King's Cross Station to confirm that Harry Potter isn't real. A fantastic book, surely. But not reality. Emma smiled, leaning back. Well, who knows these days? A few days ago, most people didn't believe Arthur and Camelot were real. But now, it seems just as real as you and me. What's real, Sophie added with a sparkle in her eye, is the excitement surrounding this topic. Professor, we're receiving a ton of questions, which we'll address shortly. But first, let's go over a few more points. Absolutely, Martin replied, nodding. I'm happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability. Sophie leaned forward, her enthusiasm undimmed. Fantastic. But first, what are your thoughts on the government statement? Martin's expression turned pensive. It's quite basic and honestly doesn't reveal anything new. At best, it confirms what we already suspected, we're dealing with Camelot. Nonetheless, Mark chimed in, the news about allowing more people in is quite exciting. Emma nodded in agreement. Speaking of those who entered yesterday, what do we know about them? Sophie quickly glanced at her notes. Great question. We had a small group of 4, and we're familiar with 3 of them. She looked up at the camera. One is Sir Andrew Farrow, a diplomat. Makes sense for a mission like this. Next, Martin inserted, is Sir Richard Cole, a historian. You might know him, Professor. Martin smiled nostalgically. Yes, a fine man, knowledgeable and intelligent. Though I must admit, I'm quite envious of his opportunity. Sophie laughed. I can't blame you there, we'd all love to be involved. Mark tapped his pen lightly on the desk. And then there's Professor Alan Marlowe, a linguist skilled in Old English and Latin. Emma raised an eyebrow. Does his presence mean we won't be able to converse with King Arthur? Martin tilted his head thoughtfully. That's difficult to say. It's likely they speak Old English, but how archaic it is could determine whether we can understand them. Sophie jumped in, her curiosity evident. And then there's the mysterious London night. If not for Camelot appearing, they would have dominated the headlines days ago. Mark nodded. Exactly. What's your take on that, Professor? Martin adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowing in concentration. I know little more than you. The knight appeared, stood there, left, and uttered a single word, Agravain. A knight of the Round Table. However, given that it was just a name, we can't conclude whether the fact it sounded normal means they speak modern English. Sophie leaned in closer. That's a fair assessment. But, Professor, what can you tell us about Agravain? The camera zoomed in slightly as Martin clasped his hands together. Well, he began, his voice steady, Sir Agravain is a fascinating figure in Arthurian legend. He is fiercely loyal to King Arthur, but his methods and temperament make him controversial. Some portray him as a noble knight devoted to duty, others see him as rigid and blunt to a fault. Emma raised an eyebrow. Conflict. Wasn't that the whole purpose of the Round Table, to avoid that? Exactly, Martin confirmed. Agravain's role often highlights the fragility of that unity. He's most famously linked to the downfall of Camelot, he was the one who exposed the affair between Sir Lancelot and Queen Guinevere. Some view him as a whistleblower. Others see him as a troublemaker. Mark leaned back, musing aloud. Interesting. I can't help but wonder, are there more knights in the city? The well-known ones, at least. Emma turned to Martin with a curious look. Is there anyone you'd personally want to meet? Martin laughed lightly, shaking his head. Any knight would be fascinating. But if I had to choose, the king himself would be my top pick. Perhaps Sir Lancelot and Sir Mordred as well, they played pivotal roles in Arthur's downfall. Emma tilted her head, skeptical. You think they might be there? Even after what they did? If I were Arthur, I wouldn't let them near me. Martin leaned in slightly, his voice thoughtful. Arthur is known for his kindness and forgiveness. But I agree, it's doubtful those two would be welcomed back. Particularly Mordred, given that he murdered his king and father. That's not something easily forgiven. Sophie nodded. A very valid point, Professor. We'll be taking a break soon, but before that, we have something else to discuss. Mark chuckled. Some questions. Come on. We've never had this many before. Emma smiled. That's certainly true, people have a lot to say. Professor, we'll be relying on you. Martin responded with a smile. I'll do my best. Sophie raised a hand slightly, signaling a final segment before the break. Before we go, one last thing. We conducted a poll this morning about King Arthur's claim to the throne. Emma raised an eyebrow. Ah, yes. And we all know the Queen is quite beloved by the public. Mark grinned. Prince Charles, however, not quite as much. He turned to the camera. We asked you at home, would you prefer Charles or Arthur to succeed the Queen? And overwhelmingly. Emma laughed. Overwhelmingly. Everyone chose Arthur, Mark finished with a smirk. Sophie turned to Martin, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Professor, thoughts? Martin adjusted his glasses, his lips quirking slightly. Honestly, it's difficult to determine if this poll reflects Arthur's popularity or Charles's unpopularity. Emma chuckled softly. Probably both. She turned to the camera with a bright smile. And now, time for a short break. Everyone at home, grab a fresh cup of tea, because when we return, we'll be answering your questions. The camera zoomed out, capturing the host's easy smiles, as the set's lights dimmed slightly, signaling the transition to a commercial break. Chapter 16. The world is watching as history unfolds before our eyes. The sudden appearance of a city believed to be Camelot has sparked global discussions, speculation, and even panic. In response to rampant misinformation and rising public concern, the UK government has assembled experts, including historians, scientists, linguists, and cultural analysts, to answer your most pressing questions in real time. Have a question? Drop it below. User, is this really King Arthur? How can we confirm it's him? Expert, Professor Harriet Elmsley, Arthurian historian. We can't prove it yet. The individual claims to be Arthur, but historical records are scarce and mythical in nature. However, examining their knowledge, relics, and Excalibur itself could help verify the claim. User, why has Camelot appeared now? Is there a scientific reason? Expert, Dr. Miles Warren, physicist. At this moment, there is no scientific explanation. No geological evidence suggests a sudden city formation. If it's not an illusion, its emergence defies our current understanding of physics, space, and matter. User, will the UK government recognize Arthur's claim to the throne? Expert, Dr. Elaine Porter, constitutional law. Highly unlikely. The UK is a constitutional monarchy with a modern government. If Arthur pursued his claim, it could trigger a legal and political crisis. Right now, his presence is viewed as a historical anomaly, not a valid successor to the crown. User, what language do they speak in Camelot? Can we communicate? Expert, Professor Alan Marlowe, linguist. Likely Old English or Latin. However, the night scene in London spoke modern English clearly. If Camelot's language evolved separately, we'll need linguists to bridge communication gaps. User, could this be magic? Is Merlin involved? Expert, Professor Diana Steele, folklorist. Magic is integral to Arthurian legends, particularly through Merlin. We can't rule out advanced technology mimicking magic. Too early to confirm or dismiss supernatural involvement. User, what about the Holy Grail? Could it exist in Camelot? Expert, Professor Harriet Elmsley. The Grail represents divine favor and spiritual enlightenment. Some versions of the legend state it was taken to heaven. If it exists, its discovery would be monumental. User, is this a threat to national security? Expert, Colonel James Abbott, retired military analyst. Potentially. Arthur's claim to the throne could disrupt politics and cause division. Military capabilities unknown. Camelot's knights could be ceremonial or highly trained warriors. Situation requires extreme caution. User, can we visit Camelot? When will it be open to the public? Expert, Layla Saeed, Government Affairs. Controlled access is being granted to researchers and journalists first. Public access is not yet planned until more information is gathered. User, if Camelot is real, could other mythical places, like Atlantis, exist too? Expert, Dr. Oliver Crane, anthropologist. Fascinating question. Camelot's appearance raises questions about mythology versus reality. However, no evidence currently suggests other legendary locations will appear. User, how does Camelot perceive modern England? Expert, Professor Harriet Elmsley. We don't fully know. If they see themselves as England's rightful rulers, they may reject modern governance. Their perception of democracy and modern society is crucial to understanding their motives. User, could Arthur run for office? Would people support him? Expert, Dr. Elaine Porter. Legally, yes, if he naturalized and met modern election requirements. Public support would be uncertain. Some might rally behind him, while others would reject a medieval ruler in modern governance. User, what does Excalibur represent? Expert, Professor Harriet Elmsley. Excalibur is both a weapon and a symbol of divine kingship. It represents Arthur's right to rule. Its existence could confirm his legitimacy. If Excalibur is real, it would be one of the most significant archaeological discoveries ever. While chaos reigned beyond the walls, the atmosphere within Camelot was starkly different. The events of the meeting with the outsiders had spread among the knights. And many weren't happy with what had happened. Some thought I had been too hard on them, or at least thought Agravain had been, though both Mordred and Gawain saw that as speaking ill of me, since Agravain's words represented my own will. I wasn't entirely sure what I should think of it. They pretty much ended up divided on two sides once again, though at least they weren't fighting. Still, having to talk about it after the fact wasn't pleasant. They all had their own thoughts and ideas, something I welcomed, but I really felt that a lot of their disagreement was just because they struggled to accept everything. Agravain too didn't seem to like it. Being questioned and doubted like that wasn't nice, yet he took it all with a straight back. You have given me much to think about, and I shall take your input to heart, but now isn't yet time for decisions, but preparations, so please, take this time to get along, to enjoy being alive again. I said as I dismissed them. What is on today's agenda? I finally asked when it was just the two of us left. For the first time, a flicker of eagerness crossed Agravain's usually stoic expression. The outside world, Your Majesty. His tone was sharp, expectant. We lack knowledge, and ignorance is unacceptable for your warriors. I met his gaze, steady. I cannot allow you outside. His brow twitched slightly, but he did not interrupt. The world watches us closely, I continued. For now, they have taken a wait-and-see stance. If we begin to move beyond these walls, that may change. Agravain exhaled quietly, his frustration carefully concealed. Understood, Your Majesty, he said, voice measured. But we must act, whether now or later, the sooner, the better. I nodded, his words weighing heavily on me. Yes. I understand. We must learn about this new world. I paused for a moment, then added deliberately, tell me, what is the situation beyond our walls? I already knew. But Agravain thrived in responsibility, in purpose. I needed him to feel grounded in his duty, to remind him that his skills were still needed in this new age. As dawn broke, Agravain reported crisply, a new crowd gathered outside. The local law enforcement holds them at bay, but curiosity draws them closer with each passing hour. His gaze sharpened. It is only a matter of time before they try to breach the gates. He clearly didn't believe the outside world was peaceful, he expected force to be used, and I couldn't fault him. In our time, we wouldn't hesitate to storm a city or fort. Today though, things are different. To move the military wasn't easy, to attack a city could take weeks or months or preparations, to invade somewhere, laws had to be passed. Agravain knew none of this, I could tell him, but I felt no need to do so. Better the city was prepared than not. He clearly expected something, standing there, yet I made no comment to his last statement. Finally he could only acknowledge that I wished the topic ignored. He hesitated briefly before speaking, his voice firm. Although we don't yet know how the world reacted yesterday, we must find a way to gather information. Ignorance is a perilous vulnerability. His gaze darkened slightly. In times like these, Merlin's guidance would have been invaluable. Without him, we must seek new solutions. The mention of Merlin settled over us like a haunting shadow. I took a moment before responding, my tone unwavering. Indeed. Without Merlin, we must rely on our own ingenuity and our strength. I met Agravain's gaze, allowing my words to hold weight. Know that your counsel remains one of my greatest assets. For a fraction of a second, I saw it, the faint flicker of satisfaction in his otherwise unreadable expression. He valued recognition, though he would never openly admit it. Still, his voice remained as sharp and precise as ever. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will ensure the knights are prepared, but I must ask, have you devised a way to gather knowledge without stepping into hostile territory? I tapped my fingers lightly against the armrest of my throne, the rhythm filling the silence as I considered his question. Yes, I admitted at last. The key lies not in force, but in patience. Knowledge must come to us rather than us chasing it. Agravain's eyes sharpened with intrigue. And how do we achieve that, Your Majesty? I held his gaze. By allowing the outside world to come to us. He remained still, listening. They are already intrigued by Camelot, journalists, scholars, envoys. They will come, seeking answers. And in their curiosity, they will bring us information. His brows furrowed slightly as he processed my words. And if their intentions are not purely academic, then we ensure control. No outsider enters unaccompanied. A knight must always be with them. And should they overstep, I allowed a pause, my voice carrying authority, they will spend a night in the cells. Agravain's nod was almost imperceptible. Prudent. I exhaled, my thoughts shifting. The Marvel universe was filled with powers beyond mortal comprehension. But few forces in this world could rival a true knight of the Round Table. I did not fear what lay outside these walls. No, my concern was for those who might suffer in the days to come. War was never clean. And as much as I had been called the King of Knights, I knew that war left innocence in its wake. Agravain's voice broke through my thoughts. Your Majesty, if I may, outsiders are unpredictable. Some will seek knowledge, others power, and a few may attempt to sow discord. I nodded. True. But we cannot be selective. We must appear open. This city is not a kingdom built on isolation. I glanced toward the towering banners of Camelot, their golden insignias catching the light. They belong here. And this city belongs to them as well. Agravain watched me closely. Yet we will keep a watchful eye. Always, I affirmed. Every visitor will have a guide. No one roams freely. He inclined his head in approval. A wise decision. This will demonstrate both strength and generosity, while allowing us to study them as they study us. I smiled faintly. Exactly. Let them admire Camelot's grandeur, but only as much as we permit. Agravain's expression tightened slightly. And what of those who test your patience? Those who challenge your authority? I met his gaze squarely. Then we remind them that the laws of Camelot are not to be trifled with. If they defy our rules, they will face consequences. Agravain exhaled slowly, satisfied. I will ensure every knight understands their duty. Visitors will be assigned escorts, and none will tread these halls unchecked. I inclined my head in approval. Good. And Agravain, know that among all my knights, you are the only one I trust with this task. His posture straightened slightly, the faintest glint of something unreadable in his eyes. You honor me, your majesty. I held his gaze a moment longer before adding, and remember, Agravain, not all who enter these walls come with ill intent. Some will seek only the truth. Some may even wish to help us. A brief pause. Then, his shoulders relaxed, just slightly. I understand, your majesty. Those with sincere hearts will be treated accordingly. I leaned back in my throne, fingertips tapping lightly against the armrest. See to it that this is done. The world beyond may be in chaos, but within these walls, Camelot shall remain unshaken. Agravain bowed once more before departing, his footsteps fading into the silence. Alone, I allowed my thoughts to drift toward the coming days. Chapter 17. The room was silent. Tense. Major Evelyn Grant stood at the front, posture stiff, gaze sharp as she swept her eyes across the gathered team. Behind her, a high-resolution image of Camelot illuminated the screen, the city's pristine white walls gleaming under the projector's glow. She let the weight of the moment settle before speaking. Good morning. Her voice was crisp, authoritative. You've been selected for one of the most critical exploratory missions in modern history. She paused. Everything discussed here is classified. If any details leak outside this room, you will face prosecution under the Official Secrets Act. A murmur of acknowledgement rippled through the room. Grant gave a sharp nod. Good. Let's go over what we know. The screen shifted, displaying an aerial view of Camelot. 3 days ago, this city appeared without warning. No construction. No signs of planning. Satellite data confirms it wasn't built through any conventional means, it's as if it simply materialized. A few people exchanged uneasy glances. Grant pressed forward. Yesterday, a UK delegation made first contact. While the meeting wasn't an outright disaster, it wasn't promising either. A significant political divide exists between us and them, but that's not our concern right now. She let that settle before continuing. Your mission is simple, observe. Gather intelligence. Avoid complications. Her gaze hardened. Understand that this is more than an archaeological marvel, this is a power we do not yet comprehend. The projection changed again, showing yesterday's delegation entering the city. The image, taken from a distance, was grainy but clear. These, she gestured to 2 armored figures, were our guides. There's a strong likelihood you'll encounter them. The screen zoomed in, highlighting one of the knights. First, a name you should remember, Mordred. The impact was immediate. Dr. Celeste Moran blinked, startled. Mordred. As in, the traitor who rebelled against Arthur. Grant's expression was unreadable. Yes. That Mordred. A stunned silence followed. Liam Hargrove let out a low whistle. So, the guy who killed Arthur is now sitting at his table. That's something. Grant shot him a sharp look. This isn't a discussion. It's a warning. Hargrove immediately straightened. Got it. Grant's tone turned even graver. And one more thing, do not lie. Her words cut through the air like a blade. She let that settle before continuing. The king made it very clear, before this throne, there are no secrets. Jonah Reed, arms folded, leaned forward. So they can just see through us. His expression darkened. How are we supposed to handle that? Grant held his gaze. You tell the truth. She scanned the room. Omit details if necessary, but do not fabricate. If they catch you lying, it won't just be your life on the line, it will jeopardize this entire mission. Silence. Dr. Helena Cruz hesitated before raising her hand. Major, you mentioned they're sensitive to disrespect. Could you elaborate? Grant nodded, shifting the screen to an image of the round table. Camelot is built on strict hierarchy, honor, and tradition. She leveled her gaze at the team. A perceived slight, however minor, could be taken as an insult. Show them respect. Especially toward the king and the knights. Her expression hardened further. Make no mistake, you are entering a court that considers itself the rightful rulers of this land. Whether you believe that or not, you must act as though you do. Dr. Moran crossed her arms. So, what? We humor them. Play along with their medieval fantasy. Grant's response was immediate. This isn't about humoring them. It's about survival. A heavy silence fell over the room. After a long pause, Jonah Reed exhaled sharply. Anything else we need to know? Grant's expression softened slightly, but her voice remained firm. Yes. Assume you are under constant observation. She let her words linger. Everything you say, everything you do, will be noted. She clicked to the final image on the screen. Sir Agravain. His black and silver armor reflected the torchlight of the throne room, his gaze sharp as a dagger's edge. Mordred isn't the only wild card. The team stared at the image, unsettled by the sheer intensity of Agravain's expression. Grant's voice dropped slightly. Sir Agravain, one of Arthur's most loyal knights. He is calculating, strategic, and unwavering in his devotion. Do not mistake his politeness for weakness. She turned to the team. He will be watching you closely. A final pause. Then, Major Evelyn Grant straightened, clasping her hands behind her back. Your mission begins at dawn. Dismissed. The team slowly stood, exchanging wary glances as they filed out of the room. The weight of what lay ahead pressed upon them all. The team stood just past the barricades put in place to manage the growing crowd outside Camelot. The city's gleaming white walls towered above them, both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Major Evelyn Grant, dressed in her field uniform, accompanied the team but would not join them inside. She stood at the group's edge, giving them a final look. This is it, she said, her voice low yet resolute. You've all been briefed and understand the stakes. Once you pass through those gates, you're representing more than yourselves. You represent the government, the nation's people, and, whether you accept it or not, all of modern humanity. Dr. Celeste Moran adjusted her bag, her face showing a mix of apprehension and determination. No pressure, then, she muttered quietly. Grant's keen gaze turned to her. Pressure sharpens you, Dr. Moran. Remember our discussion. Respect their customs, speak honestly, and stay focused on the mission. Liam Hargrove, carrying a small camera rig over his shoulder, shifted on his feet. And if Mordred starts acting? Mordred, why? Grant's jaw clenched. Do not provoke him. Treat him with the respect you'd show any knight of Camelot. Avoid mentioning the rebellion, and keep your personal views to yourself. He's already unpredictable, don't provoke him further. Dr. Jonah Reed, holding a case of diagnostic equipment, glanced nervously at the gates. Do we have any idea what technology they're using to monitor us? Are we walking into some kind of medieval surveillance? Grant shook her head. We're unaware of their full capabilities. Assume they are listening and watching. Everything you say and do is being recorded as far as they're concerned. Stay alert. Dr. Helena Cruz adjusted her gloves, her voice deliberate. And about the king. If we encounter them directly, how should we address their sovereignty? You don't, Grant replied firmly. Recognize their authority within Camelot, but don't validate or contest their claim to the throne. Remain neutral and respectful. The aim is to gather information, not to instigate a conflict. The team's resolve strengthened as the weight of the mission sank in. Grant stepped aside, indicating the gates. Let's hope for the best. They advanced toward the gates, the crowd's noise fading as they crossed the barricades. Unbeknownst to them, the government itself was uncertain whether they would even be permitted entry. Everything was unclear. But as they approached, the massive gates began to open slowly. Inside, two armored figures awaited them, their silver and blue armor glinting in the sunlight. Their formidable presence was matched by the unnerving stillness with which they observed the team's approach. One of the knights stepped forward, voice echoing from within the helm. Halt. By the command of the White Lion King, you are not permitted to wander the city without an escort. Wait here until one arrives. The team froze instantly. The knight's authoritative tone sliced through the air, leaving no space for dissent. They exchanged uneasy glances, the tension evident. Dr. Celeste Moran fiddled with her satchel anxiously. Well, that certainly makes an impression, she muttered quietly. Liam Hargrove looked at her, an amused expression on his face. Still think this is just a medieval reenactment, he whispered. Dr. Cruz stepped forward and addressed the knights directly. We appreciate your hospitality and will follow your instructions. The knights remained silent, their immobile arms resembling statues. Dr. Cruz shifted awkwardly and stepped back, embarrassed. The hand she had extended for a handshake slowly dropped again. She cursed herself for not considering whether handshakes were customary in that era. As the team waited by the gates, they heard footsteps approaching from within the city. This sound was lighter, almost cheerful, a sharp contrast to the heavy, measured steps of the knights who had welcomed them. The armored figure that stepped out was noticeably different, not by his shining armor, which resembled that of the others, but by his demeanor. His helmet was cradled under one arm, revealing a youthful face surrounded by golden hair that sparkled in the sunlight. He wore a bright, open expression, a warm smile spreading across his face as he walked toward the group. "Greetings," he called, his voice filled with childlike exuberance. "I am Sir Gareth, and I am honored to guide you through Camelot today." The team blinked in surprise at the stark difference between this knight and the imposing figures they'd encountered earlier. Dr. Moran leaned closer to Dr. Cruz, whispering, "Did we step into a Disney movie?" Gareth paused at a respectful distance and bowed deeply. The gesture was so heartfelt that it almost looked choreographed. "You are most welcome here," he said, straightening with a twinkle in his eyes. "I have been tasked by His Majesty, King Arthur, to attend to your needs during your visit. It is a rare pleasure to meet those from beyond our walls." Jonah Reed, ever the skeptic, exchanged a look with Liam Hargrove. "Is this guy for real?" he muttered under his breath. Gareth noticed the exchange and tilted his head slightly. "Is something troubling you, good sir?" he asked. His tone held no suspicion, only genuine concern. "Also, I'm a girl." Reed blinked, momentarily thrown off. No, sorry, it's just, didn't expect that, and I'm good, thanks," he said awkwardly, scratching his neck. Reed wasn't the only one shocked by that. As they looked closer, they could indeed see that Gareth appeared to be a woman, but that did little to soften the blow. No one had expected a female knight of the Round Table. "Splendid!" Gareth exclaimed, his smile broadening. "Come, then. There's much to see, and I'm sure you have questions. I'll answer what I can, truthfully, of course. Honesty is the foundation of trust, isn't it?" Dr. Cruz stepped forward, her tone both cautious and friendly. "Sir Gareth, we appreciate your guidance. May I ask if we will have the chance to speak with the king or the other knights during our visit?" That's an excellent question," Gareth replied, nodding enthusiastically. "The king's time is precious, but I will pass on your request to His Majesty. As for the others, you might see some during our tour. Sir Gawain usually trains in the courtyard at this hour, and Sir Bedivere is often absorbed in city matters. But come. Let's not waste the sunlight. Camelot is waiting." With a grand gesture, he turned and led the way, stepping lively. The team followed, their initial apprehension giving way to a blend of curiosity and unease. Sir Gareth appeared innocent and noble, but the stakes of their mission felt higher than ever. Further back, people from around the world were watching. Though too far to overhear anything, their equipment allowed them to see the unfolding scene. Sir Gareth's arrival sparked excitement and chatter among them, including the government, which promptly noted another potential Round Table knight. As the team followed Sir Gareth through the grand gates, the transition from the outside world to Camelot's interior was breathtaking. The walls, pristine and imposing from afar, were even more striking up close. Intricate carvings and timeless banners adorned their surfaces, whispering tales of a city where myth and reality seamlessly intertwined. The city buzzed with a palpable sense of history. Sir Gareth led them with childlike enthusiasm, gesturing widely at various landmarks. "This, my friends, is the Artisan's Quarter," she said, pointing toward a row of elaborately decorated buildings. "Here, our finest craftsmen tirelessly create beautiful and functional goods." Dr. Moran's eyes widened at the architecture. "Incredible," she whispered, quickly jotting down notes. "These designs are far too advanced for what we usually associate with the medieval era." "Is that so?" Gareth replied, turning to her with a bright smile. "Perhaps our artisans simply strive harder to honor their craft." Dr. Moran adjusted her glasses, marveling at the details around her. "The craftsmanship is extraordinary," she noted, scribbling continuously. "It's almost too perfect." Gareth laughed lightly, her voice almost musical. "Our artisans take great pride in their work. Perfection is not merely a goal, it's their way of honoring the city and the king." Liam Hargrove squinted toward a blacksmith's forge, noticing the lack of smoke or activity. "Doesn't look like much is happening." Gareth responded cheerfully, though a hint of bashfulness crept in. "Well, there aren't many people around right now, but I'm sure more will come from afar to live here soon enough. It's Camelot. Who wouldn't want to live here?" Sir Gareth's optimism was infectious, yet it left the team with more questions. Dr. Cruz tilted her head, observing the pristine but eerily empty streets. "Does this mean the city will accept new residents?" Gareth's expression brightened, seemingly unconcerned by the implication. "Indeed. Camelot is open to everyone. Or will be soon enough, as we're still preparing everything." Jonah Reed, analyzing a nearby stone archway, interjected, "That's fine, but built by whom, exactly? There's no evidence of construction, no scaffolding or tools left behind." Gareth turned to face him, his golden hair catching the sunlight almost intentionally. Camelot was raised by the will of the king, his power manifested this city. Though the original Camelot was made overnight by the Fae under Merlin's request, she stated plainly, as if it were the most obvious answer. Reed opened his mouth to argue but stopped, glancing at Dr. Moran, who subtly shook her head in caution. Dr. Moran cleared her throat, stepping in to diffuse the moment. A remarkable accomplishment, she said with a measured voice. Creating something so grand truly reflects the king's vision. Gareth's face lit up, her enthusiasm rekindled. It does, doesn't it? His Majesty's will is unwavering, and his vision is unmatched. Camelot stands as proof of his greatness and the unity he inspires. Dr. Cruz tilted her head, selecting her words carefully. And the people who will come here, will they be chosen, or is it open to all? Gareth's smile softened, a moment of reflection crossing her features. The gates of Camelot will welcome all who seek to honor its ideals, loyalty, courage, and truth. However, those who come must be ready to embrace a way of life rooted in justice and order. Living under the king's light is no small thing. Hargrove, unable to restrain himself, muttered, "Sounds like an impressive recruitment pitch." Gareth caught the comment but responded with a good-natured chuckle. "You jest, but it's no less true. Camelot isn't just a city, it's a dream made real. Being part of it means being part of something greater than oneself." Dr. Moran moved closer to Gareth, her notebook ready. "Sir Gareth, you mentioned the king's power manifested the city. Would you say that's magical?" Gareth's eyes sparkled with genuine amusement. "Ah, magic. I'm not sure the king learned much from Merlin, so I guess no one in the city can really do magic. The king is the king, though, they can do everything." Dr. Moran flipped to a fresh page in her notebook, intrigued. "Sir Gareth, you mentioned Merlin. Is he here in Camelot?" Gareth shook her head. "No, he's still in Avalon, watching the world from his tower, or at least that's what I heard." The team paused for a moment, reflecting on Gareth's words. The absence of Merlin, a central figure in the legends, added to the mystery surrounding Camelot's sudden reappearance. Jonah broke the silence, his tone gruff yet inquisitive. "What about the other knights? You mentioned Sir Gawain earlier. How many are here?" Gareth's smile returned, brighter than before. "Ah, Sir Gawain, my noble brother, is indeed here, along with Sir Bedivere, Sir Agravain, and others. Each of us serves His Majesty in our own way, upholding the ideals of the Round Table." Dr. Cruz leaned in, curiosity shining in her eyes. "And Mordred? Is he truly part of this court?" Gareth hesitated, clearly caught off guard by the question. Her smile softened into a more thoughtful expression. "Yes, Sir Mordred is among us. He is the king's heir, and even if, well, the king's mercy is infinite." "Well!" Gareth exclaimed, clapping his hands together, fully reclaiming his cheerfulness. "Enough talk of the past. There's so much more of Camelot to explore. Shall we continue?" Chapter 18. The briefing room felt chillier than usual, the gravity of recent findings weighing heavily on everyone present. Fury positioned himself at the table's head, hands resting on its surface. The low hum of the holographic display broke the silence. Above the table hovered a vivid 3D model of Camelot, reconstructed from the team's observations and photographs. Every gleaming tower and intricately carved aqueduct stood in perfect detail. Natasha reclined in her chair, arms crossed. "So, it's confirmed. Camelot isn't merely a grand illusion, it's legitimate. Constructed overnight, with no trace of ongoing construction. And supposedly, the king made this possible using their power." Her voice remained steady, but the skepticism was unmistakable. "Power," Clint echoed, leaning forward, elbows on the table. "What does that mean?" "Magic. Advanced technology we haven't grasped yet. Regardless, it sounds like a problem." Coulson straightened his tie, appearing contemplative. "This could clarify the absence of decay. If the city was built in a night, that answers one question, yet raises many others. Such as whether it can be replicated," Hill interjected. The team groaned at the headache that inquiry posed. "Then we have the knights," Natasha added. "They practically fit the definition of superhuman, faster, stronger, and no scars despite a life of battle." Hill, seated to Fury's right, leaned slightly forward. "And we can't ignore the political aspects. They're not just residing in their sleek new city, they have motives. They're inviting people to join them, and their king claims to be the true ruler of England. That's a direct challenge to the existing monarchy." Fury narrowed his single eye as he appraised the room. "Let's get to the point. What's our approach? Do we view this as an anomaly or a threat?" Natasha unfolded her arms, her tone unwavering. "Currently, they're confined, but time is of the essence. The king has already made a public appearance, and their claim is out in the open. The more they allow in, the more momentum they build. If they start gaining followers, Camelot transforms from a city into a movement, Coulson completed her thought. Exactly, Natasha concurred. Movements are significantly harder to tackle than a mere city. Clint tapped the table thoughtfully. And what about this king? They've already left the city once. What's preventing them from doing it again? If they can just materialize anywhere, pulling off stunts like making a city manifest out of nowhere, it's going to lead to chaos. Hill exchanged a glance with Fury, her tone steady. The king is a wild card. We remain uncertain about their abilities or limitations. The knights present a similar scenario, superhuman, disciplined, and utterly loyal. And then there's Lancelot. Coulson's brow furrowed. Lancelot's seclusion raises concerns. In legends, he was both the king's finest knight and a contributing factor to Camelot's downfall. If he's being kept apart, it could indicate unresolved conflict, or worse. Could be a leverage point, Natasha speculated. Either way, it's a potential fracture point. Fury straightened, eyes fixed intently on the Camelot map. The king's power, the knights, the city, they're all components of the same puzzle. We still lack far too many pieces. We need more intelligence. How? Clint questioned. They're not exactly rolling out the red carpet for us. Natasha smirked faintly. They don't need to. They're allowing people in, cautiously, sure, but they're curious about the outside world. That curiosity can work both ways. Incorrect, Fury interjected. We are the ones sending people in a controlled fashion. They could potentially allow thousands to enter. Yet we can't experiment, Hill added, reading his thoughts. The more individuals enter, the more we'll want to do so, which means we lose control over access. Correct. It's a precarious situation. We do too little, and it's a problem. Too much, and it's the same. Clint frowned, leaning back in his seat. So what's the middle ground? Do we just keep feeding them crumbs and hope they don't realize we're stalling? Fury's eyes remained locked on the Camelot map, his face determined. No. We keep them engaged. We control the narrative. Every interaction must serve a purpose, either to gather new insights or maintain their limitations. He outlined his strategy further. As long as we permit them to let others in, they won't feel the urge to venture out. If they truly are immortal, there's no reason for haste. Natasha leaned closer, resting her elbows on the table. So, we keep them curious. Let them believe we're playing along while we take the lead. But what if they start asking for more? What if they seek unfettered access to the outside world? Fury's expression remained stoic. Then we provide that opportunity. We can't be sure how long the king has been active. They might already have substantial knowledge of the outside world. There's no advantage in limiting their learning. Instead, we should utilize their obvious interest to gather insights we lack. Hill looked at the map again. What about the public? People are demanding answers, and the more they see, the harder it will be to maintain control. Fury's gaze intensified. We give them just enough to keep them satisfied, emphasize the historical aspect, the mystery. Let them think this is a rare discovery, not a looming threat. In the meantime, we continue working quietly to understand what we're really facing. Clint sighed, reclining in his chair. So, we're in it for the long haul. Keep them intrigued, suit the public, and hope we can uncover their motives before they uncover ours. Not hope, Fury corrected, his voice steady. We ensure it. That's the distinction between us and them. Once again, guests arrived in my great city, and this time, I let the enthusiastic Gareth welcome them. I had no reason to conceal my knights. It wouldn't be fair to make them hide in their own home. I also had little to obscure from the outside world. They would discover the truth about Camelot eventually, so why resist? No, my thoughts were occupied with the reality of being part of the Marvel Universe, which compelled me to strategize. I knew that significant events would unfold in a few years, and my presence here would undoubtedly alter much. Therefore, I couldn't entirely depend on my limited knowledge of future happenings. Yet, it wasn't all seriousness and no fun. Such an existence wouldn't be good for my complexion, and to be honest, I liked it to be flawless. Father. There you are. I was searching everywhere for you, Mordred exclaimed as he burst through the door with such force that it nearly came off its hinges. Sigh, Mordred, must you be so loud? Can't you see I'm trying to relax? And indeed, I was. Mordred found me soaking in a large Roman-style bath, the water warm and crystal clear, with a touch of steam rising from the pool. Hee, sorry about that. Agravain was looking for you and asked me to check here, Mordred said, scratching the back of his head. Was it something important? I inquired, knowing nothing significant had occurred, so I doubted its importance, yet my curiosity remained. Nah, I don't think so. Just some tedious report or something, he replied, his refreshing honesty a welcome change after dealing with the much more rigid Agravain all day. Then come, I said, extending my arm. Join me. I bet you've been training all day and could use a bath. Mordred blinked, clearly taken aback by the invitation, but a grin quickly spread across his face. Heh, I wouldn't mind. You know, Father, you're a lot more enjoyable when you're not being all regal and commanding. In the depths of his eyes, I detected both surprise and joy. He had sought my approval enough to defy me, determined to prove that he could rule contrary to my beliefs. At heart, he was still a child, yearning for love and validation, something I failed to provide during his life, consumed as I was with being the ideal king. I neglected to be human, let alone a parent, even if I had barely realized he was my son before everything fell apart. Mordred had already improved a lot just since the moment I named him my heir. I had seen it, a burden lift from his shoulders, his very soul turning brighter, and I intended to not just be a king or a goddess but also a human and a parent. I like to believe that no matter why I was here, I was able to complete any unknown task while being better. Mordred quickly removed his heavy armor, a gift from his mother, the witch Morgan, my own sister. A noble phantasm in itself, secret of pedigree, strong enough to protect him and hide the truth from all insight, magic or other wards. Under the armor, Mordred wore very little, even in this far more liberal age it would be considered skimpy. His, or rather her chest, was barely covered by a palm-wide strip of red cloth, and most of her stomach too remained bare, same went for shoulders, for yet was the fact that her crotch area was barely covered, really what in the world was Morgan thinking making that outfit? Nonetheless, thanks to the amour's magical properties, there was no discomfort in not wearing proper padding underneath, and if Mordred wanted to go around in little more than underwear, then I would allow it. That too was soon stripped away, and Mordred joined me in my nakedness, and with little ceremony and practically leapt into the bath, sending a small wave of water rippling toward me. Ah, this is the life, he exclaimed, leaning back against the smooth stone edge. All that training can wear a guy out, you know. I chuckled softly, watching as she swam around, enjoying the warm water, and I felt at peace. I was apparently lost in my mind for longer than I had thought, because suddenly she had moved up to me, and without a care, reached out and grabbed my breasts. Damn, these are a lot bigger than I remember, and heavier as well. She said, no respect or reverence for her king and a goddess. I raised an eyebrow, a wry smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Mordred, I said, my tone both firm and amused, do you often find it acceptable to grope your king and father without permission? Mordred grinned unapologetically, her sharp teeth catching the light. Oh, come on, father. You're practically inviting curiosity with these things. And besides, she added with a mischievous glint in her eye, I'm just inspecting what I will inherit in a few years. I sighed, gently swatting her hand away and leaning back against the edge of the bath. You're incorrigible, you know that. She laughed, her voice bright and carefree, a sharp contrast to the heavy memories we shared. Hey, I was worried, you know. I feared I might end up unchanged as I grew older, but it seems like I had nothing to worry about. I shook my head, a smile creeping onto my face despite myself. You definitely inherited Morgan's boldness, that's for sure. Mordred leaned against the edge of the pool, her expression becoming more serious. Speaking of mother, do you think she's keeping an eye on this? Avalon and everything? I paused to think about her question. Who knows? Honestly, I'm not even certain if she's dead or alive, but Merlin, that old perv, is probably spying from his tower right now. Mordred's eyes widened in mock horror before she burst into laughter. Merlin. Watching us bathe. That old goat needs a better hobby. She leaned back, her golden hair damp against her shoulders, grinning mischievously. Should we wave and give him a show? I rolled my eyes, unable to stifle a chuckle at her audacity. Knowing Merlin, he'd take it as a personal invitation. But no, let's not encourage him. I'd rather not deal with his sly comments about family bonding later. Mordred laughed again, the sound echoing off the smooth stone walls. Still, you have to admit, if anyone sees everything, it's him. Do you think he's watching the outside world too? The crowd gathering outside the gates, those approaching Camelot. I tilted my head, letting the warm water relax me as I pondered her question. Honestly, I wasn't sure. The Merlin I knew was from the Fate universe, not the Marvel one, but I had learned never to underestimate him. Probably. Merlin has always had his way of keeping track of things and never sharing, such a troublesome guy. Mordred's smile wavered a bit as she considered my words. Do you think he'll return? Or is he truly gone for good, hiding in Avalon? I sighed softly, the weight of her question settling heavily between us. Even I can't bring him from his tower. Morgan truly knew what she was doing when she locked him away, but it's Merlin, so who knows? Mordred nodded, a rare thoughtful expression on her face. I guess that makes sense. Still, it would be nice to have him around for once, not just his cryptic riddles or sudden disappearances. I smiled faintly and reached out to ruffle her damp hair. You've gained more wisdom than I expected, Mordred. But don't let it go to your head. She swatted my hand away playfully, her grin returning. Don't worry, father. I'll leave the heavy thinking to you. I'm just here to swing my sword and look good doing it. And you do both remarkably well, I replied with a smirk, settling back into the bath. For now, at least, the world outside could wait. Here, within these walls, I could allow myself a moment of peace with my wayward child. Excalibur Vivian. I roared loudly, my right hand glowing in bright golden light as my Nobel phantasm appeared. Instantly, I fired a beam of water at my target. Mordred instantly went on guard at my words, jumping back, her mana roaring like a dragon, red lightning crackling around her naked wet body as she stood on the water. Yet, my target wasn't Mordred, but someone else instead, who sighed loudly at my attack. Chapter 19. Excalibur Vivian. I roared loudly, my right hand glowing in bright golden light as my Nobel phantasm appeared, and instantly I fired a beam of water at my target. Mordred instantly went on guard at my words, jumping back, his mana roaring like a dragon, red lightning crackling around her naked wet body as she stood on the water. Yet, my target wasn't Mordred, but someone else instead, who sighed loudly at my attack. Honestly, that wasn't what I had expected at all. Came a voice, belonging to neither Mordred nor myself. Mordred, quickly understanding that this wasn't me suddenly attacking her and realizing that there was an intruder, quickly turned to face them. There, by the door stood a now-soaked woman, her yellow monk robes hanging heavily on her body, and only the fact that she was bald spared her from having a head full of wet hair. Mordred's stance shifted immediately, her crimson mana sparking around her as she leveled a sharp glare at the intruder. "Who the hell are you, and how did you get in here?" she demanded, her voice low and dangerous. I didn't rise from the bath, nor did I attempt to attack again, or summon a more powerful weapon. I had no doubt my lance would do better, but even my first attack had been little more than a warning. Because I knew that woman, or didn't know her personally, but I knew who she was. My gaze fixed on the intruder, I allowed Excalibur Vivian to fade, the golden glow dissipating as the bath returned to calm. "You are far from where you should be, Ancient One," I said, my voice steady but laced with caution. "Your presence here is unexpected." The soaked woman straightened, her hands clasped calmly before her. Despite the dripping water, her serene demeanor remained intact. "Unexpected, perhaps," she replied, her voice a harmonious blend of wisdom and curiosity. "But not unwarranted. Camelot's reappearance has caused ripples far beyond its walls. Ripples that demand my attention." She might act calm, but I with my divine eyes could see the truth. She was shocked, both by the fact that I knew her, and the fact that my attack had breached her defense. It wasn't fully able to overcome it. I had planned to humble her a little more, but she had been able to reduce the power of my attack to nothing, but unable to dispel the water itself. After all, while it might look like a water gun, it was a special form of Excalibur, blessed by Lady Vivian herself. The water was hardly normal. Mordred's crimson mana crackled intensely as she looked between us, her eyes narrowing. "Do you know her, Father?" "Because I definitely don't, and she seems like someone who should be kicked out." I raised a hand, signaling Mordred to pause. "She's a witch, somewhat like both Merlin and your mother, but I doubt she's here for a fight, even if she does look ready to take advantage of our bathing." The Ancient One raised an eyebrow at my remark, her expression steady, though I noticed a slight twitch in her lips that suggested either amusement or mild annoyance. "I prefer the term sorcerer, but I suppose which isn't too far from your perspective." Mordred scoffed, her crimson energy still simmering. "Sorcerer, witch, whatever you call yourself, you're trespassing in Camelot. And Father's being a lot nicer than I would be." The Ancient One locked her gaze on Mordred, her calm demeanor unshaken by the tension. "I assure you, I'm not here to offend. The return of Camelot has caused ripples everywhere. I came to observe, not to provoke." I leaned back against the edge of the bath, my divine gaze still locked on her. "Observe, huh? That's a convenient way to describe barging in and listening in on a private moment." Her serene expression faltered briefly, quickly veiled again. "You misinterpret me, King Arthur. I serve as a guardian of balance, and Camelot's return, your return, has altered that balance in unpredictable ways. My intention is to observe and, if needed, assist." Mordred tensed, her grip on the edge of the bath tightening. "So, are you implying Camelot is a problem?" "Not a problem," the Ancient One clarified, her voice steady. "A nexus. Its reappearance acts as a beacon attracting attention from both benign and malevolent forces. My concern lies with the latter." I tilted my head slightly, unwavering. "And do you think I can't handle such threats?" "Some threats cannot be managed through sheer power alone." The heavy tone of her voice carried a deep burden and a harsh truth. Mordred calmed a bit, still upset, but the surge of mana subsided, and she settled back in the water. "Ugh, you remind me of Merlin." "Father, I take back what I said about him. I don't miss him at all." I couldn't help but laugh at that. It was indeed a very Mordred thing to say. The Ancient One's lips turned up slightly at Mordred's remark, but her gaze remained fixed on me. Merlin, as I understand, was skilled in misdirection and riddles. I, however, favor clarity, though it often brings its own challenges. I nodded slowly, maintaining eye contact. Challenges aside, your message is clear, Sorcerer Supreme. However, let me make one thing clear in response: Camelot will safeguard itself and its people. Whatever forces you think are rising, we will confront them on our terms, not yours. The Ancient One nodded her head, acknowledging but not necessarily agreeing. I'd expect no less from the King of Knights. My sole purpose is to equip you with the tools and knowledge needed for what lies ahead. Mordred's sharp laughter broke the tension. Tools? What tools? Are you going to hand us a magic wand or what? She splashed water dramatically, reclining with defiance. The Ancient One's smile broadened, a hint of amusement emerging from her calm demeanor. No, young knight. The tools I provide are more abstract yet equally precious. Knowledge, perspective, perhaps even a warning. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite my skepticism. And what precisely is this warning? For the first time, she hesitated, her gaze fleetingly shifting toward the ornate stonework of the bathhouse. Be aware of the ties that connect you to this world, Arthuria Pendragon. Your return has triggered events, not all of which will be favorable. Alliances, betrayals, and decisions that are yet to come, they will influence the future of more than just Camelot. Her enigmatic words lingered in the air, their significance undeniable. I scrutinized her closely, searching for any sign of deceit, yet her expression remained unchanged. And if I decide not to heed your warning? I asked, my voice intentionally quiet and measured. Then you will continue along your own path, as you have always done, she stated plainly. But keep in mind, King Arthur, even the brightest stars cast shadows. Mordred, unimpressed by the dramatics, waved her hand dismissively. Yeah, we get it, ominous warnings and all. If you're not going to give us specifics, you're just wasting our time. The Ancient One chuckled softly, her composure intact. Specificity, young knight, is a privilege I can't afford. The threads of fate are constantly shifting. What I offer is not certitude, but a glimpse of what might happen. I exhaled slowly, feeling the burden of her words envelop me like an unseen cloak. Very well, I finally responded. You've conveyed your message. Now depart from Camelot. Observe if you wish, but do not interfere unless summoned. The Ancient One bowed slightly, her movements fluid and elegant. As you command, King Arthur. May your light lead this realm through the impending storms. With a subtle flick of her wrist, a golden energy portal materialized behind her. She stepped through in silence, vanishing as swiftly as she had appeared. Mordred huffed, crossing her arms as she glared at the now vacant doorway. Well, that was dramatic. I can't wait for the next uninvited cryptic visitor. Hopefully, we won't encounter more, but you're right, she reminds me of Merlin, warning us of dangers without giving any explanations. It's such an irritating trait, I couldn't help but sigh. The second Marvel character to appear before me, and all she did was ramble some vague nonsense and leave. Yet, I didn't blame her, she hadn't planned to reveal herself, merely wanting to observe. However, my attack compelled her to act as if she had come to converse rather than spy, leading her to weave a hasty narrative of ambiguous warnings and half-truths. Mordred rolled her eyes, her crimson mana flickering for a moment as her annoyance faded. Yeah, well, if they're all like that, I might start tossing them out myself next time. Honestly, if you're going to alert someone, at least have the courtesy to provide useful details. I couldn't help but chuckle, though it had a sharp edge to it. That's Merlin's legacy, for you. Always showing just enough to create unease but never enough to truly prepare us. Mordred flopped back against the edge of the bath with an exaggerated groan. So, what now, father? Do we just sit here waiting for the next Nexus or Ripple to knock on our gates? I shook my head. No, we ignore her, stick to our plans, and when trouble arrives, I'm sure you and the others will manage it. After all, you are the knight who dealt a mortal blow to the King of Knights himself. I teased slightly, not wanting things to get too serious. Mordred's expression twisted into a mix of pride and irritation, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. TCH, you just had to bring that up, didn't you? She muttered, crossing her arms. It's not exactly my proudest moment. I smirked, leaning back against the smooth edge of the bath. Perhaps not, but it's still a testament to your strength. Not many can say they've bested me, even in such complicated circumstances. She huffed, her crimson mana flickering softly in the steamy air. Yeah, well, don't think I'll let it inflate my ego or anything. You're still the King of Knights, father, even if you're sitting there trying to cheer me up with your humor. Good, I replied, my voice softening. Now, let's unwind while the water is warm. Who knows how long it will be before someone else arrives. I'd prefer not to greet any more guests, invited or not, without being clean. Mordred snorted, leaning back in the water, a smirk playing on her lips. Yeah, we definitely wouldn't want father to greet more intruders smelling like a battlefield. That's not exactly how a regal figure should present themselves, is it? I chuckled lightly, genuinely amused. Regal or not, it's about more than just appearances. A clear mind is easier to achieve when the body feels refreshed. She tilted her head back, allowing the steam to envelop her face. I can't really argue with that. Not that I'd admit it, but this is way better than sharpening swords all day. Balance is crucial, I stated, closing my eyes and sinking a bit deeper into the bath. Even for a warrior. If all you do is prepare for battle, you'll wear yourself out before the real fight begins. Mordred's tone softened slightly, a rare moment of reflection evident. You always come out with those nightly bits of wisdom, don't you? Maybe one day I'll learn from them. I opened one eye and smiled faintly. You're already further along than you realize, Mordred. Just try not to let your enthusiasm lead you into trouble. Again. She rolled her eyes and splashed water in my direction. All right. I get it. No more charging in headfirst without thinking. You won't ever let that go, will you? Not while I still have breath, I teased, casually deflecting her splash with a lazy wave of my hand. The day ended like this, but I knew the Ancient One would return. She was startled this time, but she wouldn't let a divine being wander around freely. Chapter 20. Damn, I bet having Chapter 18 and 19 come out so soon after one another was quite a surprise, wasn't it? It surprised me as well. I got a shock when I saw the chapter was out, and I'm supposed to know XD. As Arthuria and Mordred enjoyed the warm water, another occupant of the same pool faced a far less enjoyable experience. The Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, hurriedly retreated, striving to maintain her composure, but in doing so she made a grave mistake. Without thinking, she opened a portal back to Camartage, only to materialize in front of a group of sorcerers training, with Wong guiding them. The sudden appearance of the portal drew their attention, and they were stunned to see the Ancient One, drenched. Wong, brow furrowed in confusion, cautiously asked, Ancient One. Did you go for a swim? Predicting the reaction, the Ancient One swiftly interjected, Excalibur is a water gun. The trainees, on the verge of laughter, halted, befuddled by her claim, allowing her to exit, her dignity largely intact as they processed her statement. Wong, though surprised, quickly regained his composure and followed his master out of curiosity regarding the incident. It wasn't difficult to trace her footsteps, evident in the wet marks on the stone and wood paths. He found her drying her face with a towel. Are you all right, master? He asked. The Ancient One looked up, her composure mostly regained despite being soaked. I am unharmed, Wong, she replied, her voice steady yet carrying a hint of fatigue. She draped the towel over her shoulder and sighed softly. Though I must admit, today's encounter was not what I anticipated. Wong folded his arms, concern evident. In Camelot, I presume. She nodded, her expression thoughtful. Yes, I thought I'd take a look around, but it seems the King of Knights is even more formidable than the legends suggest. I didn't expect her to find me. Wong raised an eyebrow. And the water gun. A subtle smile graced the Ancient One's lips. Excalibur, Vivian, to be precise. A unique manifestation of her legendary sword. What seemed like a harmless attack turned out to be anything but. Even with my defenses, I underestimated its strength. The water she produced wasn't just ordinary liquid. She waved her hands, trying to dry herself magically, but it proved ineffective. As you can see, magic does not affect it, it's both curious and unexpected. Wong struggled to grasp what he was hearing. Excalibur, King Arthur's legendary sword, transformed into a water gun. It was hard to believe. His lips twitched, wavering between disbelief and the absurdity of the situation. Excalibur, as a water gun, he repeated slowly, hoping the words would make more sense on the second try. That's not how the stories go. The Ancient One chuckled softly, more at herself than at the absurdity. No, it certainly doesn't. But then again, the stories often differ from reality. I found the king in the bath, sharing it with Mordred. She paused, allowing Wong to connect the dots. Wong's eyebrows shot up, his composure cracking for the first time. The way the Ancient One said it conjured images of a father and son engaged in something unspeakable. The thought made Wong shiver. The Ancient One quickly noticed Wong's discomfort, her calm expression shifting into a rare grin. Your imagination seems to be running wild, Wong, she remarked lightly, a soft laugh escaping her lips. I assure you, the scene was far less scandalous than you're imagining. Wong cleared his throat, hastily looking away as if to dispel the thought. I wasn't picturing anything, he said quickly, but his reddened ears gave him away. It's just the way you said it. The Ancient One crossed her arms, her playful grin evolving into a knowing smile. Yes, but I should mention one detail. King Arthur is a woman, which surprised me a great deal. Wong's eyes widened, his expression a mix of shock and embarrassment as the Ancient One's revelation painted an even stranger picture in his mind. Wait, what? King Arthur is a woman, he stammered, his voice rising an octave. He couldn't help but reimagine the scenario, now featuring the female king of knights sharing a bath with her son. Considering the legend of Mordred stabbing his father, or mother with his sword, it suddenly took on a different meaning. The Ancient One could hardly contain her laughter at his reaction. Wong, what on earth could you be imagining? Wong shook his head vigorously, trying to push away the increasingly ridiculous thoughts. Nothing, he blurted, his voice higher than usual. Absolutely nothing. Just trying to process, that King Arthur is a woman. The Ancient One's grin widened, clearly amused by his discomfort. Ah yes, the unexpected twists of reality do have a way of challenging our perceptions, don't they? Wong pointed a finger at her, caught between incredulity and exasperation. You're enjoying this, aren't you? You show up dripping wet, ramble about water guns and baths, and now reveal that King Arthur is not only real but also a woman, and you expect me not to react. She tilted her head slightly, feigning innocence. I simply find your reactions enlightening. Wong groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. So let me clarify, you walked into a bath occupied by a famous King Arthur and Mordred, her adult son. And got drenched by a water gun version of Excalibur. The Ancient One clasped her hands behind her back, her serene demeanor failing to conceal the twinkle in her eyes. No, Mordred is a woman too, she said, her voice tinged with humor. Wong threw his hands up in frustration. And you're just, okay with all this? Like it's just another Tuesday. Wong, she replied smoothly, when you've lived as long as I have and witnessed what I've witnessed, you learn to accept the unexpected. Trust me, Camelot's King Arthur as a woman with a water gun Excalibur doesn't even make the top 10. Wong stared at her in shock, then shook his head. I really don't want to know what's in your top 10. The Ancient One chuckled softly. Probably best that way. But truthfully, I was taken aback for a moment, it contradicts all historical accounts of those events. Wong shook his head again, incredulous. Taken aback. That's saying something from you. What surprised you first, the water gun or the gender switch? The Ancient One allowed herself a rare smile. It wasn't merely the inconsistencies, Wong. It was the overwhelming power of the King of Knights. Records suggest Arthur was just an ordinary human with a magic sword, but this female version. She is divine. Wong blinked, disbelief and concern mingling on his face. Divine. As in, actual godlike powers. Not just superhuman with a fancy sword. The Ancient One nodded slowly, her calm demeanor hiding the weight of her realization. Exactly. I was confused by Camelot's sudden emergence but dismissed it initially. However, this is vastly different from what I originally believed. She had sensed something unusual a few days prior, and once news spread online about Camelot, the source of her disturbance became clear. Though she was curious, she hadn't thought much about it at first. Since she knew Merlin well as a powerful, sometimes helpful figure, she assumed he was behind it. But when she looked into the future, she witnessed events spinning out of control. Her meticulously crafted plans lay in ruins, and she found it hard to perceive even half of what was unfolding. Even without seeing everything, she had a good idea of the trajectory, leading her to Camelot for answers. However, she left with more questions than when she arrived. Clearly, she had underestimated Camelot, particularly its king. She hadn't anticipated being discovered, let alone attacked like that. Even Mordred was unexpectedly strong, though the full extent of her power hadn't been revealed since she hadn't engaged. Evidently, this Camelot was nothing like the one she knew, the inhabitants were far from who they should be. Everything revolved around the godlike King of Knights, but obtaining answers from her would be challenging. Wong furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing. How severe is this situation? Dormammu level bad, or just a minor inconvenience? Somewhere in between, the Ancient One admitted. It's not a malevolent force, at least, not yet. However, its very existence is disrupting the flow of time and fate. The threads of the future are tangled, with many outcomes that once appeared certain now clouded in chaos. Wong exhaled sharply. Fantastic. Just what we needed. I'll gather everything on Camelot, Arthur, and Merlin, perhaps there are some answers there. As Wong turned to leave, she noticed the still damp edges of her robes. The strange nature of Arthuria's attack lingered, the enchanted water refusing to evaporate or yield to her magic. It served as a reminder not only of the King of Knights' power but also of the unfamiliar challenges they now faced. With a sigh, she walked toward her quarters, her footsteps softly echoing in the quiet halls. Her mind was a whirl of concern and curiosity. Camelot was not just an anomaly, it posed a challenge to the very foundations of reality as she understood it. Arthur Pendragon, she murmured to herself. What exactly are you? Chapter 21, Chapter 21. Good evening, and welcome to BBC Nightly News. It has been a week since the mysterious reappearance of Camelot, King Arthur's legendary city, and the world is still grappling with its implications. Emma's calm professionalism hinted at a spark of awe in her eyes, as she carefully selected her words to conceal her own disbelief. That's right, Emma. From historians to global leaders, scientists to mystics, everyone has been racing to comprehend how a mythical city, once believed to be confined to legend, has suddenly emerged in the English countryside. James leaned slightly forward, his tone deliberate, yet his tightly clasped hands revealed an underlying tension. The scene shifted to an on-site reporter, live from Camelot's perimeter. Behind me stand the towering gates of Camelot, a sight no one believed they would ever witness just a week ago. Clara gestured toward the imposing white gates, her voice steady yet tinged with wonder. The soft hum of the assembled crowd behind her underscored the significance of the moment. The camera swept across rows of reporters, tourists, and scholars, their eager whispers and clicking cameras creating a symphony of anticipation. Uniformed officers patrolled the barricades, their rigid movements reflecting the pressure to maintain order. Government officials, in collaboration with international historians and scientists, have implemented a controlled entry system. So far, only a select few carefully vetted delegations, which include researchers and diplomatic envoys, have been permitted inside. Their discoveries. Astonishing. A montage of footage began, showcasing Camelot and a series of photographs of those who have been allowed entry. Inside the gates, visitors describe a city that defies logic and expectation, a perfect blend of medieval architecture and seemingly advanced engineering. Her voice softened, as if even uttering the words felt surreal. The screen changed to reveal Sir Gareth leading a group, her golden hair glinting in the sunlight as her animated gestures filled the air with energy. Her laughter was warm, and her inviting demeanor seemed to enchant even the skeptics among the researchers. Notable figures spotted so far include Sir Gareth, known for his kindness and exuberance, and to much shock have been revealed to be a woman. Once again, pictures of Gareth appeared on screen. Regrettably, we have been unable to capture footage within the city itself, so there are no recordings of other knights such as Sir Gawain. However, witnesses speak of the impressive skills he displayed on the training ground. The scene transitioned back to the studio. Thank you, Clara. It's not only scholars and historians who are paying attention. World leaders have expressed their views on the geopolitical and cultural impacts of Camelot's unexpected resurgence. Emma's delivery remained professional, but a slight furrow on her brow indicated that even she had difficulty grasping the implications. Clips show various leaders at press conferences. The Prime Minister's serious demeanor during his address stood in stark contrast to the lively gestures of other global leaders. Prime Minister Brown assures the public that Camelot does not present an immediate danger, describing it as a historic and diplomatic marvel. Meanwhile, the UN is working to create a framework for international cooperation, as countries like the United States and China seek access to the city. Earlier today, we had some experts in the studio. Let's revisit some highlights, Emma said as the scene transitioned again. Joining us now to explore the broader implications of Camelot's reappearance are Dr. Eleanor Fielding, a historian focused on Arthurian legend, and Dr. Marcus Patel, a specialist in quantum physics and anomalies. James subtly gestured towards the panel, his demeanor steady, though the tapping of his fingers against the desk revealed his nervousness. Dr. Fielding, let's begin with you. How do we interpret the existence of this city, long considered a myth, now manifest before us? Emma's tone carried a trace of disbelief, as if she was still reconciling legend with reality. Well, Emma, this fundamentally challenges our understanding of mythology and history. If Camelot exists, what else from legend could be real? Is this city a singular anomaly, or might other mythical places surface? Dr. Fielding's hands expressed her excitement as she spoke, her enthusiasm clear despite the gravity of her message. And Dr. Patel, from a scientific standpoint, how do we start to make sense of this? James leaned slightly toward the physicist, his curiosity sincere. James, we are entirely in unexplored territory. Theories vary from dimensional rifts to sophisticated technologies beyond our comprehension. Some even theorize a supernatural or divine origin, although we, of course, lack the means to test that. Dr. Patel remained calm, though his knitted brow revealed the unease lurking beneath his composed facade. Returning to the live segment, the hosts quickly reclaimed the conversation. And it's not just experts who are intrigued, all of Britain is curious. Earlier today, we had a chance to ask the public for their thoughts. Here are a few responses. The scene shifted to a middle-aged man on the streets. It's incredible. This shows there's some truth behind legends. I just wish ordinary people could enter. His tone was hopeful, but his eyes reflected a deep curiosity that matched the crowd behind him. Next, an older woman was asked for her thoughts. It's frightening. If they're real, what else could be out there? Dragons. Magic. I just hope the government knows what it's doing. Her voice trembled slightly as she clutched her bag like a lifeline against the uncertainty. Finally, a young teenager outside the restricted area of Camelot chimed in. Honestly, I'm just here for the TikToks. Camelot looks amazing. The teen beamed, taking selfies with the distant gates in view. Back in the studio, Emma quickly responded. Whether you see Camelot as a historical wonder or a looming enigma, one thing is clear, the world is watching, and the narrative is far from complete. Suddenly, the TV clicked off, and the owner scowled angrily. Camelot this, Camelot that, they keep discussing it, but offer nothing. Damn government, hiding the true secrets. If anyone deserves access to Camelot, it's me. Not those so-called scientists. He cursed angrily as he stood up. Nathan Garrett felt like his world crumbled the moment he heard the news. As a descendant of Sir Percy of Scandia, he shouldn't be barred from entering the legendary city. With ancient knights like Lancelot and Gawain appearing again, who could say Sir Percy hadn't shown up as well? Garrett was at a loss. He had always been proud of his lineage while equally resenting it. Ever since the ebony sword had denied him, he had harbored this anger, yet as a child, he cherished those old tales of his family and King Arthur. Now, those stories had come to life. Nathan Garrett strode around his dimly lit study, the air thick with anger and frustration. Books and artifacts cluttered the room, relics embodying his obsession with both science and his family heritage. Among them, a grand portrait of Sir Percy of Scandia looked down at him, a silent reminder of the family legacy from which Garrett could never fully escape. Garrett clenched his fists and turned away from the portrait, raising his voice to no one in particular. It should be me there, standing among them. Not these clueless government lackeys. His tone was a mix of anger and despair as it cracked. They don't understand what this means. They can't. He walked over to a cabinet and flung it open, exposing rows of meticulously maintained weapons and tools he had crafted himself. His hands hovered over a polished lance, a technological marvel he designed to rival the power of the ebony blade. Curling his fingers into a fist, he slammed the cabinet shut again. They rejected me, he muttered bitterly, eyes downcast. The sword, the legacy, even my own damn bloodline. For a moment, he recalled his childhood, before the bitterness and rejection. He remembered sitting by the hearth, listening to an old caretaker spin tales of Camelot. Back then, his eyes sparkled with wonder, imagining himself among the Round Table knights, wielding a sword of destiny. But those dreams had turned to ash when the sword chose another, leaving him with nothing but resentment. Now, Camelot had returned. The legends were no longer mere stories, they were now a breathing reality. Lancelot, Gawain, and others he had only read about in vague texts were here. The thought that Sir Percy could be among them was both thrilling and maddening. Sir Percy, he spat the name, laced with a hint of reverence beneath the venom. The perfect knight, the family's pride. And what am I? A footnote. A failure. His bitterness transformed into grim determination. Striding to his desk, he pulled out a weathered map of Britain and slammed it down. Fire burned in his eyes as he traced a path to the legendary city's supposed location. I'll find a way in, he vowed, his voice steady and filled with cold resolve. If Camelot has truly returned, then I too have the right to claim my place, one way or another. Turning back to the cabinet, he grabbed the lance and a modified suit of armor. Though not as ornate as what his ancestor wore, it was efficient, deadly, and a testament to his genius. As he suited up, a twisted smile crept onto his lips. The government can keep their secrets. They can keep their scientists and diplomats. I don't need their permission. Garrett cast one last look at Sir Percy's portrait before heading for the door. If the Knights of Camelot think they can ignore me, they're in for a rude awakening. Blood calls to blood, and I will not be denied. With that, he stepped into the night, his mind racing with plans and possibilities. For better or worse, Nathan Garrett was determined to make Camelot recognize him, and if it wouldn't, he would force it to. Riding his flying horse under the shroud of night, he soared toward his fate, uncertain of his next move but knowing he had to keep going. The stars above were dim, their light engulfed by the night's shadows. Soon the outline of Camelot's towering walls emerged ahead, illuminated by the moon's silvery glow. A chill ran down his spine at the sight, though he would never confess it, not even to himself. Magnificent, he whispered, his voice barely rising above the wind. The word held a mix of wonder and bitterness. This was the realization of his youthful dreams, unveiled in all its glory. Yet, it also served as a stark reminder of the legacy that had turned its back on him. His helm granted him clear vision in the moonlight, revealing archers on the walls. Their armor and broad bows caught his eye, alongside the striking detail that they bore no arrows. Curious, magic. I guess that's to be expected, he murmured as he charged over the wall, only to abruptly veer his mount aside, narrowly avoiding an arrow that flew by with astounding speed and force. The arrow whizzed through the air with a sharp, piercing shriek, vanishing into the darkness behind him. Garrett's heart raced while he steadied his mount, its wings straining to keep altitude after the sudden turn. Damn it, he hissed, gripping the reins tighter. They don't miss a beat, do they? As if in response, another arrow zipped by, its path unervingly accurate despite the distance. He shifted his gaze back to the wall, spotting the archers, their movements agile and purposeful. They carried no quivers, yet with a simple motion, gleaming golden arrows appeared in their hands, poised to launch. Definitely magic, he muttered, frustration and fascination mingling in his voice. And not the kind for amateurs. With a firm pull on the reins, Garrett's mount banked sharply, drawing him into a wide circle around the city's outer edge. He needed a different tactic, one that wasn't so straightforward. Charging at the walls would turn him into a target for these mystical marksmen. His thoughts raced as he scanned the landscape, his enhanced helm charting the terrain below. However, the city stood in a broad, open field, devoid of any cover. The realization made Garrett clench his jaw. He hadn't anticipated the terrain being such a hindrance. Wide open, he muttered under his breath, frustration creeping into his voice. Perfect for them, hell for me. He maneuvered his mount lower, skimming the terrain as he aimed to stay beneath the archers' sight lines. Their golden arrows were unnervingly precise, he couldn't afford to be caught exposed again. Another arrow zipped past, closer this time, slicing through the air so near that Garrett felt its wind. His horse whinnied, its wings faltering briefly before he regained control. All right, he gritted through clenched teeth. Let's see how good you really are. Garrett veered sharply upward, urging his mount into a steep ascent. He angled toward the far side of the city, where the wall's light seemed fainter and the patrols less dense. As he neared, he activated a cloaking mechanism embedded in his armor, causing the air around him to shimmer subtly as the technology engaged. The archers faltered, their glowing arrows losing strength mid-draw as they appeared to lose sight of him. Garrett allowed himself a grim smile. That's right, see if you can find me now. He wasn't sure if the knights could see through invisibility, but they seemed unable to detect him. Part of him felt a surge of pride, believing he had outsmarted even the knights of Camelot. Though he didn't want to take any chances, it was clear the city was aware of his presence, which likely meant the guard was on high alert now. He paused for a moment, he could push forward, but there was a risk of being discovered quickly. Damn it, fine, you win this time, Camelot, he swore, turning back. Now he knew their defenses. He had tested their reflexes. He had confirmed that his invisibility worked. Next time, he wouldn't come unprepared. Next time, he wouldn't be turned away. As he soared into the night, the grand city behind him, Garrett's mind was already crafting his next plan. One way or another, he was going to get inside. Chapter 22, Chapter 22. As the Black Knight left to plan his assault, the knights of the city remained on high alert, and some rushed to alert the sleeping knights of the Round Table. The first to be alerted was Agravain, the knight in charge of administration. The faint glow of moonlight illuminated Agravain's chambers, casting stark lines across the stone walls. The stillness of the room was broken only by the low crackle of a dying fire. Agravain lay on his modest bed, his breathing steady, his posture disciplined even in slumber. The sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed through the corridor outside, growing louder as they approached his door. Without hesitation or ceremony, the door creaked open, revealing an enforcement knight. Its metallic frame gleamed faintly in the dim light, and its glowing eyes pulsed with a steady rhythm. Sir Agravain, the knight said, its voice monotone and devoid of inflection. A priority alert has been issued. Agravain's eyes snapped open, his instincts kicking in before his mind had fully woken. He sat upright, his sharp gaze locking onto the figure. Report. The knight stepped into the room, its movements precise and mechanical. An aerial entity has been detected above the city. Initial attempts to neutralize the target were unsuccessful. The entity utilized advanced evasion techniques, including visual concealment. Current location unknown. Probability of infiltration, indeterminate. Agravain swung his legs over the edge of the bed, his brow furrowing. Describe this entity. Observed characteristics, a humanoid figure mounted on a flying beast. Apparent technological or magical augmentation employed to achieve invisibility. No physical breach of city structures confirmed. He stood, reaching for his armor with practiced efficiency. And the wall archers. What actions have been taken? All units remain active and vigilant. Patrols have been doubled. Defensive protocols have been enacted. Current directive, monitor and report anomalous activity. Agravain's expression tightened as he began strapping on his armor, the metallic sounds filling the chamber. A stealth approach, then. Do you have an estimate of its origin? Unknown, the knight replied, its voice as steady as before. The entity's evasion capabilities exceed standard protocols. Probability of external reconnaissance or hostile intent, high. He nodded sharply, his mind already formulating a response. Return to the walls. Continue monitoring and increase the defensive field at all access points. I will alert the knights. The enforcement knight inclined its head, the gesture mechanical and deliberate. Acknowledged. Relaying updated orders to units. Awaiting further directives. It turned and exited the room with the same measured steps, leaving Agravain alone in the dim light of his chamber. For a moment, he stood still, adjusting the final strap of his armor as he stared into the embers of the hearth. A calculated probe, he muttered under his breath. Or a test of our defenses. Either way, they will find no weakness here. Agravain moved swiftly through the dimly lit corridors, his armored boots echoing sharply against the stone floors. His expression was as cold and unyielding as the blade at his side. The grand chamber housing the round table lay ahead, its massive doors carved with the intricate sigils of Camelot's most honored knights. Agravain approached the stationed enforcement knights standing guard. They turned their glowing eyes toward him, their movements precise and mechanical. "Awaken the knights of the round table," Agravain commanded, his voice clipped and firm. "A session is to be convened immediately. The king is not to be disturbed." Taking his seat, he began waiting impatiently. He wanted to get this done quickly, but rushing out on his own wouldn't be good, not without knowing the situation. And it didn't take long before the others started to arrive. Lightly greeting him and later the others as they sat at their own seats. Soon enough, there were only 2 seats empty, the one belonging to Arthuria and Mordred. The atmosphere in the room was tense, everyone wanted to know why they had been woken up and called to meet here. Yet, Agravain waited. He knew his king would want Mordred involved in these things as training for the day he would inherit the throne, not that he expected that to happen now, with the king being divine. Lucky, father isn't here yet. I was worried I would be late for a minute. Mordred immediately made his entrance known as he spoke loudly. "You're late," Agravain said, his tone sharp but controlled. "We don't have time for your theatrics tonight, Mordred." Mordred dropped into his chair, leaning back casually with one leg draped over the armrest. "Relax, father isn't here yet, so what's the problem?" Agravain's eyes narrowed slightly at the casual tone, but he didn't rise to her bait. Instead, he gestured toward the empty chair belonging to their king. "The king will not be joining us. This matter is ours to handle." That statement seemed to shift the mood in the room. Mordred sat up a little straighter, the smirk fading from her face as she looked around at the other knights. "All right, then," she said, her tone a bit more serious now. "What's going on?" Agravain stood, his hands resting on the table as he addressed the assembled knights. An intruder was detected near the city walls tonight. The room tensed as the knights absorbed his words. Gawain leaned forward, his strong jaw clenched. "Did they breach the walls?" "We cannot confirm that," Agravain replied curtly. "They appeared to have gone invisible before we could apprehend them. The enforcement knights are maintaining heightened surveillance, but the situation remains uncertain." The tension in the room grew as Agravain's words settled over the gathered knights. Lancelot, seated near the edge of the table, leaned forward, his piercing gaze fixed on Agravain. "If they've gone invisible, we have no way of knowing whether they've left or are still within the city." Bedivere nodded, his expression calm but thoughtful. "If they remain within Camelot, their intent is critical. Are they here as a spy, an assassin, or something else entirely?" Mordred tapped her armored fingers against the table, her crimson mana flickering faintly around her. "Or maybe they're just a coward, testing the waters. Either way, we can't sit around twiddling our thumbs while they're out there, or in here." Gareth, always the optimist, interjected, her voice steady but hopeful. "If their intention was hostile, wouldn't they have acted already? Perhaps they're here for parley or some kind of alliance." Agravain's expression hardened as he addressed Gareth. "If they were here for a friendly topic, then there was no reason to sneak in, nor try to fly over the walls, which means we can at least assume their goal was hostile in nature, though not the extent of it." The table fell quiet for a moment, the gravity of Agravain's words sinking in. Mordred's mana crackled faintly again, her impatience evident. "So what's the plan, then? Are we sweeping the city or doubling down on the walls?" "The city must be swept thoroughly," he announced, his voice steady but unyielding. "We cannot afford to leave anything to chance. Increase the patrols within the city, and double the enforcement knights at all strategic points." He gestured toward the gathered knights, assigning roles with precision. "Gawain, take charge of the interior sweep. Cover every street, every hall, and every corner. Mordred, coordinate with the enforcement units to establish perimeter patrols around the city walls. Let no one pass unnoticed, not even a shadow." Mordred smirked, a flicker of crimson energy sparking at her fingertips. "Finally, something to do." "You've got it, Agravain." Agravain turned his gaze toward Bedivere. "You'll oversee the watch at the gates. Reinforce the main entrances and ensure no one enters or exits without approval." Bedivere inclined his head. "Consider it done." Lancelot, who had been quietly observing, raised a brow. "And what of the king's chambers?" Agravain's gaze flickered toward the empty seat of their ruler before returning to the table. "The king is not to be disturbed, but their protection remains paramount. Knights will be stationed outside the chambers at all times. Gareth, you will lead that effort. Choose those you trust implicitly." Gareth's face lit with determination as she stood. "It will be done, Agravain." "And the rest of us?" Lancelot asked, his tone calm but pointed. "You and I will oversee the broader coordination," Agravain replied. We'll ensure that all efforts are synchronized and that no detail escapes us. We will make it clear to whoever dares intrude upon our city that Camelot does not tolerate threats." The knights nodded in unison, their collective resolve palpable. Without further hesitation, they dispersed, each heading toward their respective duties. The grand chamber of the round table emptied swiftly, save for Agravain, who remained seated for a moment longer, his fingers drumming against the table's surface. "We'll see how far your cleverness gets you, intruder," he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible in the echoing silence of the chamber. It was not just the knights of Camelot who became aware of the attempt to intrude into their city. Given the amount of interest that the magical city was attracting, eyes were upon it around the clock, and even the cover of night could not keep secrets. Among these powers, keeping an eye on Camelot was naturally S.H.I.E.L.D. and due to time zone differences, even though it was night within Camelot, it still allowed Director Nick Fury to be briefed on the situation as soon as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents picked up on the events. Agent Coulson, one of Fury's most trusted agents, was once again the one to brief him on the developing situation. "Director, we have a situation." Fury looked up from his work and motioned for Coulson to continue. Approximately 17 minutes ago at 03:14 local time an attempt was made to breach Camelot's airspace. Fury now gave the report his full attention. "Who is the idiot who did that? I thought everyone knew the current plan of a wait-and-see approach while we collect information." Coulson adjusted his tie, his usual calm demeanor slightly more strained than usual. "We don't have a confirmed ID yet, but based on the pattern of movement, we have a few educated guesses. The attempt involved some form of advanced technology or an enhanced individual. They managed to evade Camelot's defenses for a time but ultimately retreated before fully breaching the city." Fury leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers as his gaze bore into Coulson. "Let me guess. The knights didn't let them get far." Coulson nodded. "Correct. Camelot's defenses are sharp. Archers engaged almost immediately, and according to our analysis, they're not using conventional weapons. Reports indicate that their arrows materialized mid-draw, likely magical in nature. The intruder evaded a few volleys and then activated some sort of cloaking device before retreating." Fury's eye narrowed. Retreating doesn't mean gone. They could still be out there, watching, waiting. What's the likelihood this wasn't just some amateur? Coulson tapped a tablet, pulling up images and data on a nearby screen. "Given the precision of their movements and the use of advanced tech, we believe this was a calculated probe. Someone testing the waters, or the walls, as it were." Fury's gaze flicked to the screen, scanning the information. "Anyone on our watch list capable of pulling something like this?" Coulson hesitated for a moment before answering. "Nathan Garrett. The Black Knight." Fury let out a low growl. Damn fool couldn't leave well enough alone. Of course, it had to be him. "What's his angle?" Coulson shifted his weight slightly, his tone cautious. "We suspect his motivations are personal. As you know, Garrett is a descendant of Sir Percy of Scandia. He likely sees Camelot's reappearance as a direct challenge, or an opportunity to claim something for himself. Given his history, it's safe to assume he's not looking for a friendly reunion." Fury's lips pressed into a thin line as he processed the information. "So, we've got a rogue descendant of Camelot's legacy stirring the pot while the whole world watches. This isn't just about Camelot anymore. If he makes another move, it's going to escalate fast." Coulson nodded. "Do we intervene, or let Camelot handle it?" Fury paused to think. The situation could get out of hand, yet he couldn't deny that it was a good opportunity to collect information. Already this one attack had allowed them to learn a few things about Camelot's defenses. Such as the possibly magic nature of the archers, and the fact that they failed to find Garrett once he went invisible. Two very useful bits of knowledge for sure. He quickly pulled up the S.H.I.E.L.D. file on Nathan Garrett, the infamous Black Knight. Because, someone like that had long since gotten on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar. The screen filled with a detailed profile, criminal history, known affiliations, weapons, and technological advancements. Garrett's armor, the genetically engineered flying horse, and his expertise in engineering all highlighted his resourcefulness, and his penchant for reckless ambition. Yet, even if they knew about him, they hadn't been able to do anything. After all, they were sadly unable to prove anything, and Garrett wasn't someone S.H.I.E.L.D. could just disappear. As a successful scientist and member of British nobility, even S.H.I.E.L.D. needed to use the proper channels to deal with him. And he wasn't stupid enough to leave proper evidence behind, forcing S.H.I.E.L.D. to just keep an eye on and try to catch him in the act, something they had been unable to do. Even Fury had to admit that his tech was damned impressive. If that man hadn't been a rotten apple, he could have done a lot of good. "Damn waste of talent," Fury muttered, tapping the edge of the desk. "The kind of mind that could have built a better world, but instead, he's out there playing it being some dark knight from a bad fairy tale. What to do, what to do?" He muttered under his breath. Wanting to find the best solution, the way he could get the most out of this situation. "Don't act against Garrett, let him test Camelot for us, and prepare a file on him, have it printed in England," he finally said. You plan on handing his information to Camelot? Coulson couldn't help but ask. Yes, not right now, but it would be a good way to test their stance and their abilities, and worst come, a dangerous terrorist will be the only loss. Coulson frowned slightly, but he nodded. I see the logic. Let him push their buttons and see how they respond. If Camelot deals with him, it's one less problem for us. And if they don't? He trailed off, his expression grim. Fury finished his thought. Then we'll know their tolerance for outside interference, and what kind of leverage they're willing to let someone like Garrett hold. Either way, we win. Coulson's gaze shifted back to the screen displaying Garrett's dossier. Garrett's not the type to back down easily, though. If Camelot pushes back, he might escalate. And if he does, it could get messy. Fury leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. Messy is fine, as long as we're not the ones cleaning it up. We need intel, Coulson, not heroics. Let Garrett be the fool who pokes the dragon. We'll just watch and take notes. And the file? Coulson asked. Make it comprehensive, Fury said, his tone firm. We'll hand it over when the time is right. Let Camelot see what kind of snake they're dealing with. Maybe they'll thank us, or maybe they'll show us exactly what they do with people who cross them. Coulson hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Understood. I'll get the file prepped and make sure it's ready for when you decide to pull the trigger. Fury smirked faintly, his gaze returning to the map of Camelot on the screen. Good. And Coulson, keep an eye on Garrett's movements. I don't want any surprises. Always, Coulson replied, turning to leave the room. As the door closed behind him, Fury leaned back in his chair, his sharp eyes scanning the glowing profiles of Camelot and Garrett side by side. Let's see what happens when a black knight meets a round table, he muttered to himself, a hint of grim anticipation in his voice. Chapter 23. And that concludes my report, Your Majesty. Agravain said as he stood before my throne. Good, I will leave this in your hands, but don't let this bit of trouble mess up with our overall plan. I cautioned. By your will, my king. I watched him leave the throne room. Sigh. What a headache, barely arrived here, and already people are causing trouble. But who was that guy? My Marvel knowledge was limited, I assumed MCU, due to the female Ancient One, but I couldn't yet be sure. However, due to my limited knowledge, I knew not of some strange black knight on a flying horse. Despite the hole in my knowledge, I should have expected it. After all, it didn't honestly make sense that only the US had superheroes and villains. And naturally, the UK would have a knight, because why not? Still, it was troubling, I didn't want to engage in any fights yet if I could avoid it. If Camelot became an enemy of the world, it would limit what I could do. And I would be forced to take on a villain role myself. The rule of the King of Knights shouldn't begin with force, I wish to show people why they should submit, to teach them of the good it would do them, peace, not war was my desire. Without a doubt, I would need to show force, I could win over the people, but never those in power. Still, the plan was to win the hearts of the people, and then crush those in power, becoming rightful King of England once again. Yet this mysterious knight could throw this in chaos. Letting out another sigh, I closed my eyes. Yet that didn't mean I was cast into darkness, no, in fact my mind expanded, I beheld all of Camelot. The city pulsed with life, its structures infused with the same magical energy that thrummed through my veins. My enforcement knights were beacons in my senses, I felt the knights of the Round Table, I heard what they said, saw what they did. Nothing was hidden from me. After all, this city was an extension of my lance. I didn't find any trace of the wannabe knight, much as Agravain had reported, he likely hadn't entered the city. Opening my eyes again, I pulled my senses back. Seeing the whole city was taxing, only due to my divine nature could I endure such a thing, the human brain wasn't meant to handle that load. The burden of a king wasn't light, even without a people to care for, after all I wasn't a normal king, I was the once and future king. My role wasn't just to rule and lead, but to protect and save. And the Marvel world did need saving, I wasn't about to allow some purple space pirate to snap away half of my kingdom. And that was hardly the only threat, I did need information, and badly at that. Yet to seek it would be troublesome. I whispered with a sigh. I was stuck in a bad place, my every action monitored closely, the world watching like a hawk, and I only had a few loyal knights at my side. They could fight, they could help me lead and rule, but they honestly didn't know their way around in this time and age. Still, for now, I would wait, trust my knights, and let the glory of Camelot spread. The following days the world continued to go crazy over the sudden appearance of the legendary city, yet the news trickling out of it wasn't near enough to satisfy the curiosity. Everyone wanted to know more, the few pictures taken from afar, from satellites or planes, didn't come even close to what they wanted. Sure, every day, a new small team of people was allowed to enter the city and spend the day exploring it, but they were all researchers and scientists. The media knew the lust for more and constantly tried to gain access and run programs about the city and its events. The studio lights cast a warm glow over the sleek wooden table, where 3 figures sat. Behind them, a dramatic image of Camelot dominated the screen, its gleaming towers sparking a sense of awe and mystery. The host, a middle-aged man with a sharp suit and an engaging smile, gestured toward his guests. Good evening, and welcome to Mysteries Unveiled. Tonight, we're tackling a question that's captivated the world: is magic real? And is Camelot's sudden appearance proof of it? He turned to his left. Our first guest is Dr. Reed Richards, a physicist and inventor. Dr. Richards, thank you for joining us. Reed adjusted his tie, his expression nervous. Thank you. Happy to contribute a scientific perspective. The host then gestured to the right. Opposite him is Professor Algernon Blackwell, a historian and self-proclaimed expert on the arcane arts. Professor Blackwell, welcome. Blackwell, with his slightly rumpled suit and eccentric air, gave a dramatic nod. It is a privilege to illuminate the mysteries of the ages. The host smiled and leaned in slightly. Dr. Richards, let's start with you. Camelot has appeared out of nowhere, defying logic. Many call it magic. What's your take? Reed clasped his hands, his voice steady. Extraordinary phenomena can seem magical until properly examined. While Camelot's appearance is remarkable, attributing it to magic without data is premature. Blackwell smirked, leaning forward. But data is everywhere, Dr. Richards. Camelot itself is the ultimate data point, a testament to forces beyond your rigid science. Reed raised an eyebrow. Forces we don't yet understand, perhaps. But history is full of examples where magic was simply misunderstood science. Lightning, for instance, was once attributed to gods. Now, it's well-documented physics. The host cut in smoothly. Professor Blackwell, doesn't Camelot's alignment with Arthurian legend suggest magic might be at play? Blackwell spread his hands theatrically. Indeed. Legends of Merlin, Avalon, and the mystical King Arthur. Their return is no coincidence, it is the fulfillment of prophecy. Magic is woven into the very fabric of Camelot. Reed's tone sharpened slightly. Prophecies are poetic interpretations of human fears and aspirations, not evidence. Until we can measure, test, and reproduce so-called magic, it remains unproven. Blackwell chuckled, reclining slightly. And there lies the problem with your science, Dr. Richards. Magic operates beyond instruments and equations. It is an art, a mystery, not a lab experiment. Reed leaned forward slightly. Or it doesn't exist at all. Convenient for you, Professor, that magic resists scrutiny. The host raised his hand diplomatically. Gentlemen, let's refocus. Professor Blackwell, what about the symbols in Camelot? Some don't match medieval records. Could they be advanced technology instead? Blackwell hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively. Symbols, technology, these terms are interchangeable. As Clark said, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Perhaps Camelot bridges both. Reed smirked faintly. If it's advanced technology, we're back in the realm of science. Magic becomes an unnecessary explanation. The host grinned, lightening the mood. What about the reports of a flying horse near Camelot? Surely science can't explain that, Dr. Richards. Reed sighed, pushing his glasses up. If verified, it could be genetic engineering paired with biomechanical augmentation. Improbable, but not impossible. Blackwell leaned in with a triumphant look. And yet, Dr. Richards, what of the soul of such a creature? Its very essence, its purpose and grace, these are realms science cannot touch. That, I argue, is magic. Reed's response was cut short as the host interjected. And there we have it, science versus magic, logic versus legend. A debate as timeless as Camelot itself. The camera zoomed out, the glowing image of Camelot in the background as the credits began to roll. Yet, it wasn't just limited to TV shows, countless people had taken the opportunity that Camelot represented to get some attention. Online people were making videos, podcasts, and live streams. With everyone wanting to hear about it, everyone was willing to talk about it. Books, toys, games, anything with King Arthur or his knights in it was suddenly popular like never before. Even outside that, every forum was alive with discussions. User, Nightwatcher88. Posted, 2 hours ago. Alright, everyone's talking about Camelot suddenly popping out of nowhere, but I'm not buying it. Are we seriously believing in magic now? This has to be some elaborate government project or a movie stunt. Thoughts? Reply, HistoryBuff123. Posted, 1 hour ago. It's not a hoax. Look at the aerial footage, those walls are real, and so are the knights. I've studied Arthurian legends for years, and this aligns eerily well with them. Maybe it's not magic as we think of it, but there's something strange going on. Reply, Science for All. Posted, 55 minutes ago. At History Buff 123 please. It's 2008. Magic doesn't exist. There's probably some advanced tech at play here. Maybe holograms or some sort of projection technology. Until we get hard data, it's all speculation. Reply, Camelot fangirl. Posted, 50 minutes ago. At Science for All, then how do you explain the reports of knights and golden arrows? The news even showed that an intruder tried to fly over and was immediately repelled. You think holograms can do that? This has to be magic. Reply, Rational Thinker 42. Posted, 30 minutes ago. Golden arrows could be some kind of energy weapon. And knights? Could just be actors in some elaborate armor. Don't forget, humans love a good story. Someone could be capitalizing on the Arthurian hype to make us believe this is real. Reply, Mystics are real. Posted, 25 minutes ago. At Rational Thinker 42, except it's not just hype. I was there. The energy around that place is undeniable, almost tangible. You can't explain that away with tech. Camelot is real, and so is magic. Fight me. Reply, Tech Junkie 19. Posted, 15 minutes ago. At Mystics are real, energy you can feel isn't exactly scientific proof. It sounds like confirmation bias. I'll believe it when I see actual evidence, like a sample of their so-called magical artifacts tested in a lab. Reply, Historian of Mysteries. Posted, 10 minutes ago. Everyone's missing the real question, why now? If this is the real Camelot, why did it reappear in 2008 of all times? What triggered this? Whether it's magic, tech, or something else, we need to consider the timing. Reply, Nightwatcher 88. Posted, 5 minutes ago. At Historian of Mysteries, finally, someone with a brain. Timing is suspicious, especially with all the global tensions lately. Whatever this is, it's meant to send a message. The question is, who's behind it, and what do they want? Nathan Garrett, the self-proclaimed true heir to Camelot and the infamous and fearsome Black Knight, was also among those who watched Camelot's news closely. In his workshop he had dozens of screens and TVs showing shows from around the world. And every time he looked at them, he was filled with a mix of rage and joy. Camelot, he muttered, gripping the edge of his desk until his knuckles whitened. The city that should be mine. The legacy they're all drooling over belongs to my bloodline. To me. Yet even in his anger, there was a twisted satisfaction in seeing the world turn its gaze to the legendary city. Garrett paced in front of his screens, his mind racing. They call it a miracle, a marvel, he sneered. Do they not see the power it represents? Power that should have been handed down to me, yet I can't even get close without having to act like a thief. He paused, his eyes locking onto a broadcast showing aerial footage of Camelot's walls. The precision of its design, the impossibility of its sudden arrival, it all pointed to forces far beyond the ordinary. And they just let it sit there, he hissed, his tone venomous. Untouched. Wasted. The fools don't know what they're dealing with. But I do. His gaze drifted to a workbench nearby, where the tools of his trade gleamed under fluorescent light. The armor he had painstakingly crafted stood ready, his lance resting against it like a sentinel. Awaiting its master. The lance was his masterpiece, the ultimate weapon, the proof that tech could beat magic. With it he was confident in breaking down even the walls of Camelot, yet he didn't want to. Camelot was his, and he would be a fool to break his own property. So instead he had to be sneaky about it, he hated it, hated that he couldn't just walk in. And worse still, it wasn't even the Knights of Camelot that kept him out. Anyone was free to enter through the gates. No, instead it was those useless fools in power, they kept him out, kept denying his requests to enter. Even though he, above all, should have that right. Nathan Garrett seethed, his frustration mounting as his gaze flicked back to the news coverage. He slammed a fist against the desk, sending a ripple through the scattered blueprints and schematics cluttering its surface. Denied, he growled, the word laced with venom. Again and again. They'd rather let tourists and scientists stumble around my city than grant entry to someone with rightful claim. He turned back to his workbench, his piercing gaze settling on the gleaming lance. It was a symbol of his genius, the embodiment of his conviction that technology could triumph over mysticism. Every inch of it had been crafted with precision, imbued with advanced capabilities designed to counter any perceived advantage Camelot's magic might possess. This is what they fear, he muttered, running a gloved hand along the length of the weapon. Not the knights, not the city, they fear me. They know I'll expose their weakness. Their fraud. He paused, his mind replaying every rejection, every dismissal from the authorities. It wasn't just the government's interference that stung, it was the knowledge that, in a way, they were right. They were afraid of what he represented. And they should be, Garrett whispered, his voice dark and resolute. But this isn't over. No one can keep me from what is mine. Not them, not even Camelot itself. His eyes returned to the screens, showing footage of the city's gleaming walls and the gates where visitors entered freely. It was a cruel irony. The gates were open to the public, but political red tape and personal vendettas had barred him specifically. Yet, even as the desire to finally get what was his was slowly bringing him to the point of madness, his genius mind kept him from being overly reckless. He couldn't afford to mess us, not now, not when he was so close to claiming his birthright. He would plan, prepare, and ensure that once he finally took up the mantle that was always meant to be his, that the world was ready to accept it. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. As time marched on, the magical essence of Camelot faded, giving way to the monotony of everyday life. The UK government's slow drip of new information barely kept pace with the mundane routine that was returning to people's lives. Despite this, many still yearned to enter the city or, at the very least, find answers. Fueled by this intense longing came the promise of money. Yet, the spell of Camelot was not easily dismissed. The mystery, enchantment, and untold stories continued to ignite passions among many. It evolved from mere curiosity into an opportunity. Where there is desire, there is profit. News outlets, eager to rekindle the fading interest, began offering enormous sums for exclusive footage, interviews, or even snippets of unverified news. The media frenzy roared back to life as independent journalists, thrill-seekers, and influencers focused their attention on Camelot. Civil servants, already overwhelmed with media requests, found their inboxes bursting with pleas, bribes, and demands. In a cramped office tucked within a government building, one staff member sighed as he opened yet another email tagged, "Urgent, Camelot access request." His desk was cluttered with folders marked denied, pending, and escalate. "I swear," he grumbled, rubbing his temples, "if I read one more pitch about an exclusive partnership or a documentary series, I'm going to snap." His colleague leaned back in her chair, scrolling through another pile of overwhelming requests. "One guy even offered to donate half his earnings to charity if we let him in," she reported flatly. And another claimed he was a direct descendant of Arthurian legends. The first staff member scoffed, "Let me guess, he's a descendant of Merlin." "Actually, it's Lancelot," she said, rolling her eyes as she tossed the email into the denied folder. Requests escalated to higher levels were also largely refused. The unwritten rule was to deny every request while keeping media access tightly controlled. This did not imply that no requests were approved, but only those the government could manage were permitted entry, with strict limitations placed on what could be disclosed afterward. Typically, only written articles or a handful of limited question interviews were released, sufficient to prevent unrest but insufficient to sustain the hype. However, some individuals remained unconvinced by this ruse. Daily crowds continued to gather outside the barricades around Camelot, eager to catch a glimpse or demonstrate their ongoing interest, wishing to show support for King Arthur. Yet, the enthusiasm was gradually dwindling. Nonetheless, one journalist was resolute in her quest to uncover the story and gain access to the city with her camera, Amy Hardy, a young, blonde woman filled with passion. Growing up with 4 older brothers, Amy's old-fashioned parents instilled the value of being well-read and active. This led to bedtime stories rich with knights, dragons, and princesses, which naturally transitioned into playtime centered around these themes. Though often cast as the princess in her brother's games, Amy developed a fascination with knights and their tales. As she matured, she retained the virtues she admired: honor, justice, and truth. This passion ultimately guided her into journalism. When she learned about Camelot, her eagerness to explore and understand everything related to the legendary king and his city intensified. However, despite her fervent efforts, even her network could not secure an opportunity for her to visit. Yet, her desire to enter Camelot burned intensely, and she resolved to be the one to gain access, regardless of the cost. The reality was she had neither money nor connections, and even those with ample resources struggled to reach the city. This bleak situation seemed hopeless unless she was truly willing to make sacrifices for her story. After all, she had one undeniable asset: her looks. She was undeniably beautiful. She had received countless offers for exclusive interviews and other opportunities but turned them all down, finding such propositions distasteful. Amy aimed to elevate her career through her skills, not by compromising her integrity. Yet, like many, she had absorbed stories of King Arthur, numerous tales featuring acts of self-sacrifice for the greater good. She contemplated whether her small sacrifice could be justified if it meant bringing the world what it yearned for. Yet, she refused to compromise herself for just anyone, especially since most couldn't provide what she sought in return. Only one man had shown interest and had the power to make things happen. Thankfully, he was rather appealing, making the potential risk feel manageable. Determined, Amy picked up her phone to call her boss. Ring. 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 "Hey, Amy, what can I do for you, sweetheart? I recall you mentioning Stark. I want to have a conversation with him, an interview. Please send my picture," she said, feeling her cheeks flush. Her boss paused, his tone losing its usual warmth. "Amy, are you certain about this? With Camelot around, I thought you'd overlook Stark's upcoming weapon demonstration." I understand, but I have a plan, she responded, her voice steadier than she felt. Just send my picture. If he's agreeable, I'll take it from there. Okay, he conceded after a brief silence, reluctance evident in his voice. But don't say I didn't caution you. Amy hung up, her heart racing. She placed her phone on the cluttered desk, staring at it as if it might suddenly accuse her of wrongdoing. This wasn't the way she envisioned making her mark in journalism, yet the prospect of unveiling Camelot's secrets was too compelling to dismiss. After what felt like a forgettable interview with Tony Stark regarding his latest weapon poised to revolutionize warfare, Amy, now more personally acquainted with the infamous Playboy, was en route to England. Having fulfilled Tony's desire for her stunning presence, she received her own prize, several calls from the world's wealthiest men later, and she had gotten an invitation to Camelot. Despite the British government's attempts to ignore the American arms dealer, it wasn't an easy task. They relented, allowing Amy Hardy a spot in Camelot alongside a local cameraman. She suspected they had plans to restrict her releases after her visit, but she was determined not to let that happen. She had a strategy in place and was eagerly anticipating the opportunity. Upon arriving in England, she couldn't overlook the dreary weather. It was all grey and wet. I hope it clears up before tomorrow, she murmured as she took a cab to her hotel. The following day marked the pinnacle of her career. Early the next morning, she donned her finest attire, with a backpack loaded with top-tier equipment that was ready for any situation. Although she had never seen such high-quality gear before, upon being offered the chance to visit Camelot, her superiors at the agency spared no expense to prepare her. After checking her phone and paperwork for the last time, she hailed a cab and headed out of London toward the legendary city. You're heading to see Camelot, love. Lots of people doing just that these days, the driver remarked casually. Where are you from? Amy flashed a polite smile through the rearview mirror. The States, she replied, glancing at the passing countryside. New York, actually. The driver acknowledged her with a nod. Ah, New York. Always wanted to go there. Must be quite different from all of this, eh? He gestured broadly to the rain-soaked fields. She chuckled lightly, her thoughts elsewhere. Yeah, a bit different. The driver continued, clearly intrigued. So, are you with one of those major media companies? Everyone's buzzing about Camelot, can't blame them. I've never encountered anything like it in my life. Amy paused, weighing how much to disclose. Something like that, she responded evasively. Shame they don't let anyone inside. I'd love to see it for myself, sounds incredibly impressive with all the hype. He remarked, unaware that she was among the select few allowed entry. Amy smiled politely, her gaze drifting back to the rain-speckled glass. Yeah, I can imagine it's something special, she maintained a neutral tone. The driver shook his head, tightening his grip on the wheel. It's a bloody shame, if you ask me. A site like that should belong to everyone, not just the government or a few lucky individuals. What's the point of history if it can't be shared? She hummed in agreement, her mind racing. She wasn't about to reveal she was one of the lucky ones. The less attention she attracted, the better. As they neared a checkpoint leading to Camelot, the vehicle slowed. Uniformed officers manned the barricade, checking IDs and cars. The driver let out a low whistle. Seems like they've really tightened security. Can't get too close these days. Amy felt her heart race. She fished her credentials from her bag and held them tightly. Guess they're just being cautious, she offered. The driver scoffed. Cautious. More like they're trying to conceal something. Always suspected this Camelot thing was a bit too perfect. She remained silent, focusing instead on the imposing walls of Camelot that loomed in the distance, their grandeur and pristine light evoking an almost surreal feeling. Her stomach fluttered with a blend of nerves and exhilaration. The driver took a detour, heading towards a cluster of large tents set up by locals to earn extra cash by offering shelter and seating for those gazing at the city through binoculars. Even the nearby pub had set up a mobile stall, selling pints and fish and chips, likely doing excellent business given the throngs gathered outside the secured area. Well, I wish you a lovely day, love, and don't feel down if nothing happens. It rarely does these days, the driver said as he dropped her off before heading back to see if anyone else needed a ride. Taking a deep breath, Amy gazed up as the sun broke through the clouds, smiling at the clear skies. Everything seemed promising. She quickly pulled her phone from her pocket and dialed the local contact supposed to meet her in the city, hoping all was well on that end. Listening to the steady ringing, she felt a surge of determination. The sunlight streaming from the clouds felt like a small victory, casting a golden hue over the fields and tents surrounding Camelot. The vibrant buzz of tourists, journalists, and hopeful onlookers around her was electrifying. At last, the call went through. Hello, answered a rough voice on the line. Hi, this is Amy Hardy, she responded, her voice bright yet professional. I'm at the drop-off point. Are you close? Yeah, the man said, his voice muffled, as if he were multitasking. I'm just parking. I'll be there in 5. Great, Amy replied, relief flooding over her. I'll wait at the main entrance. She ended the call and tucked her phone back into her pocket, taking a moment to absorb her surroundings. The atmosphere was electric. Groups of people clustered around portable heaters, some peering at Camelot's walls through binoculars, while others were taking photos and live-streaming their thoughts. Nearby, two teenagers loudly debated whether the knights inside were genuine or just highly advanced robots. A bit further away, a man in a long coat was animatedly disputing with a vendor about the authenticity of his Camelot-themed merchandise. A small smile appeared on Amy's face. The world hadn't experienced anything like this in decades, something so enchanting that it drew people out of their daily routines, making them believe in magic, even if just for a moment. She shifted her bag, double-checking to ensure all her gear was secure. Today wasn't merely another assignment, it was her chance to witness history in the making. The seconds dragged on as she awaited her cameraman, but she felt the weight of her ambition propelling her forward. Finally, a man in a suit, carrying a hefty equipment case, approached and waved at her. "Amy," he called out. "That's me," she answered, moving toward him. She couldn't help but notice he didn't resemble a typical cameraman, he looked more like a high-ranking civil servant or perhaps an agent of some sort. "Phil Coulson," he introduced himself, extending his hand. His grip was strong, his demeanor friendly yet focused. "Hope you're prepared. I hear it's very strict past the gates." "I'm ready," Amy declared with a confident nod. "Let's make history." Chapter 25. Amy felt a spark of curiosity as she assessed Phil Coulson. His tailored suit and composed demeanor didn't exactly scream local cameraman. If anything, he appeared more suited for a high-level government meeting than standing at the gates of Camelot. "You don't seem like the usual type for this gig," she remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Not that I'm complaining." Coulson offered a small, disarming smile. "Let's just say I'm here to ensure everything runs smoothly. Camelot has certain expectations, and the government prefers to have someone on site to handle any unexpected situations." "Great," Amy replied, sarcasm creeping into her voice. "So, you're a babysitter. Don't worry about me. Once we're in there, we'll play by their rules, and honestly, I'm quite excited myself." Coulson spoke sincerely, reports from previous visits had been clear. Inside, they operated under different rules, and the government held little sway, at least not without some hesitation to challenge them. Amy, being perceptive, gathered a few clues from his response. "So, not this government. An American one, like yourself," Coulson clarified. "But please, don't mind me. I'm just here to observe and hold your camera." Amy raised an eyebrow at his clarification. "An American government handler playing cameraman. That's comforting," she said, blending curiosity with skepticism. Coulson smiled as he led the way, his paperwork quickly facilitating access to the city gates. "Wow, they're massive," Amy remarked, feeling dwarfed as they approached. The gates loomed larger in person than any images had shown. "They must be incredibly heavy," Coulson noted, equally impressed. "Well, don't just stand there, get the camera out. We need to capture all of this," Amy exclaimed, momentarily forgetting Coulson's true identity as she got caught up in the excitement. Coulson chuckled, shaking his head as he retrieved the camera from his equipment bag. "Yes, ma'am. Looks like I'm earning my paycheck today." Amy barely acknowledged his comment, her focus entirely on the colossal gates above them. As they began to swing open smoothly, it was as though they were weightless. Inside, they were met with 3 knights. 2 of them donned helmets and wore blue and silver armor, armed with halberds. The 3rd knight, without a helm, had short purple hair and wore matching purple armor. "Visitors to Camelot," the unhelmed knight spoke, his voice firm yet inviting, exuding natural authority. "You are entering a city of honor, tradition, and law. Follow these principles, and you'll have safe passage." Amy exchanged a quick glance with Coulson, her heart racing with a blend of excitement and nerves. Coulson nodded slightly and stepped forward with his characteristic calm. "Phil Coulson," he introduced, handing over their papers. "Cameraman for today's visit. This is Amy Hardy, a journalist." The knights barely glanced at the papers, instead, they seemed more intrigued by the equipment they carried. "I am Lancelot, here to guide you today," the unhelmed knight introduced himself. A spark of recognition lit up Amy's face. Lancelot, the legendary knight of Camelot, stood before her in the flesh, or rather, in his gleaming purple armor. For a brief moment, she forgot to breathe, overwhelmed by the moment. "Lancelot," she repeated, nearly in awe. Quickly regaining her composure, she flashed her most professional smile. "Thank you for agreeing to guide us." Lancelot's gaze lingered on her for a moment, his expression unreadable. "No need for thanks. I simply wanted to meet outsiders for once." His tone was somewhat reserved, leaving Amy uncertain about how to respond. Growing up hearing tales of Lancelot, she was now face to face with the legend. Honestly, Sir Lancelot, I'm a bit nervous meeting you. I grew up hearing stories about you, she admitted, embarrassed yet exhilarated. Lancelot's expression softened slightly, although his tone remained measured. Stories, he echoed, contemplating the word. I wonder how the world remembers us after all this time. Tales often twist truth into myth. Amy nodded eagerly, gripping her camera tighter. I suppose they do. But if you don't mind, I'd love to hear your take on it. What's true and what's not, straight from you. Lancelot hesitated before responding. Perhaps you can share those stories with me, I'm curious about how history has depicted my life. In exchange, I can tell you if they're accurate or not. Amy's eyes widened at this surprising offer, her previous nerves slipping away. You want me to share the stories? Like the ones I grew up hearing. Lancelot nodded, calm yet genuinely interested. I know little of the world's memories beyond these walls. If I'm to guide you, we should exchange tales, your version of history and mine. Amy paused, her heart racing at the thought of interviewing Sir Lancelot himself. She had gained access, but everything beyond that was uncertain. Fears about not being able to converse with anyone faded. All right, she said, taking a steadying breath. Where should I begin? The affair with Queen Guinevere. Your duel with Sir Gawain. Or perhaps, the quest for the Grail. Instantly, she regretted her words, covering her mouth. To her, those stories were simply tales, but they were also tragic from another vantage, not exactly points of pride. Bringing up his affair, especially to his face, was a bold move. Lancelot's expression remained neutral, but a fleeting shadow crossed his features, his gaze calm yet distant as he regarded her. Ah, he said softly, melancholy in his voice. Those are the lingering tales, then. Of betrayal and folly. Amy lowered her hand, embarrassed. I didn't mean to. Lancelot raised a hand gently to stop her. No need to apologize. The world remembers what it chooses. You're not the first to speak of such matters. Amy nodded, her cheeks reddening. Still, I meant no disrespect. It's just what we were told, you know. Stories passed through the generations. I didn't think. He offered her a faint smile, but there was sadness in his eyes. No, I deserve to be remembered for my sins. Lancelot's slight smile remained but was tinged with sorrow. A man's legacy is rarely his to mold. Mine was shaped by fire and folly, as much as by valor and loyalty. Amy hesitated, debating whether to question further or let it go. But don't you think there's more to you than that? The stories talk of your courage, your strength, and loyalty to King Arthur. He shook his head, gazing into the distance as though peering back through time. Those accolades matter little when I've betrayed everything I stood for, my king and my fellow knights. Truthfully, I am unworthy of this place, and yet the king's mercy knows no bounds. Lancelot's voice lowered, the weight of his words palpable in the quiet space. Being here, walking these halls again, isn't evidence of my merit, but proof of the king's forgiveness. His Majesty's grace is unparalleled. I bear that weight daily. Amy was at a loss for words. She had anticipated the legendary knight to be proud or even boastful of his exploits. Instead, he appeared before her as a man profoundly aware of his imperfections, humbled by the grace shown to him. You're being too hard on yourself, she said gently. Everyone has their imperfections and makes mistakes. But your stories, your bravery, serve as an inspiration to people. You inspire them. Yet some flaws outweigh others, he replied, and an uncomfortable silence enveloped the small gathering. Coulson, holding the camera, decided to steer the conversation in a new direction. Speaking of stories, I'm a big fan of those featuring Sir Percy of Scandia. Are they real? Lancelot's serious expression shifted slightly at Coulson's inquiry, a glimmer of curiosity in his demeanor. Sir Percy of Scandia, he echoed, as if testing the name. That is an unfamiliar name to me. What deeds are credited to this knight? Coulson adjusted his grip on the camera, engaging in the conversation with a deliberate tone. He's often referred to as the Black Knight, a heroic figure who wielded the ebony blade, a weapon believed to be on par with Excalibur itself. Lancelot's brow furrowed. No sword can compare to the king's. That holy sword is peerless, even my own blade pales in comparison. Coulson nodded, undeterred. The ebony blade is said to possess immense power, but it comes with a curse. Its bearer risks succumbing to darkness if their heart isn't strong enough to withstand its temptation. Lancelot's expression grew somber upon hearing about the curse. A blade meant to corrupt its wielder is not a weapon of honor. It is a snare, set to trap those who pursue power without grasping the consequences. Such a thing has no place in Camelot. Amy tilted her head. But the legends clearly depict Sir Percy as an Arthurian knight, one of the strongest and most loyal. He is even credited with defeating Mordred the traitor. Lancelot's eyes narrowed, his expression sharpening with a blend of skepticism and curiosity. Defeating Mordred, he repeated in a low voice. The tales you refer to seem to contradict the truths of this realm. Mordred was vanquished by the king himself, though not without a price. These accounts, they warp our historical reality. Both Amy and Coulson exchanged glances. Even for radically different reasons, they were both well versed in Arthurian legends, which prominently featured Sir Percy and the Black Knight. It felt nearly impossible that those stories weren't true, yet Lancelot didn't appear to be lying. So, the question lingered, what was amiss? Amy broke the silence, her voice cautious yet contemplative. But these stories, they're so deeply rooted. If they're not true, then where did they originate? How could something as detailed as the Ebony Blade and Sir Percy's legacy just materialize out of thin air? Coulson nodded, his expression inscrutable. I agree. These aren't just obscure myths, they're essential parts of the Arthurian legend as we perceive it. If Camelot doesn't acknowledge Sir Percy or the Ebony Blade, then either these tales were concocted after Camelot vanished, or something has been intentionally concealed. Lancelot's gaze shifted toward the distant towers of the city, his expression unreadable. I am unaware of what transpired after our time, but no such knight ever sat at the round table. What about the Ebony Blade? Coulson queried. A black blade equal to Excalibur. Have you ever encountered anything like it? Lancelot's gaze sharpened, his tone resolute. There are no swords that match Excalibur, not even its sister sword, Excalibur Galatine. They are not akin to the sun and moon, but rather sun and firefly. Thanks to shield files, Coulson understood much more than the general public, leaving him increasingly astounded. Finally, he slung the camera onto his shoulder and reached into his bag. I have some texts on Sir Percy and the Ebony Blade here, perhaps you can review them later, he said, handing over a folder. Lancelot accepted the folder with a measured nod before passing it to one of the enforcement knights. Deliver this to Agravain. The knight nodded and walked away. All right, I believe that concludes our discussion on this topic. Clearly, I can't address that question myself. Lancelot's tone was decisive, signaling a shift in the conversation. Amy met Coulson's gaze, realizing that they wouldn't be addressing the issue further at this moment. She tightened her grip on her bag, her mind racing with the implications of their recent discussion. That's fair, Amy replied, her tone light as she sought to progress the conversation. It's amazing we're discussing this. Sharing stories of Camelot's legends with someone who has truly experienced them. Lancelot's expression softened slightly. We've both uncovered something new today, me, about you, and you, about the fact that he wasn't a true knight in service of the king. Amy nodded, realizing that Lancelot was not inclined to dwell on idealized notions or romantic interpretations of Camelot's history. She shifted her bag and kept her tone casual, aiming to redirect the discussion. What's daily life like here now? I imagine so much has changed since, well, your era. Lancelot looked at her, his expression cautious yet thoughtful. Not much has changed here, except for the absence of people. Outside, the world has certainly evolved, but in here, things remain the same, or nearly so. The king has matured. Amy tilted her head, intrigued by his wording. Matured? How so? Lancelot paused, his gaze drifting. The king was overly kind, too selfless, which led us all to betray him. Now, he comprehends the complexities of the human heart much better. Coulson adjusted the camera, his professional demeanor concealing his intrigue. And what of the rest of you? How do the knights adapt to, well, waiting? To this new age? Lancelot's jaw tightened slightly. Knights aren't meant for idleness, yet that's our current role, waiting and preparing. It brings challenges. Amy stepped a bit closer, her tone soft. That must be tough. Being here with so much to reflect upon. It's not time that is the enemy, Lancelot responded, melancholy coloring his voice. It's the burden of the past. Memories can weigh as heavily as they comfort. Amy hesitated, wanting to change the subject to something lighter. What about training? I assume you keep your skills sharp. Are there still tournaments or sparring matches? Lancelot managed a faint smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. We still train. A knight's discipline must never be overlooked. Sparring matches occur, but they lack the joy they once possessed. Amy nodded, sensing that Lancelot's responses were as much about maintaining a facade as they were conveying the truth. Could we visit the training grounds? Perhaps watch a match. Lancelot considered them both before shaking his head. I don't think that's wise, you might get hurt. People today are much more fragile than in the past. Amy raised an eyebrow, defiance flickering in her voice. Fragile. Surely people today are healthier than before, with their access to food and resources. It's more complex than that. Britain was different then, it had something that it lacks today, Lancelot stated succinctly. Amy exchanged a look with Coulson, an unspoken question lingering between them. Noticing Lancelot's change in mood, she chose not to push further and allowed the silence to settle. Coulson adjusted the camera on his shoulder, lightening the mood with a casual remark. I assume there's still much to see. Where to next? Lancelot gave them a brief glance, his gaze softening slightly. Follow me. There are still parts of the city that may interest you. Amy nodded, readjusting her bag as she fell into step next to Coulson, the weight of Lancelot's words lingering in her thoughts. The remainder of the tour was much more relaxed as they visited various parts of the city, all captured on film. Lancelot answered their questions along the way.